Hello, I am very glad to see you on my channel. If you have already seen this video on YouTube, then I want to tell you that I made a continuation of this story from all the available chapters that you definitely haven't seen, so I advise you to watch it right now. This story began with the teacher writing something on the board and saying something about Wanan's test. After this, the teacher said that this certain test indicated that a conflict might arise. As a result of eating wormwood with garlic, the bear who became a man joined the prosperous bear clan, and the tiger, who failed to obtain a human form, joined the clan of fallen tigers. They took events that actually happened and told them to others as stories that people call myths. Hassan slept the entire lesson, slept on the table, and did not hear the information about the end of the lesson. He was not very interested, and only the appearance of a familiar female voice was able to wake him up. The boy raised his head and asked his friend what she wanted. The girl asked why Hassan comes to school only to sleep, but he answered her that the same applies to the girl, because she comes to school to find fault with him. The classmate's name was Yoon Seo Jin, and after looking a little closer, she noticed that something had happened to Hassan. At first he didn't understand what she meant, but the girl clarified that she was talking about his eye. Indeed, Hassan's eye did not look as usual, but he said he doesn't notice anything unusual, so it's just a small thing. Since it was the last lesson, after this conversation Hassan went to the store that was near the school. He was very excited about choosing which can of cat food to choose, but suddenly he was distracted by the dialogue between two girls who were standing nearby. They were talking about some guy and arguing about whether he was cute. While the girls were talking about this, the cashier was punching their items, and when he took one of the goods to scan it, the girls stopped talking to each other, and this alarmed the guy who was choosing food for the cats a little, all because he turned around and saw that the cashier looked very strange. His face, although humanoid, looked more like an ugly monkey. A pretty schoolgirl broke the silence by asking the cashier for his phone number. This slightly embarrassed him because he was distracted from work, and did not know what to do in the workplace. When leaving this store I tried to understand when it started. He did not understand exactly when he got the opportunity to see the creatures that live among people. Despite the fact that he found it difficult to understand what they were, he could certainly tell that they were trying very hard to hide their true nature. After years of observation, he realized that they are harmless to people. That cashier was new to the store and Hassan didn't like the fact that now he would appear there all the time. But overall, it was easy for this boy to just ignore it. When he left the store with his purchases, the cashier was still looking after him. His face was both angry and joyful. Smiling, this monkey-faced cashier said out loud that he had finally found his target. But despite this, Hassan had already gone far from the store. Walking into a small, inconspicuous area, he saw a familiar and beautiful cat on the floor. This cat was constantly meowing pitifully, so Hassan gave him a jar of cat food that he had bought at the store recently. This cat greedily began to gobble up food and purr. Hassan did not leave his side and watched. But suddenly the cat's eyes opened and he jumped away from the cat in fear. This scared the boy and he asked the cat in fear what happened. There were 3 guys in front of him. One of them said that he could not sleep normally because of this cat, since he was always meowing. Without fully raising his head, Hassan said that they are far from residential buildings, so it sounds like nonsense. But when he fully focused his gaze and realized that it was better to apologize, he asked for forgiveness and said that from now on he would be more attentive to strangers. Then he closed his eyes and turned his head to the side and said that it was time for him to go. But the hooded teenager addressed him in a rough voice. He asked Hassan if he could see his hidden image. Turning around, the boy could not understand how this stranger knew about it. But very quickly the realization came that this was not the main problem. Looking at all 3, he realized that they were dangerous, and they would finish him off if Ha stayed here. Therefore, without thinking twice, he began to run away in fear. But the hooded teenager quickly reacted and extended his hand in his direction. A moment later, snakes began to appear from his finger into his hands. After another second, these snakes grew longer and closer to Hassan. By this time, the boy had already gained quite an impressive speed, but this obviously was not enough, so the snakes quickly reached his body and bit him in several places. Hassan was only able to run a few meters before he fell to the ground. Having nailed himself to the ground, he rolled on the floor because the venom of the snakes made him feel unbearable pain. He had difficulty speaking and was foaming at the mouth. But still he tried to scream for help. The hooded teenager said that he used the weakest poison, but even that would reach the heart in a few minutes, and when this happens, Hassan will die immediately. Having said this, the enemy ordered to reveal his essence. For some reason he called Hassan a tiger, and the boy did not understand anything at all. Losing consciousness, he thought about why he was in such pain, and why that attacker called him a tiger. Suddenly Hassan felt someone's presence, and raised his head, and saw a huge tiger in front of him. Foam continued to come from the mouth and tears flowed in a stream. Hassan noticed that it was very interesting that before he died he saw a tiger. The hooligans, who by this moment had already moved a short distance away from the boy, felt a flow of energy and then an explosion. The explosion was not very strong, but powerful enough to scatter stones in different directions. A teenager in a hood with the face of a lizard noticed that this time the monkey was right. They saw a man carrying Hassan in his arms. And at that moment, one of them thought that it was because of the ancient sealing technique. Because the tiger used man as its shell, it was impossible to find him. But now they have met. This man, even in human form, vaguely resembled a tiger, because of his eyes. Holding a Hassan in his hands, he turned to him, saying that he owed him his life. Then he carefully put the boy on the floor, saying that now he should apologize for putting him in such pain. Looking at him, he also asked Hassan to be patient for a while. Tiger claws began to emerge from his fingertips, and he turned towards his enemies. He saw two of those hooligans start running towards him to attack. Quickly running in that direction, one of them thought that this tiger had just awakened, and the second attacker thought that because he had just awakened, the tiger would not be able to fight at full strength. They were surprised that even when the tiger noticed the danger, he still turned to the boy and said something to him. But after that, he again bared his claws and said that the pathetic creatures should learn a lesson. When the enemy came as close as possible to the tiger's body, he struck him with a roundhouse right in the head. The first attacker flew into the asphalt with great speed. Then the tiger raised his head and saw how the second enemy wanted to strike from above. There was nothing better than kicking him while he was still in flight. This attack was so strong that the bully flew several meters away, spattering blood all around. But while watching this tiger, I got a little distracted and did not notice that snakes were approaching him. At the very last moment he drew attention to them. This happened when they were a centimeter from his neck, that is, from the weakest point. The enemy with the face of a lizard said that even if he couldn't kill the tiger, he would definitely paralyze him. But what he saw next scared him very much, and he was no longer so sure. He saw how the tiger grabbed all the snakes with one hand, and they were never able to bite him. Then the tiger said that despite the lizard's sharp tongue, it lacks the power of poison, and then he tightened his grip, and thanks to this he pulled the piece of snakes towards himself. Because of this, the lizard lost its stance and flew after them towards the tiger. In turn, the tiger was ready for this and was already preparing to deliver a decisive blow to him. As soon as he pulled the lizard close enough, he dealt a fatal blow to its body with his claws. But he felt something suspicious. The video hand passed through his body too easily. Turning around, he saw 100 shadowy black snakes scattering in all directions. They hissed very loudly and crawled away from the tiger. He really didn't like that his enemy just left like that. Thinking about this, he turned his head towards the boy who was still lying on the floor. The cat was still sitting next to him, and it seemed that Hassan was still conscious. Some time passed after those events, and now the boy was lying in his bed and trying to open his eyes. When he almost completely opened them, he saw in front of him some teenager who was addressing him. This man asked him why he still hadn't prepared breakfast. Hassan said that he asked him not to break in and call him Hassan. The guest said in a rather rude manner that it didn't matter to him what his name was because he was hungry. Hassan looked at him silently, and couldn't understand if this winner was the person who saved him. A week has passed since that incident, and Hassan still did not understand what happened then. It was hard to believe a stranger's stories about what really happened. The man with yellow hair once again said that he was very hungry. Then Hassan prepared to get up from his chair and said that he should wait a little. The boy began to walk across the room towards the kitchen very slowly, as he was sleepy. In turn, the guest who remained in the room turned his attention to the cat. A few seconds later, Hassan was frying eggs in the kitchen. At the same time, he asked the teenager whether it was true that he was the tiger from Tengan mythology. By this time, he was already eating food from the cat's bowl and said that he didn't know about any Tangans. When Hassan came to the room with ready-made scrambled eggs, he was very indignant when he saw that the guest was eating from the cat's bowl. In response, the man only said that it was very tasty for him. And what's more, he doesn't understand why the boy brought a cat into the house because it just eats his food. The cat didn't like this phrase. Looking at all this, Hassan couldn't believe that this guy could be straight out of myth. Having sat down, the boy asked the guest if he was familiar with the snake that attacked him then. The guest remembered this but did not answer. Then the hero changed the question by asking whether the attackers had awakened the tiger. Instead of answering this question, the yellow-haired guest raised his left hand. When he did this, part of the shirt that was on the Hassan shattered into shreds. Then the guest said that all this was because of the pendant that hung on Hassan's neck. Coming closer, he asked the boy where he got it from. Hassan replied what from his mother. After thinking a little, the tiger asked where his mother was now, but the boy said that he had no idea. Having seated Hassan on a chair, the guest in a serious voice advised the boy to wear this amulet always and everywhere. Hassan didn't like this way of addressing himself because he didn't understand why the tiger would act so cool. After a short time, Hassan came to school again, where the new kid came today. The whole class was discussing his height, since he was shorter than the rest. He looked like a very young boy with yellow hair and very big eyes. With those eyes glaring at everyone in the class, he greeted everyone and said that his name was Yang Hu. In response, everyone who was now in the class simply silently looked at him without reacting in any way. Only Hassan was scared because he understood that this new guy was the same as those creatures. At recess after this lesson, Pac-Man Sue and his gang were walking down the corridor. Moving in a group along the corridor, he deliberately touched the shoulder of a new student from Hassan's class. Because of this, Yang Hu practically fell to the floor and felt severe pain. The gang leader bent down to him and advised the new guy to take off his eyes and watch where he was going. Park Mansu was very surprised when he saw that the new guy was smiling right into his eyes. He took this as disrespect, so he took him by the arm and dragged the new guy somewhere outside the school building. Yoon Seo watched all this from around the corner. She was excited to say the least. Taking the new guy away from the windows, Pac-Man said that the new guy was unlikely to laugh after he beat him half to death. In response, Yang Hu began to go to the side and say that he was very bored. Moreover, pushing the gang leader away with his hand, he complained that all bullies bully the same way. The leader's henchmen were very surprised by this action of the newcomer. They thought that the new guy had gone crazy from fear. After thinking a little about Pac-Man, he reached his hand to the back of the new guy's head and ordered him to stand still. When he touched him, Yang Hu instantly turned around and the leader saw his terrifying appearance. Then Cancer Man wanted to hit the new guy, but noticed that he couldn't move at all. The voices in Yang Hu's head ordered him to kill this bully, but he was able to resist. The henchman of the gang leader who stood aside asked him why he stood and did not move. But a second later they noticed that Yang Hu calmly left him. Moreover, he stood aside and whistled some popular melody, and Pac-Man Sue, in turn, raised a metal chair that was not far away. He then very quickly ran up to his henchmen and started hitting them with this chair. It was unexpected, and no one could understand what came over him and why he acted this way. Within a few tens of seconds, almost all of the gang leader's assistants were lying on the floor unconscious. Park Man-soo, in turn, was breathing very heavily, as he had spent all his strength on this. And the new kid at school simply smiled, and at the same time his left eye glowed brightly red. All this time, Seo Jin was watching him and the others, and she was even more frightened than then in the corridor. At this time, all classes were finished, and the students went home in different directions from the building. Hassan was also walking to his home, but suddenly he heard someone running behind him. Turning around, he saw Yoon Seo behind her, who wanted to tell him something about Young-hoo. But she didn't have time to finish the sentence because the new guy was already standing a meter away from them. Yoon Seo Jin could not understand how this could happen, because such a coincidence is extremely rare. She just looked at the new guy who at that moment looked like a real teenager. Yang-hoo interrupted the girl by asking Hassan where he lives. The boy replied that it was very close to the school, and at that moment the new boy suggested that we get together and play there. I understand what this could mean. A friend told the boy that he had a lot to do around the house today. Then Hassan suspected something and said that she was right, and he was very busy today. Hassan and his girlfriend began to leave, and Yang-hoo stood in one place for some time and did not move. Then he very quietly under his breath concluded that the boy's friend was quite smart. He won't notice at the show behind her, gradually approaching closer and closer. Then, when he got close enough to her back, he decided to do what he wanted not so long ago. He put his hand on her shoulder and asked if the girl's name was Seo-jin. Ha-sung's friend, in turn, turned her head and didn't say anything at all for a while, but simply looked at the newcomer's face. And Yang-hoo's face at that moment looked frightening, and he threatened the girl with a demonic voice. Within a few moments, Yoon-seo felt herself on the roof of a building. She loudly addressed Hassan and asked him to come because she thought she was going to fall. The girl somehow felt Yang-hoo behind her, and felt that he was to blame for what happened. She heard this new guy laughing ominously behind her, and this really scared Hassan's friend. Using his power, Yang-hoo was able to control the girl's mind, and while he was having fun with her, 3 adult men arrived on the roof of this building who did not understand what was happening. One of them said that their goal was not this girl, and she did not need to die. Then Young said that their target was just running here. At the same time, Hassan ran onto the roof, and when he ran close to his friend, he stopped because he didn't know what to do. He was scared that he might accidentally kick her forward. Seo-jin told the boy that her body was not listening to her. He is controlled by Yang-hoo, and then the boy shouted to his friend not to move and to relax. At the same time, those men who climbed onto the roof could not understand how there could be a tiger in such a frail guy. And then Yang-hoo said that in this booth he is 100% sure that there is nothing special in this garbage. Hassan turned to the newcomer to ask what he was doing and what controlled him. But he didn't have time to finish this because Yang-hoo interrupted him and said that he would find out if the boy had a gift. Then he directed his hand towards the girl, because of which one of her legs had already left the ledge on which she was standing. Then the second leg also moved forward and classmate Han's son immediately flew down. At that moment, it seemed to the boy that time had practically stopped. The men who climbed onto the roof and were somehow connected with Yang who were also seriously scared and tense. Hassan didn't know what to do, because he was at a considerable distance from the girl. Running to the edge, he managed at the last moment to notice how the girl was already several floors away from solid ground. He closed his eyes and at that moment he heard a loud but dull sound. Hassan was crying, and everyone who was on the roof at that moment was silent. When suddenly Yang-hoo laughed very loudly. He pointed his finger at Hassan and laughed louder and louder. It seemed to bring him pleasure. Then he turned to his henchmen and said that in this boy, as he said, there was no gift. Then one of them said that they shouldn't have trusted the case to someone who relied on a cheap trick. This really angered Yang-hoo, and he asked the man what kind of cheap trick he was talking about. He became angry and said that from the very beginning he was infuriated by the bad attitude towards him. But since he was interested in who they were working for, he accepted the assignment. He was angry that Hassan had no gift, and even at that moment the men were interested in him. Then the newcomer noticed that Hassan began to run towards him with his fist at the ready. With a wave of one index finger, he was able to stop it and immobilize it. Yang-hoo said that Hassan should act more down to earth, as he could easily break his neck. Then, using his power, he began to inflict pain on the boy, which caused him to scream very loudly. Seeing this, one of the men approached Yang-hoo from behind, grabbed his hand, and said that that boy should not be hurt. The newcomer, without turning around, answered that the man should not tell him what to do. The man's eye began to glow and in a very rude voice, almost shouting, he ordered Yang to close his mouth. And then the newcomer pointed his hand towards this man and said that he would no longer dance to this tune. Energy began to emanate from the fingertips of his hand, which immediately went to the man's head. This energy forced him to wring his own neck with his own hands. After this, Yang-hoo forced him to raise his head up, which meant the residual elimination of the enemy. He then lifted his entire body and directed it to the side, parallel to walking straight. 2 of the men who were on the roof did not understand what would happen next and understood that now they were in the role of victims. Yang-hoo got a little distracted and turned his head towards Hassan, saying that he was next. Within a second, the boy began to strangle himself with his own hands. He squeezed his neck tighter and tighter until he began to choke and veins began to appear on his face. Very quickly, Hassan realized that if this continued for a few more seconds, he would simply suffocate. Looking at this, Yang-hoo calmly said that soon Hassan would also go to the same place where that man went. But turning around, he saw that some dark streams of energy began to move somewhere from the body of the fallen man. And when everyone traced the direction of movement of these flows, they realized where they were going. All the dark energy poured into Hassan's body, and because of this, he even rose a short distance from the ground. The two remaining serious men could not understand how the takeover could happen to an ordinary guy. Dark energy flew into Hassan's mouth. His eyes began to glow purple, and at the same time he felt pain. Then a small explosion occurred which created a flash and scattered various building materials from this roof to the sides. Hassan realized that the strength in his body was in full swing. He felt much better than a minute ago. Nevertheless, Yang Hu was completely confident in his abilities, so he ordered the boy to attack him. Hassan immediately moved towards him, and the newcomer said that he could not do anything even in such conditions. The boy emitted a very large amount of energy that was much brighter than Yang Hu's energy. Due to such a concentration of force, blood began to flow from the enemy's nose and mouth. Yang Hu couldn't believe that his illusion was destroyed so quickly. Hassan stood unshakably, and the new guy, in turn, bent his arm against his will. So this brought him pain. The newcomer realized that his power had the opposite effect on Hassan. When Yang Hu lost his strength, he fell to the floor and did not move at all for several seconds. Hassan picked him up and asked him why he did this to Yun Seo. In response, Yang Hu just smiled and said that it was too early for the boy to conclude that victory was in his hands. The smile became more embittered and demonic, and the newcomer said that when his girlfriend was dying, Hassan could not do anything. But the boy did not listen to this, and dealt a stunning blow directly to the head. Because of this, he flew at great speed in one direction. Landing on a concrete wall, he thought that he didn't immediately understand that his opponent was so strong. He was completely exhausted and just lay near this wall, motionless, trying to gather his strength. Suddenly he saw that Hassan jumped at him right from the cloud of dust that appeared after Yang Hu hit him in the face. Hassan hit him again in the same place, and it was difficult to understand what the consequences would be. Yang Hu broke through the concrete wall he was leaning against with his body and flew further beyond it. Having broken through this wall, he opened the way for himself to fly to the very bottom straight from the roof. Being at the moment of his fall, he could not believe that he had lost the fight to such an easy opponent. He then flew into the solid ground with great force, which kicked up dust. Hassan stood on the edge of this roof and looked down on it. He was pleased that Yang Hu was defeated, but looking at Yang Hu's body for a relatively short time, he noticed that a second after the fall it began to glow. Then streams of light began to rise straight up from it. Hassan guessed that this was Yang Hu's energy, and it seemed like it was moving straight towards him. This realization made him push away from where he was standing and start running in the opposite direction. He really didn't like that even Yang Hu's energy was absorbed into him. While running away, he tripped over a concrete structure, and because of this, energy overtook him and began to be absorbed into him. This again brought him unreal pain, because of which he even shed a tear. There wasn't much of this energy, so you absorbed it all in a fairly short period of time. The men who were watching this from the side concluded that Yang Hu seemed to be absorbed, but then they heard something, and quickly realized that there was someone else here besides them. Someone was standing on the concrete crossbar, and the men could not understand how long he had been there. He looked at all this, and could not understand how such a mess had been created here so quickly. The men were very frightened that the tiger himself appeared here. They very quickly decided that it would be best to run away, since the forces were very uneven. But the tiger looked after them for a few more seconds, watching as they unsuccessfully tried to hide. He then jumped from the top concrete beam, blocking the escape route. The tiger stood silently in front of them, and the men thought what to do in this situation, where it was obvious that they had lost. The tiger lifted one of them by the neck and ordered him to answer the questions posed. He squeezed the neck of one of them very hard, so that he began to choke. The first question was who these men were, and what they forgot on this roof. In response, the man who was taken by the throat was silent, and tried to quickly lose consciousness in order not to endure this. Then the tiger threw him against the concrete floor with all his might. From such a blow, the man who was thrown to the floor with all his might lost all his strength and could not even move a finger. The second man, in order to save the fate of the first, said that they were simply given instructions to get information on that guy. The tiger immediately asked who gave them this assignment, but after the men looked at each other, they said that I couldn't tell. The man expected that the tiger would also take some action towards him, and that's what happened. He lifted him right over the abyss, and he asked the tiger to stop. The tiger was already seriously embittered and said in a creepy voice that it was better for the man to lay out all the information at once. The man assessed the whole situation and realized that he was on the verge of death. Therefore, he said that this was an order from the demonic Yaksha clan. This was not the first time Tiger had heard about this clan, and this name turned out to be very familiar to him. At this time, a very popular event was taking place in one of the buildings in the city. There was a club inside this building, and the music was playing very loudly. The DJ mixed the tracks together very professionally, so the audience loved him. His every movement attracted the attention of the public, and they greeted him with applause. Some girls stood on the VIP balcony and said that the atmosphere here is quite positive. A man who was dressed in formal attire notified her that they had hired the best DJ in the city. When the girl asked what his name was, she was told that his name was Kumiho. This girl was a demon, and also the boss of the Yaksha clan. After looking at the DJ for a few more seconds, she ordered all the men who were around to follow her. They walked along a long corridor, and at the end of which there was a guarded door. Approaching her, the demon asked if everyone was in their places, and the guards replied that this was so. Immediately the girl opened the door to enter the hall. All the important guests were already sitting here, who were greeted by the boss of the Yaksha clan. They started talking about different things. And at that time, the nine-tailed fox, who was disguised as a DJ, was standing in the corridor. Trying not to get noticed by the guards, he eavesdropped on what the members of the Yaksha clan were talking about. The main topics were that there was some damage due to the missions, but they would be able to survive it. One of the high-ranking members of the clan said that the tiger has awakened and he doubts that the clan will be able to cope with it. But the clan boss assured that, on the contrary, the troubles in the clan had only become less. After all, other than getting the guy, the method of removing the tiger seal was unknown. But thanks to the gangsters, the clan boss didn't even have to touch on this matter. One of the clan members asked the boss if they could cope with the strongest tiger. This made the girl laugh, and this laughter aroused confidence among those present. One high-ranking official named Matsuoko asked the girl why she was laughing. In response, the girl just stood up and poured herself a full glass of whiskey with ice, saying that this was how it happened in history. But while she was doing this, everyone noticed that someone opened the door to the room. It was a DJ whose outerwear was held by a security guard who had been guarding the room all this time. He said that this DJ was bending down right in front of the door, and the DJ, in turn, made the excuse that he was just looking for the toilet. The boss of the Yaksha clan and the Nine Tails looked at each other, and after a moment the demon was very alarmed by something. This girl began to fill with purple energy, and at that moment the undercover DJ realized that he had been spotted. The boss of the Yaksha clan at that very second jumped across the entire table straight towards the Ninetails. And then she took him by the neck. At that moment confusion was visible on the Ninetails' face. Taking him by the collar, she pulled him closer to her face and asked who this DJ was. Not receiving an immediate answer, she threw him with all her might against the wall of this room. Having flown a short distance, the Ninetails leaned against the wall against which he had just been thrown. Everyone present thought that he had died. But what they saw next surprised them, to put it mildly. It was especially visible on the girl's face. The Ninetails sat on the floor as if nothing had happened and said that the boss had considerable strength due to her size. Then this girl delivered another blow. This time it was a kick straight to the opponent's jaw. This time she put in much more effort, and so the Ninetails broke through the frail wall with its body and flew out into the corridor. A DJ looked through a hole in the wall and said that they should play. Then he jumped out of his seat and began to run along the corridor. The girl gave the order to everyone present in the room to catch the Ninetails as soon as possible. But it seems that the DJ was an order of magnitude faster than everyone else. At some point, he became very separated from all the other members of the clan. But he also noticed a dead end in front of him, which was a glass wall to the street. At that very second, a crazy idea came to me that had to be immediately implemented. Having picked up even greater speed, the Ninetails smashed this wall with its body and flew straight out into the street. The clan members could not repeat the same thing, as they would simply have broken up. Well, everything worked out for the DJ and he flew several floors without any damage and landed. Looking around, he saw impending danger. But that didn't scare him. He took a good look and already thought through a plan for what he should do now to survive. After all, in front of him he saw the boss of the demonic Yaksha clan who was trying to strike him from the air. But almost at the last moment he managed to simply dodge the blow. The girl began to throw blows further away and instead of blocking them, DJ simply dodged. Even when she started kicking from which it seemed impossible to hide, the Ninetales jumped to the side, and when she delivered her biggest blow, DJ jumped up very high. In the air, he managed to straighten his tie, do a complete somersault, and land deftly on his feet. Then he looked straight into the girl's eyes and said that now it was his turn to attack. Pushing off from the ground, he began to emit fire from his body and looked like he was ready to attack. Using one of the techniques, he sent multiple rays of fire directly to the boss's head. The girl did not jump to the side but took the blow with dignity. She managed to block everything and put on her tail, and couldn't believe how she didn't even fall off her feet. On the contrary, the demon smiled because she realized that only the nine-tailed fox could use such fire. A short distance behind her stood a black, tinted car. A security guard sat in the passenger seat of this car and said out loud that he confirmed that everything happened near the club. Then he turned to someone who was in the back seat to ask permission to move out. In the back seat was Chaser, the commander of the National Intelligence Service. She gave the go-ahead for the operation to begin. At that moment, Hassan, through his dream, recalled the moment when his girlfriend stood on the roof. The last thing he remembered at that moment was her look before falling. He woke up screaming when this memory popped into his head. His whole body was sweating because even during sleep, all his stressful memories did not leave him. He completely opened his eyes and tried to understand where he was now and what had happened. Looking around, he saw a tiger to his right who said that Hassan could continue sleeping. The boy asked if the tiger brought him home, to which he answered positively. Hassan was also interested in what happened to Yang Hu and those men on the roof. The tiger did not answer, but instead the boy was enveloped in memories. From early childhood he saw what he should not have seen. When he was little, Mom always said that they were friends, so there was no need to be afraid. In general, the boy had only positive memories of his mother. Tiger was interested in the topic of Mother Hassan, as it is very important in this story. All these memories have been structured in Hassan's head over the past few weeks, and remembering their faces, he asked if the tiger knew who all these people were and how they treated the boy. It was not clear whether the tiger knew all this, but he decided not to answer this question. Instead, he asked the hero where his mother is now, what was more important at that moment. When Hassan replied that she had died, the tiger immediately asked what she said before giving him the amulet. Looking to the eyes of the tiger, the boy said that his mother told him not to lose his guardian spirit. After thinking a little, the tiger said that they would need to somehow meet Hassan's mother. At first the boy thought that he was joking, but when he saw the seriousness on the tiger's face, he became confused. At this time, in the square near the club of the Boss clan, Yiksha said that she had long heard that there was a spy who was digging under them. She noticed that this spy turned out to be quite handsome. The Ninetales was flattered and thanked the demon of the Yiksha clan for the compliment. Looking around, he noticed that a huge number of people had gathered around them, as they attracted a lot of attention. All of these people were very surprised to see something like that and were wondering whether they should call the police. The girl was surprised when the DJ's face became very confused after he saw all these people. She turned around to see what was going on, but when she did this, the Ninetales pushed away from her place in order to hide. This nine-tailed fox was haunting the boss of the Yiksha clan, and she was not going to let him go. She was very angry because he managed to run away quite quickly all the time. She jumped onto the truck in order to push off harder and follow the enemy. When she was in the air, she looked around to understand where the DJ ran. Suddenly, the Ninetales jumped out from behind the right side and the girl noticed that his hand was emitting fire. It seems that the enemy was ready for the girl to follow him and prepared an ambush. A powerful and very hot beam of fire was directed towards the boss of the Yiksha clan. Well, the fact that this beam was very long meant that most likely it missed the target. The demon herself was surprised that she managed to smile so quickly from such an unexpected attack. By dodging, she created all the conditions for herself to launch an instant counterattack. Swinging her fist properly, she was close to striking an opponent who couldn't be blocked. It seemed to the Ninetales that at that moment time slowed down, because he even managed to see the girl's grimace. He realized that his face most likely at this moment looked much worse than hers. And at the same time with all this, he was delighted with the speed and power that this woman radiates. But the clan boss bet too much on delivering a strong blow. Therefore, the DJ had time to dodge. At that moment he realized that he was a centimeter from death. Even though the girl hit, it was still an incomplete attack. After that, she again began to deliver multiple strikes, after which the Ninetales again pushed off the ground in order to retreat. But while in flight, he realized that at that moment he was in weightlessness. This means that the girl has more than enough time to strike a practically motionless target. Pushing off the ground with all her might, she still managed to strike straight to the tail's head. And at the bottom of the building where the battle took place there was real panic at that time. Chaser stood here and told her people to evacuate everyone from here. And then she just stood there and started looking at the roof of the building, thinking through a plan of action. And it looks like there was one after all, even if he was banal. At that moment, the Ninetales fell to the ground and leaned his elbows on the concrete fence. He noted and told the boss of the Yaksha clan that after such a powerful blow his head was very buzzing. The girl replied that he was the second one who was able to get to his feet after her frontal blow. DJ said that he would like to meet the second survivor, but the girl said that this was absolutely impossible. Out of rage, the girl began to tear her outer clothes, and the Ninetales, in turn, decided to use one fire technique. It seemed that he was standing in defense, and flames were simply coursing around him. The clan boss threatened him because she didn't understand what kind of tricks he was doing. But then she didn't even have time to blink an eye as her enemy moved to a completely different place. Raising her head, she noticed that the Ninetales had flown up a very long distance. He emitted tongues of fire in different directions, and seemed to be in control of the situation. This caused real surprise on the face of the demonic boss of the Yaksha clan. The fire around the body of the Ninetales became more and more abundant, and after a while it expanded so much that it came close to the enemy. The clan boss stood in a block in order to receive the minimum amount of damage from this attack. The flame became more and more intense, and it was directed only to one point. After the boss managed to survive this attack, she finally lost all the strength to continue fighting. The Ninetales, in turn, descended from the sky and landed on a concrete fence. The clan boss asked the DJ when he ended up on Earth. He told her that he didn't know what to answer because he didn't count the number of seconds. Then she asked a more serious question. People were wondering what the purpose of the Ninetales was. DJ turned his head to her and said that he wanted to ask the owner of the clan boss. Then the girl became very tense and prepared for the end of the battle. She laughed quietly and tried to gather all the energy in her body. At that moment, Chaser ran onto the roof along with the rest of the assistants. The DJ jokingly raised his hands above his head and the demon of the Yaksha clan was puzzled. The demon turned to the DJ and said that she knew that he had become their pawn, but he replied that one should not underestimate the pride of the nine-tailed fox. When the clan boss heard that the chaser gave the order to arrest her, she immediately pushed away from the place where she was standing. Then she flew down right from this roof, and the police with pistols only watched. The clan members were already standing below and waiting for their boss in order to quickly leave. Chaser, looking after her, concluded that she was not human. But who is she then? The nine-tailed fox came close to her and said that perhaps he could help with this issue. Everyone immediately pointed their guns directly at the DJ, and the commander of the National Intelligence Service could not understand anything. Things got even more confusing when the nine-tailed fox voluntarily asked to be handcuffed. Sitting in front of the camera, the nine-tails heard someone from the police say that the detainee's name was Kumi Ho. He further said that his date of birth is October 4, 1971. But it was obvious that the detainee was clearly not 50 years old. Chaser also noticed this and said that even an idiot could understand that the data was fake. The nine-tails noticed that he was being filmed and therefore began to pose, exposing his working side to the camera. But Chaser slammed the table and said that they should all get down to business. She asked Kumi why he started a fight with the Younghyun. Well, the nine-tails, in turn, was wondering why the Chaser was only interested in this. He reinforced the misunderstanding by the fact that one is shot with fire, and the second jumps up to the 5th floor. And so it seemed strange to the nine-tails that the Chaser was not at all interested in this. But she also assumed that since he allowed himself to be handcuffed, he obviously had some business. The nine-tails smiled and said that it was not for nothing that the girl was the team commander. There was silence and suddenly the Chaser asked the detainee who he really was. Raising his hand a little, Kumi asked if the Chaser really wanted to know about this. After he raised his hands, the spotlight that was standing behind him turned on at full power. Chaser and the police captain were very tense seeing this in front of them, especially after Kumi stood up and flames began to appear from behind him. When he did this, he said that not only people live in this world. At that moment, the handcuffs that were hanging on his hands fell apart, and this forced the chaser to raise his pistol. At this very time, something very epic was about to happen in one of the nooks and crannies of the night city. A man in a t-shirt and shorts was apologizing to someone on his knees. 3 strong men stood in front of him and talked about the fact that he could move. But you definitely need to warn them about this before doing anything. This man was also beaten, because there were wounds on his face and his t-shirt was covered in blood. When one of the men asked if he had brought the money, the man smiled because he saw that someone had climbed onto the roof nearby. He pointed his finger in that direction in order to attract the attention of the 3 men. They all turned around at the same time and saw someone on the roof of one of the garages. This mysterious stranger had rather long hair and was squatting on the edge of one of the roofs. One of the men immediately shouted to him that it was time for him to get down or get away. When he didn't react at all, the second man, in a more rude manner, ordered him to get out. The mysterious stranger silently picked up a stick that was lying at his feet. One of the men suggested that it was a baton, and everyone else laughed when they heard it. The stranger just stood silently holding a baton in his hands and watched what was happening. Then he went downstairs and everyone noticed that he didn't have an eye. And of course this became the reason for subsequent ridicule. But at the same time, the stranger was coming closer. When he got close enough, he hit one man right on the head with his baton with all his strength. The stranger swung quite hard, so the enemy flew away a long distance very unnaturally. Everyone who was nearby then simply watched as the man flew away at great speed. He flew about 15 meters and fell down after that. The person stopping by looked more embittered and approached one of the men and said that they should leave. At this time, the interrogation continued and the flashlights still shone directly into the eyes of the detainee. Chaser still couldn't believe that the Ninetales was sitting in front of her. Kumi-ho, in turn, said that those divine beings from myths and legends are called strangers, and they came to Earth from another dimension. The policeman standing nearby suggested that the situation was the same as with Superman from planet Krypton. The Ninetales added to the answer by saying that the one who had strength and courage became the god of war, and the one who had the charm became the goddess of beauty. Each of the strangers came at their own time and from different lands, but they all lived together for a long time. Chaser said that this information is very similar to the truth, and she is even ready to believe it. She also added that it seems that Kumi knows everything, so there is no point in keeping secrets. Chaser said that they were a group from the National Intelligence Agency monitoring the Iksha clan. She also told the Ninetales that Du Young-hyun is the boss of the Iksha, and the police department has information that she is far from an unusual person. Kumi-ho decided that now was a good time to share information that she was also an outsider. Chaser wondered what physical abilities the clan boss had, but the most interesting question was what would have happened if the chaser had then shot at her. Freed from the new handcuffs, Kumi also said that she would have simply caught the bullet. Chaser and his assistant at that moment pointed their pistols at the Ninetales, but most likely because they were tired of changing handcuffs. And also the Ninetales said that her name is fake, and the real one is a demon. At this time, this same woman entered some very important building. It was very well decorated from the inside, and it looked like the head of the clan was going to an important meeting. Approaching the door, she told the unknown person that her name was a demon, and then asked to enter. Having received permission and taking a few steps forward, she bowed. The mysterious stranger offered her a drink, but the girl refused with the help of silence. The stranger turned out to be a man who also said that he had heard that there was a slight commotion in the club, but the demon assured him that nothing serious had happened. This man, in turn, simply silently turned around and looked at his interlocutor. This man told the girl that she was pretty beat up after that altercation in the club, but the boss of the Iksha clan stood quietly and unshakably. The man also thanked her for her good work. The girl said that perhaps the man would be interested in asking about the attacker, but he replied that he still didn't think that everyone would understand it. The girl was puzzled and did not know what to say. The dialogue was constructed so that the man had to conduct the dialogue first. Reflecting, he said that the government will take action. Most likely it was his goal from the very beginning. Then the girl said that she was not afraid of any people. The man calmed her ardor by saying that it wouldn't work out that way. He handed a note into her hands and said that he had a very interesting friend and needed to visit him. The demon had only one question: whether he was a stranger. And the answer was positive. The man said that the demon needs to instruct this friend to bring that guy, and to hide for a while. The boss of the Iksha clan had no questions left, so she immediately left. The man who was standing on the balcony all this time noticed that Amugi had a rather faithful assistant. It was not clear whether the girl heard this, since at that moment she had not yet left the room. The Amugi answered the stranger on the balcony that she was a very valuable force for him, like a tank. In general, for those who stood on the balcony, everything was clear. Amugi said that he would bring her to the meeting soon, since she should also know about everything. The one who stood on the balcony said that he would prepare everything to pull it off beautifully and correctly. At this moment, the situation in the dark alleys became increasingly dangerous. There were even more men, and one of them shouted that their opponent was a freak who could not see anything in front of him. Another answered him that apparently he didn't have enough money for a hairdresser. In turn, the warrior with the bat lit another cigarette and prepared to continue the battle. Having smoked it halfway, he asked the men why they froze and did nothing. But even after this phrase they were in no hurry to attack, and then the warrior realized that he needed to take the initiative. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he pushed off the ground and, bat ready, flew into the crowd of opponents. He delivered targeted blows to one enemy with enormous force, so that teeth flew out in all directions. Then he hit several at once in order to drive away the crowds that were attacking at the same time. One day during a battle, he noticed that a huge group of opponents wanted to attack from one side. Then he gathered all the energy and strength into his bat, and delivered a stunning circular blow to everyone at once. The battle did not end with this, and he continued to dodge and strike his enemies with his bat. Suddenly he felt that someone was approaching very quickly behind him. At that moment, he stopped the battle with the main group of opponents, and stood motionless. The blade of one of the men was very sharp, and it looked like nothing would stop him from piercing straight into his back. And when the man was still able to stab him in the back, he realized that the knife had crumbled into small pieces. But instead of thinking, it would be a much better solution to run away. From a roundhouse, the unknown warrior struck the man with the knife right in the face. From just one blow his nose was broken, and he was completely unable to fight. With pitiful eyes he looked straight into the warrior's eyes and, although he could not say anything, if he could, he would have asked for mercy. The warrior with the bat swung at the last surviving enemy, and his fate was already decided. The blow was very powerful as it was the last for the warrior in this battle. The warrior decided to rest a little, so he sat down on one of the lifeless bodies, when he suddenly heard someone's voice. In front of him was the boss of the Iksha clan, and she told the warrior that what she saw in front of her looked like a good resume. The warrior did not understand these words and said that since that girl was the same type as him, then she should attack first, because he can easily deal with her. The demon asked to lower the baton, since she had an important matter for him. 2 days after these events, Hassan was traveling with a tiger on a train. The boy silently looked out the window and thought about different things, because there were a lot of thoughts in his head. Mostly he scrolled through memories and questions that appeared recently. He recalled how the tiger said that he would need to meet Hassan's mother. He remembered even better the state he was in when he heard this from the tiger. The tiger said that 5,000 years ago he was sealed in that pendant. After all, the tiger spent literally an eternity in such a state that could not be called either sleep or wakefulness. And he needed to find out what happened outside during this time, and how this pendant fell into the hands of Han Song. The tiger said that a premonition arose in his head, as if he would not be able to love this world if he did not get out of the suspension. Hassan, in turn, said that he had a pretty strong assumption, and it was that now the tiger is not living so badly in its guise. Then Hassan decided to ask the tiger what kind of power it was that he had during the fight with Yang Hu. But the tiger only struck a lightning-fast blow to the pack of snacks to open it, and at the same time said that they know what to answer. The tiger was sure that in front of him was a person, although most likely not quite ordinary. Hassan then made the assumption that he was also a stranger, but the tiger immediately rejected this assumption. He said that he does not consider this option at all because it is unrealistic. After all the strangers are very strong, and Hassan even had difficulty opening a pack of chips. And in general, most often strangers feel each other at a distance, even without visual contact. And when the tiger said this, he felt a very strange tingling in his head. He turned around and silently looked into the vestibule of the carriage for some time. Just at this time, the train entered the tunnel, and because of this, visibility was slightly impaired. The tiger noticed someone's silhouette, and this alerted him. Then this someone walked right into the carriage, and then the tiger realized that the situation would definitely not end peacefully. The tiger's eyes began to glow orange, and even Hassan realized that something was definitely wrong here. In front of them in the aisle stood that same warrior with a bat, and purple energy radiated from his body. The tiger said that Hassan needs to get ready to go out. It sounded very strange. The boy also didn't understand how he could get out while the train was moving, and even in a tunnel. Warriors with a bat. He lit a cigarette, and silently looked at the tiger, then turned his gaze to the boy. And the tiger, in turn, shouted that he needed to go out right now. Meanwhile, the train continued to travel through the dark tunnel. The warrior with the bat stood in the middle of the carriage, sipping a cigarette from time to time, and silently looked at the tiger. The tiger looked at Hassan and realized that he could not fight, taking the boy with him. It was necessary to make another decision, since it became clear that the enemy was very strong. Without thinking too much, the tiger picked up his son and made the decision that the first thing he needed to do was get out of here. He transferred all the energy and strength into his legs, and because of this, sparks began to come from under them. Out of fear, Hassan closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he and the tiger were already in the tunnel, and the train had left. But suddenly the boy felt that danger was approaching, and so it turned out. Hassan saw the warrior with the bat swing with all his might to hit the tiger. But the boy warned his friend. The tiger managed to push Hassan away and move away from the point of impact. When the warrior with the bat looked to the side, he saw a tiger asking if he was a henchman of the Yaksha clan. This question slightly confused the enemy, so the tiger managed to grab him by the collar. Having swung well, the tiger struck him several times in the face with his fist. The speed of these blows was very high, and after the fists he switched to kicks. With one precise and strong kick, he managed to knock down his opponent. The tiger stood unshakably and looked at the warrior with the bat, who was lying on the floor leaning on his weapon. The warrior said that this was the first time he had seen such a stranger. The tiger said with a smile that he was only recently born, so the warrior can call him small. Then the warrior also smiled and, shouting that he had a gift for the little one, directed a flow of energy in one direction. The tiger immediately noticed that this flow of energy was not directed at him. The attack was directed towards the boy, who was petrified and unable to move due to fear. But at the last moment the tiger managed to block this energy with his hand. The batsman took advantage of this position of the enemy, and delivered a shoulder blow to the unprotected tiger. Then he delivered an additional blow with his hand to the opponent's face. The tiger quickly managed to recover and took a stance to protect himself from punches. But when his vision finally focused, he saw in front of him the boots of a warrior with a bat. Jumping up, the warrior attacked the tiger right in the face, flying into it with both legs. And in this way, Hassan ran a little away from the warrior, and the tiger flew away a short distance. The tiger angrily asked if it was a shame for a stranger to attack a defenseless person. He replied that he was not at all ashamed, due to the fact that the boy was his target. This remark, to put it mildly, surprised the tiger. He tried to understand why the boy could be useful to them. At this time, the boss of the Yaksha clan was resting on the top floor of an expensive hotel. The weather was perfect for sunbathing and enjoying life. The security that stood next to her eventually dared to ask a question. They were all wondering who the beggar they saw the day before yesterday really was. The one who dared to speak for everyone was called Fred, and the demon remembered that he grew up in America, which means he did not read Korean fairy tales. Fred replied that from the Korean fairy tales he only knows the tale of Hungbu and Nalbu. The girl answered him that this character also appears there. This is the one who suddenly appears and starts the massacre. Having completely risen from the sun lounger, the boss of the Yaksha clan said that this was exactly the one Freud was thinking about, Takabe. The carnage continued and the warrior joined in the battle with blows with his bat. The tiger did not have enough strength to dodge, so he blocked all these attacks. Over time, it became more and more difficult to do this, but the tiger still succeeded because of his fortitude. The warrior with the bat successfully attacked, and the tiger was no less successful in blocking and dodging these attacks. Then the tiger launched a counterattack and also carried out his own attacks, which the warrior could also block. The tiger did not like that this massacre was dragging on for so long. Therefore, he invited the warrior to play big. Claws began to appear from the tips of the fingers and, in general, the face and appearance of the tiger became more animal-like. The warrior was wary because he understood that most likely his opponents were now using a very powerful technique. Having run almost through the warrior, the tiger used a light cutting fog. Although the warrior received damage, most of it was taken by the bat that he held in front of his body. It was necessary to bring the matter to the end. Therefore, after such a powerful attack, the tiger also accelerated to deliver an unexpected blow. When the tiger approached the warrior, he swung his bat at the place and had to run somewhere. But the tiger managed to jump to the ceiling, which confused the warrior. Such a trick made the warrior very angry, and in general he already had little control over his powers due to rage. He shouted that the tiger should not underestimate him, as it will end badly. At the same time, he swung his bat at the tiger that was in the air, but a moment later the enemy was already behind him. The tiger accumulated all his energy in his left hand, since he couldn't deliver a better blow than now. At that moment, the tiger realized that it would be impossible to dodge the enemy, and the warrior realized that it was all over. The tiger swung even harder and used a flame-cutting strike. It was visually similar to a tiger striking with its paw, but was accompanied by a burst of bright energy. Due to the amount of damage absorbed, blood began to flow from the warrior's mouth. Having flown several meters away, he fell straight onto the rails, and his bat completely flew off to the side. Realizing that it was all over, the tigers stood in a victory pose, and also because of the amount of energy in their hand, their shirt tore. The tiger was pleased with himself, and enjoyed the moment of victory, and realizing how cool he was, when suddenly he heard Han's song shouting to the tiger to be careful. He didn't care about this to me, and a second later he was hit by a train at full speed. The tiger stuck right to the windshield of the train and realized that this was the most shameful thing that had happened in his life. And now Hassan stood defenselessly in the tunnel and watched the train with his protector drive away. Suddenly the boy heard the warrior with the bat say that the tiger had been hit very well. Then he stood up to his full height and said that Hassan should follow him. The boy felt hopeless. The warrior looked at the boy and tried to remember the dialogue that he had with the demon a couple of days ago. Then the girl gave him a photograph of Hassan and said that the warrior needed to bring a high school student. When he asked again, the demon confirmed everything and said that in understanding the task was very simple. The beggar warrior thought and began to examine the boy more carefully, realizing that there was a catch somewhere. At that moment, the boss of the Iksha clan looked around and noticed that there was someone in the window of each building. She didn't like that this conversation was not confidential, as someone might hear. Literally in the window of every house there was one person who looked directly at her. The girl looked around the whole city and calmed down, since, in fact, strong confidentiality was not needed. The warrior asked the boss of the Iksha clan whether the target was an outsider, and received a negative answer. But then the clan boss decided that she should warn the warrior about something very important. She said that a rather strong guy was following him, and this guy was far from being a fool. She complimented her thought by saying that in some ways he is even more dangerous than a tiger. But the warrior could not believe that Hassan could be at least somewhat dangerous. He decided to see if he could knock his true essence out of the boy by redirecting the energy through his shoulder. The boy felt pain, but it did not cause any superterrestrial powers in him. Then the warrior raised his palm and lightly hit Hassan right in the face. The boy fell to the floor and blood immediately began flowing from his nose straight onto the ground. The warrior directly asked Hassan if he was hiding any ability from him. The boy didn't know what to do in this situation, so he just raised his eyes to the enemy. Then his desires overcame his common sense, and he jumped on the warrior, biting him on the right hand. This did not cause any damage to the enemy, so the warrior easily sent the boy away with one blow. Somewhere 5 meters from the point of impact, the boy landed on iron rails. Then, you realize that he is already at an impressive distance from the warrior. A plan emerged. The hero stood up abruptly and began to run in the opposite direction from the enemy. Looking back, he saw that for some reason the warrior was standing still and doing nothing. But when he leveled his gaze along the direction of movement, he felt his presence on the right side of his body. The warrior immediately struck the boy with his bat, and he fell to the floor. The enemy also concluded that Hassan has spirit, but the warrior has no time for games. The boy was in very strong pain, so he tried to cover his face with his hands. By this time, the train on which the tiger was traveling had already completely left the tunnel. Only when the train left him did the tiger manage to get off and start moving towards the boy. He picked up enormous speed because he understood that sleep was not easy now, if of course he was still there. His face was focused, and he understood that he was ready to do anything for this boy. At this very moment, the warrior was already pulling Hassan by the hood right along the floor of the tunnel. Hassan wondered aloud about why he was doing all this, because he had done very little wrong in his life. Due to panic, tears appeared in his eyes, as he sincerely could not understand anything. He shouted, asking what was his mistake, since he was suffering so much, and when he shouted this, suddenly his eye began to glow purple and emit energy. The warrior also noticed this, and he had to look back to check what was happening. He saw Han Song's body being covered in purple energy at a very fast pace, and when the warrior with the bat saw this, he could not believe his eyes. He noticed how the boy pointed his hand in his direction, and within a moment the enemy felt pain. Running through the tunnel, Tiger at that moment felt someone's presence. He even stopped for a second to think, because danger could also threaten him. Standing in the middle of the tunnel, he made the assumption that the energy he now felt was probably radiating from a stranger. But then he pushed off again and began to run even faster towards the boy, realizing that his assumption was wrong. The tiger came to the realization that it was not the stranger who was emitting such powerful energy, but Hassan. At this time of the war he became paralyzed, he could not move at all and experienced very severe pain. Hassan stood unwavering and could use his hand to move his opponent's body and joints. His face looked very angry, and it seemed that he was enjoying this process. He twisted the batsman as hard as he could, but then he fixed the warrior in one position, and the pain came closer and closer to his head. The emotion on Hassan's face changed, and now it was not rage but interest. The pain from the limbs completely evaporated and the beggar began to feel it at the temple. A moment later, the pain completely disappeared and the warrior thought that he fell asleep. He saw himself from the outside and thought that all his life he wanted to repent, in front of all those who lost some body parts or were poor, to those who, for one reason or another, were wounded in their souls. Has the end of hiding from worldly eyes and care come to an end? Suddenly the warrior came to his senses for a second and realized that he no longer felt pain and was in control of his body. When he turned his head to the side, he saw a train approaching him at full speed. Then he jumped to the side onto the adjacent rails. This movement was almost reflexive. Sitting on the neighboring rails, he could not believe that in the last minute he could have died several times. While the train was moving, he felt the presence of a tiger nearby, and it was his scarecrow. Then, when the train passed, he visually saw a situation that was far from being in his favor. In front of him stood a tiger a short distance away, and next to him, sitting with his elbows on the wall, was Hassan. The warrior tried to get up, but it was obvious that he absolutely did not have enough strength to fight. Then the tiger turned to him. By this moment the beggar had absolutely no hope of pardon. The tiger began to come closer and fill his hand with energy. And then he asked why the warrior didn't think about the consequences when he touched the boy. At this time, two unknown characters were moving along the passage to the secret laboratory. It was Amugi, and the boss of the Yiksha clan. They slowly approached closer and closer to the entrance. Approaching close enough to the main entrance, they heard someone running closer to the doors on the other side. It was the scientist who at that very second greeted Mr. Amugi. The Amugi, in turn, replied that the smile on the scientist's face is already enough to suggest the results of the experiments. The scientist laughed and asked if everything was really so obvious. Seeing that the Amugi was not himself, the scientist also greeted the demon lady and said that his name was Huatuo. The demon was surprised to hear this, because this was her first acquaintance with that same brilliant doctor. Moreover, she did not imagine this character at all, like everyone else. But after thinking a little, she began to catch up with the Amugi and the scientist, since they had gone far away. Having reached the computer, Huatoa said that the experiment was very difficult. Arriving at the scene, they first took a DNA sample from the guy from the scene, and then their team transported them into the body of the test subject to identify the body's reaction. The Amugi had a satisfied smile on his face and, looking around, began to smile even wider. He then turned to Huatoa and asked what the result was in the end. The scientist replied that the result happened all his expectations. Then he pointed his hand at the test subject. Having said that he has the utmost level of strength, endurance and reaction speed, and after the experiment, each function allowed us to observe positive changes. The Amugi said in a low voice that this ability was quite alluring. But Huato decided to interrupt Amugi's admiration and said that during the experiment one problem also appeared. After all, over time, physical functions declined significantly. And in about a day, the subject returned to his pre-experimental state. The scientist continued by saying that there is some special component that is produced and synthesized in the body of Hassan. Then the Amugi interrupted him and suggested that this meant that the child should be brought here. Without thinking, Hua agreed with this assumption, and for some reason Amugi's face was no longer so joyful. After thinking a little, he asked the legendary doctor what condition the test subjects were in now. He replied that the condition was very unstable due to a failed transplant. Then Amugi came closer to the tank with the experimental subject and asked the scientist to wake him up so that he could say hello. Huato immediately agreed, but also asked if Amugi was surprised that an ordinary person had such colossal abilities. And this is the first time in all his 2,000 years that a scientist has encountered such a case. And sometimes I even wondered if this thing was from God, because at the moment there are few explanations. Amugi said that this is hardly God's thing, but rather God's warning. Huato pressed a button, and a second later the test subject's eyes opened and began to glow purple. The Amugi looked at him and said that he and the test subject had not seen each other for a long time. But it seems that the subject was not happy to see him, as he called the Amugi in it. And then everyone heard that the glass of the tank with the experimental subject began to quickly crack. The test subject pushed him out with his hands and, screaming, prepared to attack the Amugi. Huato was scared to say the least when he saw and heard this. But Amugi looked completely confident in himself. The subject said that it was a mistake if the Amugi imagined himself to be some kind of god. But then the scientist noticed that the demon's eyes began to glow blue, and she ran up to the Amugi. She was able to throw the test subject away from the Amugi with one kick. The girl deftly landed on her feet, but the test subject flew into the wall with all his might. And in general, the demon was ready to protect the Amugi even after that. But the test subject was able to easily crawl back out of this wall, and his glow became brighter. He prepared for a new attack, but for now he simply stood and chose a target. I told him that this is all an unknown emptiness at the end, and he just wants to find the answer to it. By this moment, the demon had already jumped towards the test subject, and he prepared to defend himself. But after taking off his glove, Amugi splashed yellow lightning from there, asking at the same time whether his motives were really so incomprehensible. The demon felt that lightning was spreading at great speed behind her. She managed to jump to the side for the attack to reach the person it was aimed at. The lightning carried such an amount of energy that the test subject literally glowed yellow, and the sight that the boss of the Iksha clan saw in front of her could even scare her a little. The charred body of the test subject quickly fell to the floor and leaned against the wall. Amugi, seeing that the test subject had fallen, came closer to him. He did this in order to look into the hole that was now in that wall, and what was behind this wall made him say that it is obvious that he is not God. He is simply someone who challenged God. And this is all the difference. But now everything was relatively calm on the ship, which was slowly moving across the pond. The tiger really liked human snacks, so he constantly ate something like this, but he did not expect that he would be attacked by seagulls, who also really like shrimp chips. There were so many of them that one of them even pooped on the tiger's face, which made him very angry. Activating his claws, he looked at one of the seagulls and for some reason asked her the reason why he should pardon her. He swung hard at one of them, then tried to reach the second one, but they quickly managed to dodge. Moments later, the tiger fell into the water because he lost his balance. Hassan thought about the past very often, and this moment was no exception to the rule either. He remembered how the tiger then in the tunnel asked why the boy decided to let such a dangerous opponent go. Hassan then replied that the fact is that that person has a place to which he must return. The warrior did just that. Even though he was mortally wounded and blood was still flowing from his limbs, he returned to the area in which he dealt with an entire gang of opponents. It is noteworthy that even in this state he still found the strength to light a cigarette. He walked up the stairs and tried to keep his balance with his bat. Suddenly he was noticed by passers-by, and it was at that moment that he finally lost consciousness, right on those stairs. While in that same laboratory, the demon received a call, and she didn't really like what she heard there. She told the interlocutor that she understood all the information and would take action. She then turned to the Amugi and said that Takabe had failed in battle. Then she informed the boss that she would go and fix everything. But the Amugi answered her that he could handle everything himself, and he must solve this problem. This answer really surprised the demon, because she didn't understand why the boss didn't trust her. But Amugi explained this to himself by the fact that he had spent several thousand years on Earth, and now he felt impatience. and his heart is pounding with anticipation, because life has been pretty boring the last few months. By this moment, the team of the tiger and Hassan had already sailed to some island. The boy said that this island is uninhabited, and it would take too long to go back. He also told the tiger that this island was called White Flower, and he lived here until he was 7 years old, although he vaguely remembers everything. When the boy didn't know where to go for a few seconds, the tiger asked him if he had forgotten everything. Hassan denied. Well, still, leading the tiger along with him, it seemed very strange to him that he vaguely remembered the memories of those years. And the fact that Hassan wasn't sure where he was going made the tiger a little tense. One day the boy stopped and tried to remember what happened where he stood, but then he turned his gaze to the path, and he remembered it well, which was out of his general memory. After all, walking along this path, he was playing with friends, but when he heard his mother calling him, he climbed up. Raising her head up, Hassan saw the house where he was going up, but it was partially burned. Having looked around, the tiger already realized that the house had not just burned down, but some kind of destructive force, and clearly not a human one, had done it. The tiger also saw a stone not far from him, on which something was written about the heavenly maiden of a white flower. Therefore, he immediately asked the boy who his mother was in those years. Hassan immediately replied that she was a respected shaman who was known not only on the island, but throughout the area. Tiger asked about how then, given this, something very bad happened on the island. Hassan replied that then she received punishment for revealing heavenly secrets. But it didn't go well with the fact that she eventually died, and no matter how much the boy tries to recall his memory, it's all to no avail. He only remembered that she was sick. But suddenly, looking up towards the house, he saw something very strange that the tiger had not seen. A very huge amount of energy burst out right from the house and rushed into the sky. Hassan realized that this was some kind of memory, but could not attribute it to anything. The boy grabbed his head and tried to remember who the person was who was connected with this energy in the house. But suddenly Hassan heard the tiger addressing someone. He asked someone how long he planned to tag along with Hassan. A hand was sticking out from behind a tree, emitting energy, and the unknown person said in a hoarse voice that the tiger was very difficult, all because they managed to detect him. But in fact it would be more strange if the tiger failed to detect it. After this phrase, the unknown person, who turned out to be a grandfather, pushed away from his place to jump over. A second later he found himself on the roof and, standing with his back to the boy, asked if he had come here to look for treasure. And then he said that the fact that he had now discovered was quite surprising. Namely, he never thought that he would be able to meet a stranger on a deserted island. When the tiger asked why the grandfather was standing with his back to them, he replied that the man was his back. For some reason, this phrase caused genuine emotions of surprise in Hassan, and before him appeared the memory of how a man with the same tattoos tried to grab him. Hassan said that when grandfather said about the back, something came to mind, because he once caught him. Then the tiger asked his grandfather who he really was, and he immediately asked Hassan if he was interested in hearing about it. After that, he pushed off from the roof on which he was standing in order to jump closer to the group. During landing, purple energy began to be extracted from his body, which was not particularly strong. Then he stood up and, looking at the tiger, said that he could try to find out about his past in battle. The tiger got a little angry and said that despite the fact that he looks young, but in fact, it is strange that his grandfather did not recognize him as an elder of the strangers. After all, in front of my grandfather was the one who was called the god of war of the Eastern Sea. Well, grandfather was confident in his abilities and he was interested in what a tiger could do. When the enemy came as close as possible to the grandfather, the elderly man struck a blow, which the tiger dodged. And then the tiger moved behind grandfather's back, and he said that such a move was quite expected. After this, the grandfather tried to deliver an unexpected roundhouse kick, but the tiger dodged this too. He told the elderly man that he was moving and attacking too slowly. Then grandfather became embittered and decided to use one of his most effective tactics. Having discovered where the tiger was standing, he came close and tried to strike with a clap. But this time the tiger managed to evade, and when the grandfather looked at his side, he became wary. After that the tiger ran to grandfather, and at the same time struck several times with its claws. The elderly man was unpleasant to realize that just like that the tiger was able to inflict several blows on his back. Then he turned to him and said that the name of the strongest really suits the tiger because of its agility. But the grandfather added to his remark by saying that he still needs to work on the tiger's legs, which are like jelly. Tiger found this strange to hear for obvious reasons. He said that it is very strange to hear such advice from a pensioner. Then he again unsheathed his claws and began to carry out multiple blows on his grandfather. The older man was unable to dodge at all and only blocked 1 out of 5 blows. The tiger felt superior. He was able to deal with his grandfather very easily, and then when the tiger stopped attacking, grandfather said that he was tickled by these blows. The tiger said that it didn't look like that, because the grandfather was covered in blood. But in response, the elderly warrior only laughed, but at the same time, tears began to flow from his eyes. A second later, the grandfather fell to the floor from his injuries, but he did not die yet. Then the tiger asked his grandfather if it was time for him to reveal all his cards. Well, he didn't answer anything. But the tiger noticed the movement of his grandfather's hand. This was quite atypical considering that he definitely lost consciousness and passed out. Hassan also paid attention to the hand and noticed that after the grandfather moved his fingers, the hand glowed red. A moment later, a pillar rose from the ground and hit the tiger right on the chin. This threw him a short distance to the side. Grandfather got up, and it turned out that he wasn't even passed out. He then asked Hassan if he wanted to hear his story. Wooden totems began to appear from the ground and the grandfather said that now he would tell Hassan a story. Standing up and shaking off all the dust from his body, the tiger was surprised, to put it mildly. What surprised him most was the presence of such talent in such a weak opponent. Looking around, he noticed that there were more wooden totems, and he shouted to Grandpa they should continue to fight. Since the elderly man had his back to him, the tiger jumped to attack suddenly. But it seems that the grandfather already knew about his plans in advance, since there was a grin on his face. While the tiger was still in flight, something began to appear from under the ground, and of course the tiger landed, realizing that now another batch of wooden totems would appear. But even having retreated a few meters from his grandfather, he still could not hide from them. When he had already moved 5 meters away, one of the totems began to appear directly below him. Since the blow fell on the tiger's weakest point, it immediately twisted, and grandfather said that according to Chan Sung's rules, you must always be honest. And Hassan asked the old man his name. This question made grandfather very angry, and he even began to lose his balance while standing on the totem. And in a moment of rage, the boy realized where he had heard the name Chan Sun. The elderly man was so angry that the tiger still did not understand his name, that he began to fall from the wooden post. Hassan, as if not noticing what was happening, asked Chan Sung's uncle if they had met before, and then he asked his grandfather if he knew the boy's mother. Although the grandfather felt pain after the fall, he still stood up and called the boy by name. Approaching him, he squeezed his face like a brother because he had been waiting for this meeting for a very long time. And he also reproached Hassan for making him wait for a very long time. After that, Chan Sung led the group to a cave nearby. He said that their meeting should begin with a greeting, and for this everyone needs to go inside. The tiger was surprised that a few minutes ago they fought to the death, and now they walked as a team. After walking through the cave for a short time, the grandfather pointed to some kind of altar. There was a photo of some woman on the altar, but everything became clear when grandfather told the boy to say hello to his mother. Hassan instantly recognized his mother from the photo and shed a tear. After this, the grandfather led a group of guests to the totem house. Naturally, upon entering, he advised the tiger to feel at home here. Well, the tiger was unhappy, and he asked his grandfather if it was possible to somehow meet them more gently. But the grandfather angrily shouted that the tiger should keep his mouth shut, since it was he who attacked. At this time the boy was treating his uncle's wounds. At the same time, he was thinking about the fact that he was worried about his son all this time. It was unusual to realize how much the boy had grown since their last meeting. After all this time my grandfather could not find a place for himself for the last 10 years. He lived in this glamorous pink room like an ascetic without ever leaving the island. The newly arrived guests were delighted to see that the number of pink things in the room was off the charts. At that moment, the grandfather almost cried because after he saw the dream, the darkness seemed to dissipate. Seeing that the elderly uncle had calmed down, the boy asked him if he remembered how his mother died. Chan Sun asked Hassan how much he remembers about it. The boy said that all his memories are created from scraps, but he remembers how his uncle tried to take him away. Chan Sun said that lightning struck their house that night. There was a man standing there, watching from the side. Having said this, the grandfather came to the realization that ultimately everything proceeds according to fate, and Chan's son began to tell the boy a story from his relative youth. Then he talked to his mother and asked if Chan would be able to stop the enemy, but she replied that her opponent wanted to become a dragon, and he has the corresponding power for this. Therefore, she was not sure that Chan's son would win the fight. After that, they both thought and were silent for just a few seconds. Then Hassan's mother said that what she is most unsure about is that her grandfather will be able to protect her son, and therefore, due to circumstances, you need to discard the little things and preserve what is valuable. She assumed that perhaps her family had protected the amulet from generation to generation just for this day. It was at this very moment that little Hassan approached his mother. Coming closer, his mother asked him if he wanted to receive a sudden gift to the future as a small child, and the boy agreed at that very second. She handed him the pendant, saying that she was a patron spirit who would always protect him, and you also need to promise Hassan that he will never take it off. But the boy didn't like the gift. Nevertheless, he accepted it. And Chan Sung asked his mother why you can't just wake up the tiger. She replied that the tiger could easily defeat Hassan. However, this is not her destiny, so Chan Sung needs to do as she says. Although God's will cannot be measured, the mother believed that her son would succeed. The boy only had one question left, and he asked Chan Sung who the one who wanted to become a dragon was. The grandfather immediately replied that he was his mother's main enemy, and the name of this worst enemy, enmity with which is passed down from generation to generation of Amugi. At this time, in the city where the boy lived quite recently, something strange was happening. The bully whom he met not so long ago ran a lot through the back streets. It became clear that he was running away from there and from time to time shouting to his pursuer not to come. But as he ran around the next corner, he saw that the one who was catching up with him had reached his goal. In front of him was a young, handsome man who asked the lizard why he didn't trust him, arguing this by saying that he just wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. He created a fiery aura that threw the lizard a short distance. Because of the chase and this attack, the lizard had no strength left at all, and he could barely stay on the floor. Then the man came closer and asked if it was true that the lizard woke up the tiger. Chaser also approached these two, and at that moment the Ninetails asked where the tiger was now. After the Ninetails and Chaser interrogated the lizard, they ended up on one of the roofs. The Ninetails said that in the distant past, bears and tigers fought for dominance on Earth. Chaser replied that she had heard about it, but Kumi said that human history is too embellished, and there is a hidden truth in it. After all, none of the people know who played the leading role in that war. This leader was the head of the tiger tribe, who was called the god of war. Chaser interrupted the Ninetails, saying that according to her information, the bear tribe won that fight. This was true, but for some reason the name of the head of the tiger tribe disappeared at the very end of the war, and as a result, the military situation changed greatly and everything ended with the victory of the bear clan. And after this, the Yaksha clan removed the seal in order to use the tiger for their own purposes. Therefore, this cannot be allowed to happen, although there is no guarantee that the tiger will side with the Ninetails. Kumi also announced that there is a possibility that he will join the Yaksha clan. Then the situation will be dire, and they will have to kill him. Chaser screamed at the top of her lungs for the Ninetails to stop talking loudly, and pulling out his fire anywhere. A day later, on the uninhabited island where the group was, the day was very sunny. The tiger took a fighting pose and said that he had been waiting for the decisive day for 5,000 years. He looked at the face of the bear, which with its mouth open ominous looked straight at the tiger. The tiger's eyes glowed blue and filled with rage and desire for revenge. He unsheathed his claws and began to strike numerous blows to the enemy's body. Within a few seconds his hands weakened and he lowered them, realizing that he had won. This enemy was a statue of a wooden bear that had been here for a long time. Hassan, to put it mildly, was not delighted with such actions on the part of the tiger. And then the boy felt that, out of nowhere, a huge amount of water poured onto him. At the same time, the grandfather shouted that Hassan needed to focus on training and not look at the tiger. Then Chan's son smiled and said that there is no waterfall on the island, so he has to get out. Having decided to teach the hero a little, the grandfather said that despite his unusual strength, the sword is useless if it is not sharpened. Then Hassan told his uncle that he was ready to train hard. In the first days of training, the boy found it difficult to even jog. A week later, Hassan had already moved on to strength training, which slowly but surely improved his body. The second week was a combination of running and strength training, so the team's appetite was incredible. And after a month of training, the tiger and Hassan often slept in the middle of the day due to the enormous expenditure of strength. One day the boy himself was meditating under the sun's rays, enjoying the solitude. He worked to make the absorption ability completely his own, in order to act according to your will even at the moment of activation of the power. In order to achieve this, you had to let go of the past and focus. But then memories began to emerge. First, the boy remembered the death of his girlfriend, and then the fight with Yang Hu. Also, the image of Takabe and his difficult fate could not get out of his head. For some reason, the voices of that man were also addressed to Hassan's mother in his head. In these remarks, he said that he thought that the heavenly lady of the bear clan was capable of more. He also remembered how, as a child, he tried to help his mother, but his uncle's hand stopped him. Having come to his senses, his eyes lit up purple and he felt that he was losing control of his mind. The tiger, who at that moment was standing at a considerable distance from Kason, felt some kind of explosion. Turning his head, he saw that in the place where the boy had gone so long ago, something had exploded. When he got there, he saw his grandfather trying to restrain Hassan. The boy went crazy because the absorbed entity invaded him. The tiger suggested that the consciousness of the absorbed stranger influences the boy's mind. Grandfather confirmed this. Chan's son felt that there was no sun in front of him, because his grandfather felt fierce anger. This meant that Ka's son had swallowed up a truly strong and fierce stranger. A moment later, the boy escaped from grandfather's hands and tried to attack the tiger. At that moment, the tiger told his grandfather that it looked like the boy had absorbed a real psycho. Hassan prepared to strike the tiger, but he was completely ready, although he was aware of the boy's destructive power. Having dodged, Hassan still managed to grab the tiger's hands. Therefore, the tiger fell to the floor and at the same time notified his grandfather that something strange was happening to his eyes. Coming closer, Chan's son noticed that the boy had the eyes of a stranger, and the soul and strength of this stranger mercilessly enslaves the guy. Chan's son was aware of the need for Xa to come to his senses as soon as possible. The tiger at that moment tried to restrain the boy, not understanding how a simple person could be so strong. The grandfather joined in, trying to pull the boy away from the tiger, while at the same time asking the tiger if he knew about the secret weapon. The secret weapon that was given to the celestial maiden from the bear clan. Then the tiger realized that the boy had the ability to absorb the power of a dead stranger and make it his own, and this led Chan's son and the tiger to the same conclusion. They realized that in front of them was a boy who was the only surviving descendant of the bear clan. He needed help to wake up before the stranger took over his mind completely. But the tiger told his grandfather that he would not hold out for long, because the power of Hassan was great now. The tiger grabbed the boy right by the throat in order to balance his forces. They stood in a position in which Hassan strangled the tiger, and the tiger responded in kind. The boy screamed furiously and tried with all his might to harm his enemy. Chan's son shouted to the boy to listen to his inner voice and take over. Hassan's eyes were still purple, but their brightness was becoming less and less. At that moment, his true consciousness was next to his mother, and he asked who killed her. She answered her son that sometimes it is very sad, that it is impossible to choose life, and Hassan will hate her mother every time she faces her cruel fate. She herself said that she admits that very often she acted cruelly and heartlessly, but she also added that she could only look at her son this way. After these words, Hassan could no longer hold back his tears and fell into despair. He fell into his mother's lap and cried bitterly, and tears also appeared in his mother's eyes. At this time, Hassan's physical body rose several meters up and emitted streams of energy. After this radiation dried up, the purple color completely disappeared. Everything became bright and sunny again, and the grandfather said that the tiger should see this. Hassan's eyes now glowed a faint orange color, and exhaustion was visible on her face. Chan's son said that the boy has a power circulating in him that has been passed down in the bear clan for 5,000 years. Another week passed, and one day in the evening everyone was already asleep after hard training. All the lights in the totem house were turned off, and only the stars in the team with the month illuminated everything around. Chan's son slept soundly in his bed, as he was more tired than anyone else that day. The tiger had also been sleeping for a long time, and at that moment he was dreaming wonderful dreams about how life could have turned out. Suddenly a woman with long thin legs came into the room and silently looked at them. She liked that everything was going according to plan, and nothing could stop her. Coming closer to the place where the tiger lay, she began to radiate energy from her hand. Raising her hand, she said in a whisper that this time she would make the tiger fall asleep forever. Suddenly, some kind of explosion occurred in close proximity to the woman, and a hole appeared in the wall. In front of her face, the girl saw a huge fist that broke this wall, and then a huge round face wearing sunglasses appeared in her field of vision. She shouted to her partner in a very angry voice that he was ruining everything, because they had agreed to secretly enter the building. But it doesn't seem that these words somehow hurt the thug, despite the fact that the girl was very upset. Chan Sung woke up first, but he had a sleep mask on his face. Looking around, he couldn't understand why everything was so dark. Suddenly the tiger woke up. He immediately moved to attack the girl, while the grandfather ran around and tried to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, near the water, where there were many wooden pillars, something completely different was happening, and there he was still practicing Hassan. That night he didn't feel like sleeping at all. I moved from one pillar to another, he struck them with blows. At the same time, he was haunted by the thought that he was the last descendant of the bear tribe. But these thoughts did not stop him from practicing further and delivering various blows to several pillars at once. Hassan had problems with technique, so he put a lot of emphasis on it. But during one of the strikes, he felt the presence of someone else nearby. In front of him, he saw a pumped-up man with glasses, who said that the boy was a very good puncher. Then, behind him, Hassan heard someone say that it was very commendable that he was training until such an hour. Then the second stranger said that it's good that they finally found the guy who goes everywhere with a tiger. Having redirected all the energy into his hand, the first stranger said that it was time to see what the boy was capable of. But suddenly a third warrior, the stranger, appeared and struck a nearby pillar without hitting the boy. Hassan closed his eyes out of fear, but when he opened them, he saw an enemy who was visually an order of magnitude more powerful than the others. This man radiated purple energy and said that important men wanted to see the boy. A man with glasses immediately ran up to the third stranger and shouted something to him. He asked his boss to entrust this matter to him. The video task is not that difficult. While they were talking, Hassan realized that they were dangerous, and the best solution would be to get out of here. But doubts arose. The man with glasses said that he heard that Hassan has a very interesting and exceptional talent. Moving towards the boy, he said that they were ordered not to kill the target, and this is the only condition. Meanwhile, in the totem house the battle was in full swing. The warrior in the jacket and glasses was not particularly fast, but due to powerful blows with his fists this disadvantage was balanced. Brute force in battle against brute force helped Chan's son effectively fight. Moreover, using the technique of summoning totems, the advantage was clearly on the grandfather's side. And while Chan used this technique for the first time, the girl looked in his direction, and she turned around because she felt the tiger deal a merciless blow to her with its claws. Then she jumped back, but within a second, the cut from the claws began to glow green. The tiger looked at what was happening and unfortunately for him it didn't look very good. After all, he came to the realization that his enemy had the ability to regenerate. The girl said that she was sure that the tiger was surprised that in addition to her amazing beauty, she also had amazing regeneration. The tiger ignored this remark and asked the girl if they were henchmen of the Icha clan, but she replied that they are not gangsters, but rather a squad of mercenaries who are subordinate to the master. The tiger concluded that they should fight a girl with the power of healing, and a resilient big man. Apparently, the two of them are here to detain the most powerful before kidnapping Hassan. At this moment, the boy had already missed the first blow from the man with glasses. I can't believe a little how fast the enemy was able to move. The mercenary ran from side to side and from time to time dealt non-lethal blows to Hassan's body. He constantly changed sides to attack, and hit with his hands and feet. When he got tired, he took his phone out of his pocket, and, at the same time, striking, decided to take a selfie. Jumping to the side, the boy concluded that his enemy was agile and bouncy. The joints bend on their own, and the best way would be to tie the legs of such an opponent. The second mercenary said that the battle must be stopped immediately. Taking out the knives, he said that the boy should also check out this weapon. Arguing that he missed the smell of blood, the mercenary asked the bespectacled warrior to rest. Hassan was not in any way frightened by the presence of knives on the enemy, but he noticed that everyone had lost their vigilance. And when the mercenary swung his hand, from which the knives were sticking out, the boy realized that now was just the time to use the soul enslavement skill he stole from Yang Hu. At the very last moment he managed to use this technique, and the mercenary felt that he could not move. A warrior with glasses, who was slightly frightened, approached him and asked if his comrade was okay. The mercenary with knives immediately turned around and dealt a brutal blow directly to the nimble one. So when the fast warrior could not expect this, he immediately fell to the ground and did not move. The knife master came to his senses and could not believe what he had just done, but when he turned around, he felt a flow of energy that he had managed to block. But this did not mean that he did not receive any damage from this stream at all. And when the flow of energy ended, opening his eyes, he saw a sun in front of him, levitating. The boy realized that having just been absorbed by the ability, he would not be able to deliver a strong blow, but he would be able to dodge the knives. Feeling that now was a good time to attack, the warrior with knives carried out a strike. But Hassan quickly anticipated his movement, and swung his leg in order to strike his opponent in the head. The boy managed to trick his opponent around his finger, like a professional boxer tricking an amateur. During the subsequent attacks, he felt exactly the feeling that he had been expecting for a long time. Having received a sufficient amount of damage, the warrior with knives lost his stamina and began to fly to the side. Having finally failed to master the stance, he fell to the ground and did not pose any danger. Hassan felt the lightness of his steps, and understood that he would be able to carry out attacks much faster if he forgave the boss. But the warrior with the knives managed to gather his strength, and looking at the boy, he realized that he had absorbed the enemy's strength. It was amazing that a person possessed such power, and it seemed that many could endlessly increase it. The boss told his friend that the ability that allows you to steal the power of dead strangers most likely attracted Mr. Amugi. The warrior with knives really didn't like that the boss didn't say anything about it. But both of them were not aware. There was nothing left but how to carry out the attack, so the warrior with a knife again moved into battle with Hassan. In the totem house at this time, the mercenaries decided to change tactics, all because the tiger very often managed to inflict cuts on the girl's body, and Chan's son was able to find weak spots on the big man's body. And since he was more agile, he often jumped over his completely bald head, and after he landed he summoned totems from the ground that struck the big guy. The girl and the big man ran to the side and thought about what to do next. The woman understood that they had miscalculated and that the old man also turned out to be a stranger. Using the technique on her comrade, she increased his strength severalfold. This was a serious argument. Tiger and Chan Sung watched as the big man grew bigger every second, and iron maces appeared on his hands. When the girl finished, the big man was ready to finish off the grandfather first. At this very time, the fight between Hassan and the warrior with knives was still going on. The warrior managed to carry out attacks, but the boy blocked them very quickly and often dodged. The eyes glowed blue, and it seemed to the warrior that because of this, Hassan saw more than he did. Every 5 blocked attacks the boy struck, but the warrior was no slouch either. He often dodged and jumped right over Hassan's head, but one day, while landing after another somersault, the boy struck him with a strong kick. Due to the fact that at that moment the warrior lost his vigilance, it was not possible to evade such a one. He fell to the floor a meter away from Hassan and felt unbearable pain, but lying on the cold floor, he realized that his opponent was gradually losing shape. Hassan also realized that by absorbing a powerful physical skill, the untrained body would receive great pressure. The boy got down on one knee because he had shortness of breath, and it was difficult for him to stand upright. Realizing that Hassan was exhausted, the warrior immediately stood up and planned his attacks further away. It was not very pleasant to realize that the human body could not withstand the strength of a stranger. But the warrior with knives liked this fact. Coming closer, he said that he would make Hassan regret and beg for mercy, after which he struck with knives. The boy had no strength, and all he could do was take the attacks. The warrior began to move too quickly and Hassan's eyes could no longer follow him. He attacked the boy several times. The warrior often struck him straight on the back. Then, when the warrior realized that the boy's body was not capable of defending himself, he decided that it was time to finish. He released a metal chain which at that moment spun around Hassan's body. The boy fell to the floor and could not move at all. Coming closer, the warrior stuck his knives right next to the head of his fallen opponent. He looked straight into Hassan's eyes. He asked if he still wanted to absorb the warrior's ability too, adding that if you cut the boy's body into pieces, then the abilities can be released outward. Coming closer, the boss said that the warrior was great, and finally they caught the boy. But straightening up, the warrior with knives asked the boss what the Amugi was going to do with such a powerful fighter. The boss said that the warrior is arrogant in vain, and he hopes that his thoughts are not so arrogant. Drawing his knives, the warrior said that the boss was too chap porn and would pay for it. Did the use of new tactics help the mercenary team? The big man swung his clubs in different directions, but the tiger and grandfather managed to dodge them. Once the thug almost managed to hit his opponent, but the mace stuck on the floor. He couldn't pull it out, and when he raised his head, he saw a tiger in front of him. After that, he almost lost the building because the tiger hit him on the chin. And after the big man's body began to fall, Chan's son jumped up and delivered a painful blow to the head with his fists. The thug's body fell, and the girl realized that this fat man was simply useless in battle. Approaching him, she said that the big man needed to get up. Starting the attack with his grandfather, the tiger said that even though they were strangers, they would still die if their throats were cut. The girl's eyes did not glow purple, and she was petrified and unable to move due to fear. When everyone closed their eyes right before the attack, the grandfather heard someone's blood splashing onto the wall. Meanwhile, a boss fight with a warrior with knives began. And the boss really didn't like that the warrior was so arrogant. He reminded the warrior that his knives were the worst combination with his ability. And after that, the boss gathered all his strength into his fist and tried to strike the warrior with knives. But he dodged and, jumping slightly, threw several daggers at the boss's body. He laughingly replied that this damage did not impress him. And then, having gathered all his strength for one attack, he asked the warrior what he hoped for by staging such an unequal battle. The boss's eyes became embittered, because he was not ready for such a vile betrayal, after which he hit directly on the ground on which the warrior with knives had just landed. Nevertheless, this was not enough to eliminate him, but he clearly lost his stance. But as soon as he was able to gather his strength, he noticed that the boss's fist was flying towards him at full speed, and the daggers that were in the warrior's hand flew up, and his body down. The boss realized that the battle was over, but did not even pay attention to the body of the warrior with knives that was lying on the floor. He walked past him and said that he was the first to start this senseless fight. Continuing to walk towards Hassan, he thought about the state the boy was in after that attack. But having almost reached him, the boss felt that he was completely unable to move a single part of his body. The warrior with knives who stood behind said that he asked Professor Huatoa to make it especially for him. The boss began to fall, and the realization that he could not do anything to his offender was finishing him off. Coming closer to the boss, he said that he had better behave without cheap tricks, otherwise he would cut the ligaments in his hands. He continued on his way and came closer to Hassan, whose hands were in terrible condition. Taking the boy by the head, the warrior said that from that day on he was his new companion. Well, what really surprised the warrior with knives was that he felt someone moving behind him. He soon realized that it was a hand, which immediately dealt him a strong blow to the back of his head. At this point, everything in the totem house was coming to an end. Tiger and Chan's son lost a lot of strength after this fight, but still stood on their feet. The enemies were defeated, and after this battle the house was a complete mess. The tiger was silent for a while, and after that a realization came to him, and he immediately asked his grandfather a question. With frightened eyes he asked where Khan was now, but the grandfather did not know the answer to this question. But my uncle made the assumption that most likely nothing serious happened to him, but he was definitely worth finding. While you weren't talking about it, the souls of the two fallen enemies began to emerge directly from their bodies. They were black in color and flew out of the hole that the pilot made with his own hands. The tiger told his grandfather that this was the work of Hassan, nothing less. Uncle was scared that Hassan could absorb the ability from such a great distance. It was an open question to what extent his talent would be. At this moment, the warrior who was almost completely destroyed by a blow from behind asked the boss how he survived after the poison spread. But the boss just laughed loudly, and in general his physical form became different. He said that no poison would ever affect him, because he was different from ordinary strangers. His direct incarnation was completed, and he screamed loudly. The warrior with knives shed tears from his eyes because he understood that he was absolutely doomed. Feeling this, the boss lifted him straight up by the head, and said that everyone who saw him in this form. As a result, they died at his hands. And having shouted this, he squeezed the enemy's head with all his might. This could only mean death. He then turned his head to Hassan and said that it was time for them to go since they had already wasted a lot of time like this. But after looking closely, he noticed that some black streams were entering directly into the boy's body. He realized that immediately after the death of the warrior with knives, Hassan began to absorb his abilities. But after the boy absorbed this energy, 2 more streams also flew up from the side. And at this moment the boss was more surprised than ever. The boss saw with the naked eye how with each energy absorbed, the boy's internal energy became stronger. He didn't want to believe that Hassan managed to absorb 3 souls at once in such a short period. Even through the fog that appeared around Hassan's body, it was clear that his gaze changed and became more focused. The boss became even more angry because he realized that the group that attacked the totem house was most likely also defeated. At that second, he came to the realization that after absorption, the body was being restored. Moreover, he had a new ability, and it was the warrior's iron fist. The boss no longer knew how to force the boy to follow him without using force. But one thing became clear: the boy would definitely not go by his own consent. The boss and Hassan are locked in a battle to the death. The chances were approximately equal. At this time, the tiger and Chan were in a hurry to save Hassan. On the way, the tiger asked his grandfather if he thought everything was fine with the boy. But the elderly grandfather said that most likely everything is fine, but changes may occur depending on whose ability he appropriated. The boss's laughter could be heard on the beach near the wooden posts. Hassan was lying on the floor, and the boss was laughing loudly, and said that the boy had made a good attempt for a person. Moreover, Hassan managed to inflict several scratches on the enemy's body. It was clear from the young man's face that he had lost all strength and hope for victory. In addition, the boss began to choke him with enormous force. And he also said that their strength has its own standards. However, those who cram the rules will not understand this. The boss continued to choke his opponent, and suggested that the boy give up so as not to create problems. Then he said almost in a whisper that Mr. Amugi was already waiting for them, and this phrase turned everything in the boy's head. Because now he realized that it was the Amugi who was involved in everything. His eyes glowed orange again, and began to emit small streams of lightning. He took with his own hands the boss's hand, which was strangling him, and despite the fact that he strained it, he was able to weaken the enemy's grip. The boss shouted to the boy that his pathetic ability would not work with him. But at the same time, I began to notice that Hassan's eyes were changing their shade and becoming more furious. And at that moment he began to have doubts because he did not know what to expect from such an unpredictable opponent. He heard many objects heading towards him and looked up to see thousands of kunai rising into the air. Trying to block them all, he wanted to let go of Hassan's throat, but then he didn't let go. He made more and more efforts to cover himself with his hands, but it was all in vain. A rain of all the daggers and kunai that the warrior with knives had moved towards the boss. The boss was able to survive this attack and, out of rage, began to squeeze Hassan's neck even more tightly. But it seems that the boy in this state did not really care. Then the kunai rose from the ground again and glowed bright red, and the boss managed to remove his hands from the victim's throat. The boss asked Hassan does he really hope that he can defeat a powerful opponent with such an attack. But in response the boy only screamed. After all, there was nothing in his head except rage. Picking up one of the kunai, he plunged it straight into the boss's chest. While the boss was thinking about how to block this, Hassan pulled the chain that the warrior was using towards himself. Then, using his telepathic abilities, he began to wrap the boss's legs with this chain with incredible force. This brought the enemy into frantic anger, but at that moment, he could not resist with anything. Then, taking advantage of the enemy's immobilization, the boy took the opportunity to hit the enemy right in the face. The blow was not so strong as it was technical, and caused enormous damage to the enemy. Hassan then jumped up to plant his feet directly on the boss's chest. He is under the forest closer to the kunai, which could not penetrate the enemy's flesh, and accumulated all the energy in his right fist. Having concentrated after a short time, he used all his strength to hit this kunai. The pain that the boss experienced at that moment was difficult to even imagine. Then Hassan repeated this several more times, striking with either his left or right hand. Then he noticed that he was a little exhausted, even with the level of rage that he had, and at some point it seemed to him that he had broken his fingers, but the bones immediately knitted back together. The boy was even a little scared when he heard his boss laugh, which meant that he was definitely not eliminated. The boss said that this knife could not penetrate his body in any way. The knife really couldn't go inside. But Hassan's eyes lit up again. Gathering all the energy of your body near the forehead, the place where energy circulates most abundantly. The boy hit his forehead directly on the handle of the knife that had been sticking out of the boss's chest all this time. Seeing that this brought significant results, he again raised his head up to repeat. Then he struck again, and this time it seemed with even greater force. He repeated the same thing a dozen times, driving the knife deeper and deeper into the enemy's body. Tiger and Chan's son had arrived to help by this time, but standing here they didn't understand what they were looking at. About a minute later, Hassan stopped and looked at the boss's mutilated body with a mad look. He then lifted his body and began to stare straight into the void, his entire body covered in blood. It seemed to everyone that now he would return to normal, but his eyes became brighter. At this time, night fell in a poor area of the city. Near one of the houses the light was still on, which means the owner was definitely not sleeping. Also at the entrance to this building were Takabe's boots. It looks like he was inside and for some reason couldn't sleep. Beside him lay his faithful bat, which had helped him almost all his life, in not always noble things. Takabe sat on the floor, and his head was torn by various thoughts. He remembered that Hassan told him that he was obliged to protect someone, members of his family. Then the boy ordered him to leave and not appear in his sight again. Takabe understood that he was doing this because he had a family that he could protect, and then he vowed that he would do everything to protect them. But while he was thinking about it, he heard that someone opened the entrance doors to the house. The guest who opened the door said that the gentleman wanted to talk to the warrior with the bat. Going out into the street, Tokibi saw an Amugi near whom there were a dozen guards and the boss of the Uchiha clan. Before this, Takabe had not seen Mr. Amugi, so he introduced himself and said that he had a couple of questions. In response, the warrior with the bat simply remained silent, which only meant agreement. The Amugi immediately asked if the warrior knew where the stranger and the high school student he was pursuing were now. He argued that he needed it, since these people were very important to him. Takabe immediately, and don't think about it. I said that he doesn't know anything about it. He also added that he lost the fight and was injured, so he could not continue the pursuit. The Amugi did not accept this answer, but said that he still had a second question. But before asking him, he looked around and saw that the windows of all the houses were glowing. It was strange that everyone was awake. The Amugi asked the warrior what he was going to do by gathering such a bunch of strangers. At this moment, the Amugi's eyes glowed orange, which meant that he was alert. The warrior shouted that they had no plans, and all the strangers were wounded and broken in both body and soul. Raising his tone, he said that not all strangers live their lives receiving respect, adding that the Amugi cannot understand this. But he said that he understood everything perfectly, and believed that this was the problem. In his opinion, outsiders should have a role and status corresponding to their abilities. Taking a step forward, Takabe said that he had no idea what he was getting at. Immediately the Amugi said that he would take all his strangers away, also adding that since the warrior says that they have no plans, it means that the benefit from them disappears. And at home, he would give everyone their role, and they will do the work. Looking around, the warrior realized that around him were the henchmen of the boss of the Uchiha clan, and they began to run into houses in order to evict 7 from there. The warrior could not believe his eyes and could not move for some time due to shock. He said that this shouldn't be done, because these people are his real family. The Amugi said that he was not going to cause them any harm, also adding that they will all receive special care in a secure facility. The warrior was seriously angry, and saw only one solution to this problem. When the cup of anger overflowed, he pushed off from the ground and jumped towards the Amugi. The demon was already preparing to attack the warrior, but the Amugi said that he wanted to warm up. Takabe was already prepared to tear his opponent to shreds with his bare hands, but he dodged and said that the target was on the South Island where that guy's mother was buried. The realization that the leader knew everything all this time made the warrior angrier. The Amugi also said that it is strange that a warrior would defend his loyalty to some pathetic little person. Literally every second the warrior became more and more furious, and his strength grew. He pointed his hand towards the house and a wooden bat flew out. A moment later she was already in the hands of the warrior. Jumping not very high, Takabe picked it up, and raising his hand, told the Amugi to shut up immediately. But the warrior noticed how at the last moment the bat for some reason stopped right next to the enemy's forehead. Amugi said that most likely he overestimated the warrior from the very beginning. He managed to stop the bat at the last moment with his knife, and at the same time, lowering a lightning charge on the bat. He said that with such force, the Takabi had no chance of defeating the tiger. Lightning very quickly passed through the bat, and began to damage the warrior. All the captive strangers began to shout Takabi. As they realized that he was in a losing state, they all tried to run away, shouting at the same time for the Amugi to get out of their village. Well, then this same Amugi took off the glove from his right hand, and at that moment the warrior was paralyzed by lightning, and only managed to look at how the lightning between the fingers of the Amugi's hand began to circulate. All that Tokibi managed to do was shout for his family to run faster, but it was already too late. Lightning instantly caught up with everyone, and all the prisoners were burned alive. The warrior looked at all this, heard their screams and could do nothing. At the same time, he was sobbing and screaming because he realized his helplessness. The entire staircase along which the prisoners fled was strewn with charred corpses. Amugi said that now all test subjects were eliminated, and he sincerely did not want that. But he also noticed that all this happened because of the warrior, because if he had known his place, something like this would not have happened. There was such a dialogue with himself in his head, because he swore that he would never lose his family again. But now he has nothing left, and all he will live on is the desire for revenge. And many noticed that the warrior became even more furious than before. He began to watch as a horn began to grow from the warrior's head. When he crawled up to the end, the warrior's gaze became more animal-like and green. Amugi said that it seems the warrior was very much mistaken about something all this time. At the same time, looking at how the warrior swung his bat, he said that Tokibi never had a family. After all, in his opinion, the fact that they are strangers has a lot of influence. He sincerely thought that strangers were creatures from another dimension, and human qualities were alien to them. As often happens, at that moment the warrior remembered how his life had changed over the entire time. He remembered how, together with a gang, they managed to take some bags of grain from rich entrepreneurs. The task was to decide what to do with all this good, and this young Tokibi suggested simply dividing everything between them. He said that he thought that if he shared with others, then this entire world would come under his control. The civilians who lived in this village were surprised that the Tokebi was sharing precious grain with them. Rich entrepreneurs said that they could take all their grain if they spared them. After that, the whole gang of the warrior, along with the civilians, decided to drink. They set a large table with a lot of food and even more drink. The robbers behaved as bandits generally behave, but they would have been sincerely loyal subordinates. While the warrior was eating, he heard one of his subordinates ask something. He was interested in what they should do now. After all, they gave almost all the looted rice to civilians. But the warrior immediately replied that there was no need to worry, because they would steal even more from various nobles, arguing this by saying that they have much more of this goodness than they can consume. Life then turned out to be ideal, because he was doing what he wanted to do all his life. His dream was to give good things to ordinary people, and he had everything. Among other things, he had a loved one, a wife for whose sake he was ready to do various feats. There was nothing more to wish for. He literally had everything he dreamed of. Most of all, he valued his wife and the team with whom he conquered various things. Moreover, he had recognition, because everyone in the state knew his name. But then the day came that changed absolutely everything. Then the army general directed the cannons of the state troops directly at the village in which the warrior lived. Over and over again, a volley of cannons was fired, which slowly but surely destroyed houses. There were explosions everywhere, and everything around was on fire. Takaya would run out of his house and try to find his wife, named Manhwa. She found her weapon and told the surviving bandits that he would make a way forward, and everyone should follow him. On the floor he saw one of the robbers, who was terribly burned. This bandit had no strength at all, and he told the warrior to leave, saving his wife. Takabi was lost and didn't know what to do, but looking around he saw her. It was Manhwa, which lay a few centimeters from the open fire. Approaching it, he immediately felt that several fiery cannonballs were flying straight in that direction. By covering his wife with his body, he managed to save them both. But looking into the distance, he saw that the general had given the order for another salvo of guns. But he knew that in order to fire a salvo, he needed to reload the guns for a few more seconds. Therefore, the general, along with the rest of the soldiers, simply watched the burning city, reloading the cannons. Well, then they saw a silhouette running out of the smoke. It was a Takabe with his wife on his back. He swung his bat straight at the general. Well, his goal was far from revenge. At that moment he only wanted to save his wife. Having delivered a longitudinal blow with a bat, he managed to eliminate 4 military men at once, along with the general, and make his way forward. He began to rush forward, swinging the bat left and right to protect his wife. On the way, he noticed the lifeless bodies of his comrades. They all fell for the idea of equality, and for their huge family. Takabe thought that he would never forgive the troops and the state for this loss. The wife also looked around and saw numerous burnt bodies, both military and criminals, but the warrior suffered most from this. He could not hold back his tears. For a very long time they walked together away from the city. Walking further, the wife noticed that she could not feel her legs at all and could not walk. Then the warrior said that his wife should not worry, because he would be her feet all his life. The general, in turn, was not alone, and he would constantly give in. He watched as the once large settlement burned down. Not to say that he was happy to carry out this order, but it was his duty, and he bears responsibility for it. Takabe and Manhwa walked for a very long time, because they were not welcome anywhere, and soon winter began. The war was very difficult, since all this time he also had to carry his wife. Moving across the field one day he noticed several planes flying above them. Then he thought that at some point people became stronger than strangers because of technology. When the warrior stopped, Manhwa invited him to rest, but he replied that they needed to get to a place to hide from the snow. Then, going even further, the wife said that her 16th birthday was like a real dream. After all, during this time she grew very old, and the warrior, in turn, remained with the same appearance. But Takabe said that she looked the same as the first time, and nothing had changed. The warrior also said that he was not a ghost, because the ghost would not divide grain among starving people. The warrior's wife said that he was not a ghost, but a deity who should continue to live caring for others. Manhwa was losing strength, and finally said that, be that as it may, having met the Takabe, she lived an interesting life. At that moment the warrior stopped, and he did not yet know that it was at that moment that his wife died. Finally, he said that he would wake her up as soon as they could move on. That time he swore that he would never lose his family, because his whole life was saturated with grief and suffering. Returning to today, in front of him was an Amugi who absolutely did not spare the warrior. He directed all his strength into the Takabe's body, and he just stood there for a while. The Amugi was pleased that he was able to defeat such a strong opponent, and there was rage and grief on the Takabe's face. Having lost all strength and hope, he fell to the floor. At this moment, Amugi turned to the boss of the Iksha clan and said that he might be useful and should be taken away. Then Demona asked the leader what she should do with the half-abandoned village. Without hesitation, Amugi ordered to burn it all to the ground. At this time, the strangeness did not end on the island of White Flower. There was a man standing behind a tree, and someone in a female voice asked if he was sure that they had come correctly. It was the Nine Tails, and he told the woman that he heard some sounds ahead. Kumi perceived what he saw in front of him as the goal of their campaign. He saw hair that looked like a tiger's mane and drew a conclusion from it. He saw in front of him a grandfather with long hair, a muscular body, which at the same time was very flexible. While moving, the Nine Tails also concluded that the target was moving very succinctly, but he did not dare to come out from behind the cover and observe more. Kumiho noticed that the tiger behaved as if the strength in him was overflowing. Was it really the same god of war of the Eastern Sea in front of him? Chaser and Kumiho concluded that in front of them was none other than a tiger. The son, in turn, pulled one earphone out of his ear, humming a song. After finishing the chorus, he said that he simply adored the excerpt of this song. Chaser looked over the shoulder of one of the Nine Tails and asked if he was sure that there was a tiger in front of them. Kumi said that it was for sure. And the fact that he stopped, Kumi explained by the fact that he was apparently very concentrated. But before he had time to finish this phrase, a huge totem appeared from under his feet, the face of which looked into Kumi's soul. Chan Sung immediately stood on one leg on this log and asked who they were. This pose looked truly graceful, but the chaser and his companion did not know what was on the grandfather's mind. Meanwhile, the warrior was taken to the Huatua laboratory. Since he was passed out, it was quite easy to place him in a tank and restrain his movement with a straitjacket. The scientist said that it had been a long time since he had such a strong sample, and it would be fun to experiment on it. The demon, looking at this scientist, concluded that he is a complete scumbag for saying such things. But then Hua Tuo started clicking something on the computer, and said that first we need to take control of everything. After all, if this time the test subject goes into a frenzy, then no one will be able to stop him. The boss of the Iksha clan said that if any difficult situation arises, the doctor can rely on her. Hua Tuo was sincerely pleased that he could trust such a person as a demon. He also noted that he knew that the strategic team had completely failed in its mission. The girl was slightly angry that even she only recently learned about this information, and the doctor already knew everything. And turning to the demon, Hua asked when she would bring him that guy. But the girl looked Hua Tuo in the eyes angrily and said that he shouldn't turn up his nose, because the Amugi would figure everything out on his own. The doctor asked for forgiveness, and said that impatience often plays in him. He explained this desire by saying that he really wanted to try so many things when the boy fell into his hands. At this time, on the island, the white flower could be heard telling the old man that he was not an enemy. But Chan Sung said that a few days ago he was attacked on the sly, and now they decided to attack openly. Since Kumi did not know what he was talking about, he could not respond to this presentation with anything. Jumping from the totem, the elderly uncle tried to kick Kumi, but he easily managed to block it. Then the grandfather decided to launch a second attack. After that, he tried with all his might to at least hit the Ninetales. But since he was quite agile, he very quickly dodged the blows and jumped over the enemy. And even when my uncle used his clapping technique, it was not successful. Komi jumped onto one of the totems, and Chan Sung said that the Ninetales jumped around pretty well. These actions infuriated the guest, and he said that his grandfather should listen to him, because now the situation is too bad to fight with each other. But of course, my uncle said that he would not conduct any dialogues with enemies. After that, he moved the totem on which Kumi had been sitting all this time. At that very moment, Chan Sung felt an advantage in the battle and believed in his victory. Because he saw the stranger running, his grandfather raised several more totems into the air. Then, gathering all his strength, he threw these two totems with great speed towards the enemy. At that moment, the Ninetales was not sure whether he would be able to dodge because of the speed of the totem's flight. But he jumped away from the totem on which he stood and began to run along their tops in the direction of his grandfather. Kumi was already beginning to be infuriated by the fact that her grandfather absolutely did not want to listen to him. Therefore, he instantly came up with an ingenious plan for a counterattack, for which he first needed to push off from the totem, and then, while in flight, he used fiery power to direct the flame to Chan Sung. But it didn't seem like grandfather was in any way surprised. He just took a defensive position and waited for the enemy to approach. By this time, the Ninetales was already quite embittered, but he certainly did not think of harming his grandfather. Jumping through the flames, he said that now is not the time to start a showdown. And then the grandfather realized that he would not be able to block such a large amount of fire. He lay down on the floor, and all the flames that were around disappeared somewhere, leaving only small coals on the earth. Kumi, in turn, calmly landed a short distance away after such an attack. He looked at Chan Sung, who fell to the floor and covered his head with his hands. Suddenly, while on this floor, the grandfather felt that heat was spreading from somewhere. Lower it down into your head. He saw that the coals that lay directly under him were red hot. It was quite funny for the Ninetales to watch how his grandfather tried to extinguish them. But Kumi still said that they should talk. And then another person approached the group, and the grandfather immediately shouted that he was glad that the tiger had come. Kumi was most surprised that his grandfather called that man a tiger, because until that moment, he had thought differently. Chan Sung notified the tiger that the stranger had intruded while he was playing music. The tiger began to bare his claws and said that he would finish off the intruder in one blow. But since the nine-tailed man was now sure that this was a tiger, he simply said the name of the Iksha clan. This alerted the tiger. Although he was angry, he was not ready to attack someone unknown. Hassan, who came closer, said that the Iksha clan are those who are responsible for the death of Seo Jin. The Ninetales was very surprised to hear this, because until that moment he thought that the boy had no contact with the clan. And then Kumi interrupted Han Sun by asking the tiger if he knew that the Iksha clan was hunting for them. Then the Ninetales continued by saying that one by one the strangers began to disappear, by which time the chaser also came out of hiding. Kumi wandered in the hope of finding them, since many of his friends were among those who disappeared. After all, the Yaksha clan are those who want to devour this land and this world entirely. They hide behind the masks of rich people or gangsters, but they are all controlled by the outsider with incredible self-interest. After that, Kumi paused for a moment, as he saw that everyone, especially Hassan, was listening attentively, and then he continued by saying that he meant Amugi. A newly arrived guest under the name Kumi said that everything that the clan does is done for the sake of the Amugi. Then all the guests moved to the totem house, by which time the night had already begun. Chan-sun asked if Kumi wanted to say that the tiger is the last barrier of the Amugi. The Ninetales said that the tiger can be called the only creature that the leader of the Yaksha clan is afraid of. The son suggested that the last piece of the puzzle for him was the power of Hassan. Then Kumi was the most surprised of all, since he had never heard such information before. Hassan said that after acquiring his absorption ability, the Amugi would be able to crush the tiger. The grandfather confirmed these words by adding that the leader should not be allowed to seize the power of the tiger. And then, lowering his eyes, he said that no one could do anything to the Amugi. But Hassan said that he wanted to warn him in advance that he would not run away this time. And even if death awaits him in the end, he will fight until his last breath. Uncle Hassan really didn't like this wording. He realized that Hassan had indeed changed after that day. This is the determination of a man who put his own life on the line. Since he could not allow this to the boy, he said that this was only possible through his corpse. He argued his decision by the fact that he saw the Amugi, and he can say that he is stronger than everyone who is here. Then Kumi asked if the leader of the Yaksha clan was stronger than the tiger. Well, at that moment the tiger felt something. It was someone's presence. They, together with the Ninetales, stood up and concluded that someone was approaching. Humanoid dead people began to run through the windows in the house. Chaser was very scared when she saw them, and the grandfather was upset that the house would have to be rebuilt once again. These dead people really looked scary. Different parts of their bodies were wrapped in bandages and were bleeding. Then the Ninetales and the tiger tensed and began to accumulate energy. Within a second they began to fight off uninvited guests left and right, and they succeeded. But some woman came closer to them, and told Kumi that she didn't think that he lied to her. After this, the demon invited the Ninetales to finish the job today. Kumi couldn't believe it, and asked if the boss of the Yaksha clan had come alone today. But the man standing nearby said that of course she didn't come alone. This man was none other than the Amugi, and he came here along with a demon and a bunch of dead people. He said that today is just the right night to start a new story. Hassan became very angry when he realized that in front of him was an Amugi, his mother's sworn enemy. Then the clan leader said that he had a gift, especially for the Ninetales. Kumi realized that these dead were his comrades, and the black jaguar stood closest to him along with the red-bearded demon. The Ninetales was both scared and confused, as he did not know what to do with his comrades. But they were getting closer and closer, and it didn't seem like they were friendly. In the dead man, who came almost a few centimeters closer to Kumi, he recognized the black jaguar, and being in such close proximity he growled, preparing to attack his old comrade. The Amugi began to call lightning to his hands and said that this reunion looked very touching. Then he sent lightning straight towards Kumi, but it flew over the dead man. The Ninetales just looked at how the lightning instantly incinerated his friend. Then the Amugi asked the nine-tailed man what the names of all the other strangers were. Kumi was completely confused and practically did not notice that the crowds of the dead were heading towards him. After this, the Amugi recommended that Kumi try to look for his friends among all these dead people. Then the leader of the Yaksha clan moved his hand and all the half-dead strangers began to run towards their targets. At that very second, the tiger pushed away from the place where it was standing and began to tear apart the dead with its claws. Grandfather also did not stand still and used all the energy that his hands could accumulate. He constantly summoned totems in order to eliminate the dead that were behind him. Hassan also quickly realized that he could use the energy from the enemies he had absorbed in the past. But since he had little speed, he hit the ground so that the energy would spread along it to the enemies. The Amugi watched these from the side and he liked that the boy was able to fight back quite quickly. The boy realized that this was almost the first time in his life when he, too, could fight on an equal footing. But I also realized that the main thing in this matter is not to lose concentration and focus. The clan leader considered the sight amazing, because before him was the answer that he had been looking for a long time. Very soon the boy noticed that he was unable to absorb the souls of killed strangers. all due to the fact that Scientist Hua took all safety measures so that the guy could not absorb the power of his subordinates. Seeing the boy's puzzlement, the Amugi concluded that it was time to move on to the next stage. He turned to the guy in the hood and asked him if he fully understood his task. The teenager who stood to the side thanked the leader for giving him some kind of chance. This teenager was a lizard, and he said that he just had bad feelings with this boy. After a little more silence, the leader of the Iksha clan gave the order to the lizard to attack the boy. After running just a short distance, the teenager managed to use a technique that caused snakes to appear from his hands. These snakes were very fast and easily reached Hassan's hand. Then the lizard jumped on top of the boy, shouting at the same time that he had not seen Hassan for a long time. He threw him to the ground and began to laugh loudly and maliciously. The lizard had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, since all this time he was angry with the boy. He wanted to finish him off on the spot, but if he handed the prisoner over to Mr. Amugi, he would receive much more. Then the lizard heard behind him the leader of the clan saying that his wish would be fulfilled, but in the afterlife. The lizard did not understand at all what this was supposed to mean, but within a second the lightning began to incinerate his body. Hassan could not understand why the clan leader did this, but the picture that loomed before him was very frightening and creepy. And then the lizard's soul instantly began to be absorbed into the boy's body. Then he quickly understood why the Amugi eliminated the lizard, who was on his side. This soul contained poison, and Hassan suffered greatly from it at that moment. This was the poison he used when they first met, but this time it was much stronger. Everyone was busy fighting and only the grandfather noticed something was wrong with the boy and shouted after him. Following this, the leader of the Iksha clan ordered the demon to bring the boy to him, and without thinking for a second, Hyun pushed away from the place and began to run towards Hassan. At that moment, Kumi was sitting next to the corpses of his former friends, and apologized for not being able to save them. But he was brought to his senses by the voice of his grandfather, who ordered him to wake up and act. He said that they all need to protect Hassan, since he is in danger. The Ninetails raised its head and said that the entire Yiksha clan must pay. He clenched his fist and prepared to run to help his grandfather in search of the boy. But then I saw that the demon was already in flight and attacked Kumi. Then, to protect himself, he decided to use leaf art, namely a wall of flame. This infuriated the demon very much, but she decided that such jokes would not work with her, so she started sticking her hands right through the wall of flames. Even though the demon felt intense pain at that moment, she did not stop. But Kumi also took action, and suddenly, by removing the wall, he redirected all the energy for attack. The demon tried to block it, but the fire still burned her body, although not much. At that moment, Chan Sung managed to steal Han Sun, and he decided to just run away. The Ninetails was left alone with the demon, and both sides had been waiting for this fight for a long time. The clan boss said that Kumi looks very sexy when she is angry. The Ninetails asked the demon, why does she give a damn about what happened to her comrades? But she immediately replied that she didn't care, because in this world only the strongest survive. This phrase confused Kumi. He did not understand how one could be so inhuman, and seeing this confusion, the demon decided to ask if he had seen her enhanced appearance in the past. She began to grow demonic horns, and she added that she had not reincarnated for a long time, but now was a very opportune moment. The Ninetails made it clear that she can have as much fun as she wants, because today is her last day. The demon did not agree, saying that you can say anything, all that remains is to prove it through actions. At the same second, she moved towards the Ninetails and struck with her fist, which he successfully blocked. Kumi was confused due to his opponent using wind pressure. The demon, in turn, looked very confident, and clearly felt an advantage in the battle. She jumped up a little in order to deliver a kick to the enemy who was standing in the block. By slightly changing his position, the Ninetails managed to block this too. But since he had not yet made a single attack, the demon continued to attack, and striking one blow after another. One day she managed to break through the enemy's defense. Then Kumi flew a short distance, and lost his balance. The Ninetails understood that it was in a very disadvantageous position, and something needed to be changed. And the demon, in turn, did not get tired of carrying out endless blows. She joked from time to time, saying that the Ninetails had better try to escape. But he understood that it was not worth running away, since increasing the distance was pointless with her. But Kumi still had an ace up his sleeve, and now he decided to use it. His eyes became more confident and began to emit an orange glow. In just a few seconds, his appearance became more fox-like. This was an ancient fox art technique, and in this form he was much stronger. Now great opportunities were opening up to him, and he decided to use the Sword of Roaring Fire. Realizing that there was no need to spare the surroundings, Kumi decided to burn everything around to the ground. Using this technique, he created a huge sphere of flame that reached the demon's body. At the same time, he flew up, after which he landed down and spread the fire again. But even such strong blows could not cause serious damage to the clan boss. The fight continued with renewed effort, both sides now trying much harder. Kumi launched a counterattack and often struck, and the demon, in turn, went into blocking. Well, during one of the Nine-Tails attacks, she, having predicted the trajectory, decided to kick him in the face. And even though Kumi couldn't block this blow, he didn't do anything to him. And this embittered the demon. The fox's eyes burned brighter, and he wielded his fiery swords more and more professionally. The fight was as equal as possible, and that the demon was interested in how it would end. Together they grappled in battle, and the girl tried to hold back the attacks of the enemy's blades. The demon suddenly realized that she could simply grab onto Kumi's blades. She managed to catch the enemy, and now the Nine-Tails could not move away from her. At the moment, they did not come up with any solution or counteraction to the technique. Therefore, the demon gathered all her strength and skills and carried the blow straight to the head of the Nine-Tails. The blow was so strong that Kumi lost consciousness for some time and fell. The demon stood straight and ordered the fox to get up to show what he could do, but Kumi by this moment had lost all the strength to attack. Amugi came up from the side and said that this scene seemed familiar to him. Everything similar happened a long time ago in the year of the tree snake, and specifically it was about 500 years ago, and this date turned out to be familiar to Kumi. After all, then, in one important battle, the wounded fox fell to the ground from powerlessness. The Nine-Tails realized that the Amugi was somehow involved in those events. Now he knew who was in charge of this whole process, and who was the culprit. And besides, that leader's face was very familiar to Kumi. Then absolutely all of Joseon was enveloped in the hunt for Yukai. Amugi was at the head of it all. It took him a while to brand all the foxes as Yukai. Kumi wondered why the leader of the Iksha clan needed all this. He replied that the fact is that in this case the foxes would destroy the nobility of strangers. All because they were too close to people, and very often became friends with them. According to the Amugi, strangers must prove their existence, so those who have become human have lost their pride, and all those who did this should face punishment in the opinion of the leader of the Iksha clan. It was very painful for the Nine-Tails to hear all these words, and he hated the Amugi even more. He asked if he knew at least how many of his friends died that year due to persecution. But the leader replied that the strangers who had wormed their way into the company of humans had no place to live for several thousand years. Then the Nine-Tails said that if he didn't kill him today, then his whole long life could be called meaningless. Kumi moved towards the enemy, and used the coming of the heavenly fox. The demon prepared to protect the Amugi, but she retreated when she saw that the speed and power that the fox radiated was much greater than her capabilities. But the leader of the Iksha clan was quirkily confident in himself, and stood unshakably. While the fox was running, Amugi managed to say that he was announcing an open hunt for Yukai. While moving, the nine-tailed fox remembered his friend the black jaguar, which was killed, and he swore that he would avenge his friends, even if he had to die today. The Amugi mocked the fox, saying that this story was so touching that he was about to cry. Kumi struck the enemy, but for some reason there was no powerful explosion, only bursts of flame. The nine-tails stood on the floor and held its body with the help of weakened arms. He didn't understand why he couldn't carry out a successful attack, and he was all covered in water. The leader of the Iksha clan said that he shouldn't try anymore, because there is no point in it, all due to the fact that Amugi controls the wind and rain, and it is clear that he can defeat the enemy who owns fire. Then Kumi felt that someone approached him from behind. It was a demon, and she kicked the nine-tails right in the face with all her might with her foot. The leader only watched this from the side. The girl struck the fox more and more over and over again. The fox's exhausted body lay unconscious on the floor, and the clan leader asked if he had the last word. The leader and the demon saw totems crawling out of the earth around them, and the grandfather shouted something to the Amugi. He then approached the leader of the Iksha clan and ordered him to stop quickly. But then all the objects that then rose into the air, namely wooden totems, began to fly from side to side. The demon jumped towards her grandfather, and the wooden totems were cut into pieces and fell down. The grandfather did not even have time to look back towards the approaching girl who wanted to attack him, and when she almost reached it, Amugi also struck Uncle Hassan with lightning. The leader said that it would be better for the elderly man to hide in a corner and sit quietly. These words hit my grandfather in the most vulnerable place, his memories. Amugi said that uncle had to hide like a little rat, just like in the past. And indeed, the last time the leader of the Iksha clan visited the island, his uncle tried not to show himself. Then he was told that he would immediately send his grandfather straight to his mother, and after he deals with him, he will find Hassan himself. Raising his head, grandfather said that the Amugi would definitely be overtaken by heavenly punishment. For some reason, the face of the leader of the Iksha clan became a little surprised and fearful. All because he heard the address of someone he couldn't look at because of his speed, because a tiger ran past him and said that Amugi talks too much, and having run close enough, the tiger struck the leader of the Iksha clan, from which he flew several meters up. At that moment, the demon jumped towards the tiger who was melting with the Amugi, and tried to strike on the sly. At the same time, she shouted that the tiger first needed to deal with her, but it seems that the tiger was ready for this situation. Due to the fact that he was much faster than the girl, he managed to punch her in the stomach before she even landed. Then he said that he had absolutely no time for such a weak opponent. With a final knee strike to the girl's face, he loosened his grip. The demon was in extreme pain, as she missed more than 3 incredible blows in less than 1 second. Seeing that the demon was powerless, the tiger tore 2 demonic horns from her head. He took one of them in his hand and threatened the Amugi with this weapon. The leader of the Iksha clan looked at him and understood what kind of power flows through the veins of this stranger. But then the tiger immediately threw these fangs towards the demon's body since he did not need them in battle. The Amugi laughed, because as you know, laughter is the main defensive reaction. The tiger did not really like that the leader of the Iksha clan was having fun at such a moment. He accelerated and jumped towards the enemy, asking why he was having so much fun. In flight, he struck 1 blow at the Amugi, but he quickly managed to dodge. He then struck from below, asking why this whole situation was making him laugh. At this moment, the Amugi could not understand how the tiger moved so quickly, but at the same time so quietly. Since this greatly disturbed the leader, he tried to strike the tiger with lightning. He summoned lightning directly from the sky to strike the place where the enemy was standing. His face was crazy. He really hoped that he had gotten it, since he no longer heard the tiger's conversations. But after a moment he felt that the tiger had made its way below, and was in a good position to strike. In general, during the fight with the tiger, the leader of the Iksha clan felt hopelessness and weakness. The tiger unsheathed his sharp claws to deliver a harmful blow. He focused on making this strike to a specific area of the enemy, and a second later, he ripped open part of the Amugi's stomach with his claws. Naturally, the leader of the Iksha clan felt unbearable pain at that moment. Everything happened so quickly that he didn't understand anything and simply spat out some blood. The tiger said that he was glad that now the leader had shut up and it was much quieter. Amugi noted that despite the fact that times are changing, the tiger still remains a strong opponent. He asked the leader of the Iksha clan if they had met before. In response, the Amugi sincerely laughed, since he knew much more than the tiger. He hugged the tiger's head with his bloody hands and asked him to take a closer look at the leader's face. The tiger peered but did not see anyone in front of him. The Amugi once again asked if he recognized him. For a few more seconds the tiger tried to understand what the leader of the Iksha clan wanted from him, and after a second everything became clear. In front of him was that protector from the bear tribe. The leader saw in the tiger's eyes that he remembered who the Amugi was in the past. But this did not impress him at all, and he even called the leader of the Iksha clan a loser. The Amugi then began to emit purple energy, and it looked like he was changing into another form. Part of his outer clothing was torn, and he said that the tiger was once the strongest warrior. But still, according to history, in the end the bear clan won, and everything else was just a myth that people invented for themselves. The Amugi flew several meters into the air with a purple sphere cruising around it. There was also a small pink glow visible inside his body, which grew more and more. From the side of his back, this glow was a little dim, but had a different shape. The tiger was preparing for the fact that now he would have to fight the enemy in his most powerful form. The Amugi laughed, and flying even higher, various tentacles began to appear around him. The leader of the Iksha clan managed to levitate, and in the air he said that while the tiger slept for 5,000 years, he managed to do a lot of things. But the tiger only said that it seemed that his opponent had an unusual talent. The Amugi continued, saying that in all 5,000 years he had passed all the obstacles, and now only the tiger remained. At the same second, he sent tentacles, which turned out to be small long dragons, towards the enemy. The tiger, who stood still, could not dodge, and these dragons grabbed his hands. And Muki asked what the tiger could do if his hands were immobilized. But the warrior managed to easily break these bonds, and out of anger told the clan leader that this technique was complete bullshit. At that moment, the Amugi concluded that the tiger had a lot of strength, but was very lacking in intelligence. He then sent out another technique that also had dragon energy. Within a second, a puddle appeared under the tiger's feet, because of which he was unable to move. One could see hopelessness in the tiger's eyes, as now he could not move at all. The leader of the Iksha clan liked that his enemy was immobilized, and he smiled. But the tiger gathered all his strength to block the attack, which would obviously be carried out by the clan leader. Then he noticed that Amugi had risen even higher to be right next to this enemy. Both warriors were angry at their enemy, but it seemed that the tiger was simply furious. The Amugi began to send many flying dragons towards the tiger, and he went on the defensive. He covered his head with his hands and simply took all these attacks upon himself. It was difficult for him, but it seemed that all these attacks did not harm him. Looking at this, the leader also noticed that the fight between the dragon and the tiger is not equal, all because there are those who are not destined to fly, destined to be defeated in battle. The Amugi began to scream, asking the tiger why he was better than him now. But the tiger still sat concentrated and took the blow. Then the leader of the Iksha clan became even more angry and decided to carry out the final attack. He concentrated all the energy in his hands and sent a lightning strike at the tiger. But after a moment I noticed that that warrior was still holding on and did not lose consciousness. Although he was lying on the floor and could hardly defend himself, he was still alive. Seeing that the enemy was not on defense, the leader of the Iksha clan sent a dragon there. This dragon reached the tiger with lightning speed and lifted him several centimeters above the ground by the neck. Amugi looked at the tiger and wondered why she liked such a nonentity like him. Well, the tiger gritted his teeth and said that he was still the same nonentity even after 5,000 years. Moreover, he is a nonentity with a highly developed inferiority complex. This infuriated the leader of the Iksha clan. It seems that this phrase struck him the hardest. His teeth also began to grind and he no longer knew what to do with his enemy. Raising the tiger even higher, he noticed that it was funny that even in such a situation the tiger said such nonsense. It was an ideal solution for the Amugi to make the tiger beg for death. Therefore, with all his strength, with the help of his dragon, he threw the warrior to the ground. There were even more dragons and they began to strangle the tiger from different sides. The Amugi repeatedly asked the tiger to surrender. Apparently he needed him whole. Well, the tiger was not going to do this, but nevertheless, if he had stayed in the strangulation longer, he would have gone crazy. The leader of the Iksha clan strangled the enemy a little more, after which he again threw him onto the floor with all his might. From the outside it seemed that the tiger had no strength at all and he died. But the Amugi realized that for a stranger such a state was not yet extreme, and most likely he still had some strength left. One of the dragons began to creep closer, and the leader said that it was time for the tiger to accept his punishment. A second later, lightning of incredible size struck straight from the sky. It seems that the warrior really lost consciousness, because even in the face of such danger he did not move. The lightning reached the body of the enemy Amugi and a small explosion occurred that threw light on everything around. The leader said that the tiger can talk his tongue, but when it comes to action, everything is different. Dust and sand appeared around the tiger's body. Therefore, Amugi decided to send the dragon to get the body from there. A moment, and the dragon had already dived into the smoke trying to find the tiger there. But suddenly, the leader of the Iksha clan felt that something was preventing the dragon from picking him up. It looks like something happened to the dragon, and someone was pulling it towards themselves. Since this technique tied the dragon to the owner, the Amugi immediately flew towards the smoke. While in flight, the leader of the Iksha clan could not figure out how to unhook the dragon from himself. All attempts were in vain, and within a second the tiger's hand grabbed the Amugi's hand, and the warrior grabbed onto his opponent as if he was never going to let him go. The leader of the Iksha clan saw a tiger in front of him in its most powerful form. The tiger's voice became more animal-like, and he said that the Amugi was not a dragon, but an ordinary lizard. And then the leader of the Iksha clan panicked, but the rage in his voice was much more obvious. At the same time, he realized that he could not do anything at all now, since he was too close to the tiger. Then the warrior said that the Amugi should taste the tiger's fist, and swung at him. The blow was so strong that the leader of the Iksha clan thought that sparks appeared near his head. After this powerful blow, the Amugi flew several meters up. Then he began to fall, and all the dragons that had surrounded him all this time disappeared. The leader was lying on the floor and trying to gather his strength to repel the attack of the tiger, which he was obviously preparing. But there was not enough time, since literally half a second later the tiger was already near his opponent. Raising the Amugi, he again threw it onto the ground with tremendous force. At that moment, it was difficult for the clan leader to even breathe. His last reserve of strength was exhausted. He lay on the cold ground and realized that he had spent so much time improving his skills. It was not clear how someone who had been sealed for 5,000 years still remained stronger. Turning his head, he saw that the tiger was again approaching him to strike. This time, while still in flight, the warrior released the essence of the tiger closer to the enemy's body. There was horror in the eyes of the Amugi, because this tiger was several dozen times larger than him. And when the phantom tiger was completely absorbed by the body of the leader of the Iksha clan, an explosion occurred. This particular explosion looked like an ordinary pyrotechnic bada bomb. Very quickly the flames died down, and smoke and dust rose again. Tigger looked down, and tried to discern his enemy in all this in order to understand whether he had been eliminated. But suddenly he saw black streams of energy rising from the ashes. These streams of energy very quickly turned into a black spot, and because of this, the tiger instantly took a defensive stance so as not to absorb all the power into himself. All the smoke disappeared, and in front of the warrior was an Amugi, who again changed his image. He reached the highest level by opening his mind to achieve new skills. Having a third eye, the Amugi said that the tiger would meet its death right now. Looking at the three eyes of the enemy, the tiger made the assumption that the enemy had turned into an evil god who controls disasters. Now the enemy had a completely different form, and almost no one knew what it meant. But the tiger himself didn't really like the fact that a third eye appeared on the Amugi's forehead. Only the grandfather understood what this appearance of the enemy could mean for all of them. A memory immediately appeared in his head in which his mother said that the Amugi strives to become a dragon. Well, if this process turns out to be a failure, then the energy will turn him into a Yakujin. At that time, Uncle Ha did not yet know what this meant, and that was the name of the crystal of evil, consisting of bad energy. And perhaps this is the end of hell that the stranger may reach. Realizing this, Chan Sung shouted to the tiger that they need to take Hassan and leave here. The tiger only turned her gaze towards her uncle, but did not understand such zeal. Dita turned to the warrior again and said that the tiger would have another opportunity to fight such an opponent next time. But the tiger quickly shut up his uncle, saying that he would kill this bastard today, and the tiger was ready to go to great lengths just to eliminate the Amugi here and now. A moment later he had already moved behind the enemy, and was ready to strike an unexpected blow. Well, what about the third eye? The leader of the Iksha clan noticed that someone was behind him, and at that very second, tentacles began to appear from the Amuga's body, which hindered the tiger's movements. This was completely incomprehensible to the warrior, because in addition to constraining movements there was also a similar effect. The tiger felt pressure on himself, and because of this he could not move at all. The Amugi lowered the chained tiger to the ground and rose up. He laughed loudly because he understood that now he was leading the battle and dictating the rules. He sent black energy directly into the forehead of the tiger, which could not avoid it. Grandfather, at that moment he shouted to his friend, because he understood how this massacre would end. The leader of the Iksha clan was at the peak of any outsider's capabilities, and looking at the place where the tiger landed, he saw nothing. All because the warrior was already behind him and raised his hand to strike with his claws. Although the physical leader of the clan could not see the enemy in any way, his third eye helped him in this. And a centimeter before the claws touched the Amugi's neck, the tentacles stopped him again. But the tiger's willpower was enough to free himself from these bonds. Having torn apart the tentacles holding him, he began to strike the enemy from close. Having carried out one blow with his fist, he realized that the leader of the Iksha clan easily dodges even the fastest blows. Grandfather watched everything that was happening from below, and it looked like a battle between two gods. Uncle realized that evil had completely absorbed the Amugi, and the tiger was squeezing all the juice out of itself to win. At that moment, The Ninetails ran to Chan Myn and asked what was going on here. Uncle said that he was very glad that Kumi survived and came here. But the nine-tailed man, looking at the battles, could not understand who Amugi had become. And indeed, as Uncle Tiger said, he gave his all in order to win. But the Amugi had the advantage in actual strength. The dragons helped him a lot. Power literally poured out of his body, and he mastered the energy. Due to the fact that the tiger could not fly, the leader of the Iksha clan also often took advantage of this, showing superiority. Even when they looked at each other, it was clear who was confident in the situation and who just wanted to win. Time after time, the clan leader sent streams of black energy into the tiger. Combined with lightning, this was a destructive mixture. The tiger had to wait until the very last moment in order to understand what the attack would ultimately look like. And even through the lightning and a bunch of light, he still saw those 3 eyes of his opponent. The snakes that were summoned by the Amugi climbed out right from under the earth and reached enormous sizes. But the tiger was not agile enough to evade them, and when they overtook him, they permanently immobilized the tiger. The warrior lay on the floor, and the leader of the Iksha clan had all the power to do whatever he wanted with the tiger. The tiger felt that the snakes were squeezing him so hard, as if hundreds of hammers were crushing his bones. And of course the Amugi couldn't think of anything better than to once again summon lightning. All of it accumulated in his hand and he intended to redirect it to the tiger. Having directed it, he said that this blow might hurt him a little. By this point, the tiger had lost his visual perception of range due to the fact that he could not see on one side. And a moment later lightning overtook his body, bringing him unearthly torment. This blow was not a single one, and lightning-fast energy continued to flow into the tiger for some time. By this time, Hassan had come to his senses and ran to the battlefield. Approaching the tiger, he asked if he was okay. But the mighty warrior did not answer since he had shed too much blood and now his hands did not rise. The Amugi came down from the sky and said that now the tiger could try to pat it with its tongue again. The lightning and energy that the Amugi began to extract became red, with his third eye helping him with this. Changes in the color of power meant complete control over the energy within the body. The leader of the Iksha clan said that it was time to put an end to this battle, and a huge number of lightning appeared in the sky. The lightning accumulated into greater and greater force, becoming brighter and brighter. Lying on the floor, the tiger accepted that it was in this method that he would die right now. But suddenly the grandfather ran out and put up several hundred totems to block the lightning from the sky. At the same time, he ordered the tiger to get up immediately. He promised that he would take time, but he wouldn't succeed for long. The tiger lay on the floor and showed no signs of life at all. The uncle was losing strength every second, and constantly told the tiger to take his son and run away. The Amugi directed more and more energy to the point where his uncle stood. But Chan Sung said that he is no longer going to lose people dear to him in front of his eyes. To distract the enemy, Hassan jumped straight towards the leader of the Iksha clan. Uncle simply couldn't believe it. It looked like the stupidest mistake of his life. The Amugi turned towards the boy and his gaze changed. At the same time, the grandfather felt that the lightning was losing its energy. After another moment, feeling the weakening of the lightning, the tiger was able to stand up. Hassan tried to divert all attention to him. The tiger wanted instant revenge, and his uncle was thinking about how to save the boy. Standing up to his full height, the grandfather told the tiger to take his son and get away. But here the uncle saw that the tiger also changed its appearance, and looked like a Yakujin. He grabbed onto the Amugi's neck and swore to himself that he would never let him go. He shouted to the tiger to quickly attack him, while the boy distracted him. Hassan really defeated him with all his might. The leader of the Iksha clan figured out how to throw the boy off and hit him with the back of his head. But Hassan still restrained himself and continued to strangle the Amugi. Hassan was still shouting at the tiger, ordering him to finish off the leader while he was weak. And then the tiger began to use one of the most powerful techniques he knew. His entire body was enveloped in flames, and his eyes shone brighter than the sun. Dita watched in horror as the tiger pushed off the ground to attack the clan leader. Realizing that this was an unusual tiger, the uncle realized that at such a rate, Kason was in danger. But when the grandfather jumped, the Amugi immediately noticed it. He straightened several tentacles from the ground that headed towards the elderly man. Within a moment, they completely enveloped grandfather's body and he could not move. All that Chan Sung could do was just watch the fight between the two gods. But it seems that the leader of the Iksha clan had a plan, as he shouted that Khan's son and tiger would both burn. Another lightning bolt appeared from the sky, which was thicker than the previous ones. But this attack did not exactly hit the one the Amugi wanted to hit. The grandfather, who was hanging in the air and who was being held by the tentacles, began to fall. Flying down, he only thought about how to save Hassan, and a moment later he landed and instantly lost consciousness. The leader of the Yaksha clan looked into the smoke and waited for a tiger to emerge from it. But suddenly the third eye sensed a danger that threatened the Amugi from somewhere unknown. The tiger appeared right from below, and the leader of the Yaksha clan saw it at the very last moment. The tiger was getting closer and closer, and he had more than enough rage. The leader of the Yaksha clan was scared because he understood that he would not be able to defend himself, and Hassan, in turn, shouted for the tiger to immediately attack. A moment later, one tentacle appeared from the ground, followed by a second one. This tentacle grabbed the tiger's hand, which was already ready to smear the enemy's face. The Amugi laughed ominously, as he realized that the tiger's attack had failed. But the tiger strained his hand, which was engulfed by the snake. The golden claw cut into the air around, and all that Hassan and the clan leader saw were these claws. Then the tiger dealt another blow with which he cut the tentacles, which until that moment had turned out to be very strong. At this moment, Amugi realized that he needed to retreat in order to gain new strength. But the boy didn't let him in. Suddenly Hassan felt the heat that radiated from below. He was getting closer, and even the leader of the Yaksha clan covered his face so as not to feel him. Hassan could have let go of his opponent and stepped aside, but he didn't. The tiger's fury and skill created the perfect combination for a killer attack. What a dream, that the leader of the Yaksha clan flew away in different directions after the explosion that the tiger created. While in the air, Hassan completely lost any strength, but as he fell, he only thought that the tiger was the strongest of the strangers. Hassan sincerely believed in his victory like no one else. Meanwhile, the tiger caught his opponent in the air and swung his claws at his body. When the Amugi opened his eyes, in front of him he saw these claws that shone brighter than 10 suns. A moment later, the tiger struck a longitudinal blow with these claws across the entire body of the leader of the Yaksha clan. The blood from his body gushed in different directions. It was the most deadly blow of all that were in this battle. Amugi could not understand where the tiger got such strength, and after the tiger picked him up and threw him to the ground, the leader of the Yaksha clan almost lost consciousness. The tiger was angry and at low speed fell straight on his head. By this moment, the Amugi had almost stood up and did not see the trouble approaching him. The tiger used a huge amount of energy to ensure that this blow became the last for the enemy. The claws began to glow again and were not a few centimeters away from the back of the Amugi's head. But the leader of the Yaksha clan decided that he did not want to die right here. When the tiger was about to strike, a blue protective aura appeared around the Amugi. The tiger could not break through it, so he covered his face with his hands so as not to go blind. A moment later, a huge amount of energy began to be extracted from the clan leader's body, over a not very long distance. Such a splash would kill almost anyone within a radius of several meters around. Literally after 10 seconds it stopped, and no sounds were heard. The Amugi was still alive at that moment, but all his clothes were torn and he had no strength left. The tiger that stood behind him also lost all its power. They were both exhausted, and the only question was who had enough energy to attack. The tiger turned to Amugi and said that it was over right now, when suddenly the tiger noticed that some kind of wooden object appeared before his eyes, and this object was a wooden bat from a Takabi who stood nearby and swung it at the warrior. The tiger did not want to believe that standing in front of him was the one whom he and Hassan had voluntarily released. Takabi hit tiger on the head and he fell to the floor. Seconds after that, the demon ran up to the Amugi to help. After the fall, Hassan could not get up, so he lay here until now. It was not difficult for Takabi to find him among everyone who was nearby. He no longer remembered at all who Hassan was and how he once saved his life. Therefore, he silently lifted him onto his shoulder, and they, together with the demon and the leader of the Yaksha clan, left. After some time, the action moved to Huatuo's laboratory. The demon was in a hurry with everyone in order to run into the laboratory as soon as possible. Having gone inside, she began to look around and screamed to look for Huatu. Having found it, she immediately asked him what the current state of the clan leader was. But the doctor immediately assured that the demon had absolutely nothing to worry about. This is due to the fact that even though there are minor injuries on the body, Mr. Amugi cannot be broken so easily. The leader of the Yaksha clan was in a tank with an unknown liquid, very close to Hassan. The girls didn't like what Hua had planned at all, and what he was going to do. She asked whether it is necessary to carry out the transplant now, because you can wait until the Amugi has fully recovered. But Hua told the girl about his desire to get the guy's power and be reborn into an unknown creature. After all, this was precisely the original goal of the Amugi. But the demon said that her question was, why replant now when you can wait? Then Hua clicked on the computer and said that it was in vain that the girl didn't trust him. After that, he began to go to another computer, and the girl, following him, said that she had not finished speaking yet. Hua Tuo interrupted her by saying that he believed that such injuries would not be a problem for Mr. Amugi, and if he fails to eliminate this kind of obstacle, then this means that his vessel was not capable of more. This wording from the doctor really frightened the girl. She took him by the collar of his robe and asked him to repeat that nonsense again. But Hua said that since the transplant had already begun, if something happened to him, it would have a huge impact. The demon really didn't like the fact that some doctor decided to directly threaten her. In response, Hua just laughed. This situation amused him. Then he said that the girl should look at the Amugi, because before her eyes the birth of the strongest Superman is taking place. All the monitors in the room lit up blue when the doctor said this. He then started typing something on the computer in a hurry. The girl tried to ask what the doctor meant, but he only answered that the current circumstances were incomparable. He looked through the protective glass at the body of the leader of the Yiksha clan, and was delighted. He liked to realize that his hands would soon create a Superman. As soon as he said this, the Amugi's eyes opened and everyone around him saw it. The demon immediately screamed, turning to her master. The head of the Yiksha clan took a very deep breath through his mask, as it was difficult to breathe, and then the girl approached the doctor and ordered to stop everything as soon as possible. But he appealed to the demon's lack of understanding of the situation and refused to do this. During this argument, Han's son woke up and was surprised, to put it mildly. After listening, he realized that he was in some hospital where they were arguing a lot about something. The boy had no idea where he was or what was happening to him now. Then he turned on those who were arguing, and recognized the demon in the girl. But then he turned his head and was very frightened by what he saw. In the next tank, not far away, there was an Amugi, who looked like he had just woken up. The boy immediately got wound up. Apparently it was a shame that he couldn't kill the leader of the Yiksha clan right now. At that moment, the girl's argument with the scientist stopped, and they looked in the same direction. Hua Tuo saw the boy there and said that he couldn't believe his eyes at all. The girl watched more, but also added that she was seeing something like this for the first time. Everything began to glow, and an unknown liquid flowed from one capsule to another. The scientist was interested, because now he would be able to conduct a bunch of different experiments. All supply systems for both capsules worked and showed positive results. The demon, due to the fact that she did not understand what was happening now, was most worried about Amugi. The cardiogram, which was supposed to notify the scientist about the condition of the test subjects, showed positive results. He looked at them and couldn't get enough of it. Ha-sung suddenly looked straight at the scientist and tried to understand what he wanted to do with him. Within a second he began to feel that his weakness was increasing. But this was not weakness, but an ordinary dream, since Hua took care of such things. Closing his eyes for just a second, Ha-sung found himself in a completely different room. This is not to say that it was terrible, but rather the interior was very tense. He was tied to a chair, and the doors were iron and padlocked. Sunlight was the only illumination, but suddenly someone turned on the spotlights. When the boy opened his eyes, he could not understand who was standing in front of him. And in front of him was a doctor who said that the boy couldn't even imagine how long he had dreamed of meeting him. Moreover, how many nerves had to be spent to catch such a person as Hassan. But the scientist was consoled by the fact that all this work was not in vain and brought results. Without listening to the scientist's remarks, Hassan asked who was standing in front of him and what kind of place it was. But Havada said that the boys don't have to think about it, since there's no way in from here. There's no way out. He further said that the Amugi no longer needs Hassan, but the scientist still wants to experiment. The very name of the leader of the Yiksha clan made Hassan feel angry. Then he turned on a rougher voice and asked the doctor what he had done to him. Coming closer, the scientist said that it was too early for the boy to relax, since they still had a lot of time. He also added that the boy should not die quickly, as all the studies would go down the drain. Hassan, in turn, just looked at the floor and thought about what was happening in the past. The scientist introduced himself, saying that his name was Watu. Then what made him laugh very much, and he turned around and began to laugh loudly. As the boy walked away, he shouted his name several times in the back. Although the doctor heard, he still did not want to react to such situations. Closing his eyes, Hassan found himself in a completely different place. This place looked like an abandoned barn that had once been a warehouse. The boy was sitting on a satla in the middle of this hangar, and his hands were tied. He opened his eyes and looked around again, and couldn't understand anything. After all, just a few seconds ago he was in a completely different place, and with a completely different environment. When he began to twitch, a few seconds later he heard that someone was addressing him. There were several people of very different ages who stood a few meters from Hassan. They all seemed to be confident in the situation they were in. One of them was a little more serious than all the others, and seemed to be the local leader. The rest were more frightened, and their faces were confused. Hassan asked what kind of place this is and who everyone present is. He then added that he had just spoken with Watua and would like to continue the conversation. A man with red hair turned to the commander and said that the new guy was quite funny. But the commander only silently looked at the newcomer and said nothing at all. Then the man with red hair overturned the boy's chair and began kicking him, saying that he himself did not know where the doctor was. Then he lifted this chair, which is why Han Song, who was sitting on it, began to become cowardly and tried to find balance. The leader's right hand bent down and said that he, too, would like to know where the doctor goes so he can punch him in the face. At this moment, Hassan came to an understanding of who all these people are and what kind of place this is. And the man with red hair mockingly said that he was glad to welcome the boy to school. And then, with the same mockery, she said that he congratulated the newcomer to the court on joining class number 13. Hassan didn't hire anything, not just a wine, not about class number 13. He asked if he meant school. The man with red hair said that this is a school, but one in which everyone often beats each other up. He also added that this school is different in that no one can graduate from it. After all, they became the lab rats of that mad scientist Yuksha clan, and accordingly they were stuck under the roof of this hangar forever. Now Hassan knew that he was assigned to a lower level zone, and Jackie, that was the name of the warrior with red hair, offered to get along. Then the commander said that Jackie could stop, since the commander knew what to do. He moved the girl closer and asked Rita to check the new arrival. The boy still doesn't fully understand what's going on, so he was surprised when the girl came closer to him. Suddenly, this girl's eyes glowed blue. Hassan looked into her eyes and didn't know what to think. The eyes became brighter and dimmer, but it turned out that they were looking straight into the soul. At that moment, the boy felt like he was going to throw up right now. A second later, Rita said that the newcomer has consciousness control, summoning weapons, telekinesis, regeneration and transformation. Hassan was surprised that this girl was able to analyze his abilities. Jackie was especially surprised that the newcomer had so many abilities. Even the commanders had doubts. So I asked Rita if she had made a mistake. Then the girl stopped and said that there was another ability that she had just learned about. Her eyes glowed blue again, and she stared at one point in the wall for several seconds. Then she continued walking and said that it just seemed to her, and the list of abilities is final. Then the commander said that he was surprised that such a warrior was sent to them. Jackie's face looked uncertain, especially after someone said that this sucker would be stronger than him. A second later he grabbed Hassan by the outer clothing and pulled him closer to him. He wanted to say something, but the boy interrupted him at that very second. Hassan shouted that he must meet with Watu. After all, he has no reason to become his guinea pig. When Jackie, with a little force, threw the boy on the concrete floor, the smile on the face of the commander and the others disappeared, but the reason for this was not known. Jackie said that it's not up to the boys to decide who will date whom. He then began kicking the boy with little force while he was tied to a chair. He then raised his fist to hit him in the face several times, but when he blinked, Hassan had already completely freed himself from the chair and seemed to be in a different place. Looking around, he saw a boy on the left who was asking Jackie why he was afraid that his son would be stronger. And at that very second Jackie became very angry and shouted that the dream was talking about some kind of nonsense. He blinked again, and didn't notice how the boy's eyes glowed blue, and he took a chain from somewhere. The boy jumped, and at the same time raised chains and daggers into the air, asking Jackie which ability should he start with. Jackie was more embittered than ever, and despite the lack of special abilities, at that moment he was ready to kill. But suddenly a sense of understanding came to Hassan, due to the fact that he got into the enemy's head. He saw that the energy inside Jackie's head was absolutely dark and red. Hassan rummaged around here a lot trying to find the true essence of Jackie, or the moment that changed him. And he found memories in which the current commander very often defeated Jackie in battle, and he constantly boasted to the other prisoners that Jackie defeated him with ease every time. Then he decided that he had no other choice except to become stronger, and take revenge on everyone. To all those who humiliated him all his life, Jackie started screaming because he realized that the boy could be crawling around in his head. Once again, he was inside his head and began to shout at him to get his son out of his thoughts. But now the eyes of the commander, who was also in Jackie's memories, shone. Hassan tried to study more deeply all the thoughts that worried Jackie, but something prevented him. Having come to reality, he saw that real streams of plasma began to burst out of Jackie's eyes, and these streams of plasma were even able to hit the boy, because one of them flashed near his eye. Jackie looked at the result of her work, and realized that the lasers still could not hit Hassan's body. He became even more angry and prepared to attack a second time. Well, the boy said that now it was his turn to counterattack. A huge number of daggers appeared behind him, ready to rush towards Jackie. Jackie looked at all this with horror, because he understood that with his abilities it would not be possible to reflect everything. Hassan, in turn, didn't really like that Jackie immediately inflicted damage on him with lasers, so he was cruel. When the knives began to fly towards the target, an idea came to Jackie's head. He decided that there was no need to wait for them, but to immediately use lasers to hit the target. And so it happened. A second later, he released another stream of lasers at the place where Hassan stood. But the boy managed to quickly dodge these attacks by jumping from left to right. Jackie really didn't like that he didn't hit the enemy, because in order to turn his head while using lasers, he had to train. Hassan, in turn, took a stable stance and prepared to launch another attack. He raised his right hand and blue energy began to appear near it. This alerted Jackie, and the feeling was very close to fear. The boy asked why, since Jackie was bullied, now tried to do the same. This time the swarm of knives did not just rise into the air, but flew towards the target with great speed. Using lasers from Jackie's eyes, she managed to shoot down several of them, but the bulk of the flying knives still flew further. Some of them flew towards the group, which was carefully watching the battle. Despite the fact that part of this group flew into the wall, one of them approached the boy who was standing next to the commander. Those knives that flew at the commander himself were easily repelled by him. Well, when that same commander looked down, he saw that some knives still reached the guy. Also, several daggers reached Jackie's body, causing him serious damage. Falling to one knee, he began to call his commander and asked him to help him in battle. The commander began to emit red energy, and slowly began to approach Jackie. But his gaze did not radiate kindness, and moreover, he approached absolutely silently. Jackie needed a few seconds to understand that he had not come here to help him, and when the realization of this came to Jackie's head, it was already too late. As soon as he realized this, Hassan immediately flew up to him from the air and punched his opponent directly in the face. Jackie began coughing up blood and his face was severely deformed after such a blow. The boy, in turn, tried to catch his breath, as he had spent a lot of energy during the fight. Lying on the cold floor, Jackie begged for help from the commander, and he slowly began to approach again, at the same time listening to Jackie say that they were a family. Jackie believed that they were all a precious family, and so he asked the commander to raise him. Having come as close as possible, the commander said that these words were simply ridiculous, and at the same time he placed his foot on Jackie's forehead. And then he kicked with all his might at that very spot, causing blood to start flying in all directions. He repeated these actions over and over again, and seemed to enjoy it. The boy who was wounded by Hassan's knife looked at what was happening with disgust. The girl who had been standing next to the commander all this time only coolly watched from the sidelines. Hassan had absolutely no idea what he was watching now, and what it all meant. But suddenly the commander said that Jackie was right about this family being precious, and took out the blood essence from his body. This sight shocked the boy, and the questions became more and more every second. The commander raised this essence high above everyone who stood in the room. This essence was a perfect ball, and after a while the commander pierced it, after which a thin stream of essence flowed directly into the commander's mouth so that he stood under it. Energy began to spread throughout his body and the commander's glow became brighter. The boy stood just a short distance from him and witnessed these events. But what surprised him most was the cruelty of the commander. He did everything as if he had been planning to do something like this for a very long time. He asked if Jackie was not a comrade of the commander, but he replied that that schmuck was clearly not even his subordinate. Then he looked into the boy's eyes and thought about what role to give him. The commander said that Hassan is not Jackie's replacement, but he will also have to become his pawn. Then the boy asked what would happen if he decided to refuse. At that moment, the commander made a movement with his hand, after which the boy felt discomfort. A thin cut appeared near his right eye from which a small stream of blood began to flow. Then the abs became a little wider, and the blood began to flow more abundantly. Then the commander said that this was not a request, but an order. Look at the cut. Hassan realized that the blood didn't want to stop and was constantly flowing. But he had to be distracted from such a minor wound, since a girl he didn't know said that she would straighten the brains of the newcomer. She warmed up and began to move closer to him, emitting purple energy. Hassan was scared because he didn't understand what abilities she had, because nothing was clear from the outside. That young man who was wounded with a knife looked at all this and through his thoughts tried to tell him that it was better for him to give up. And then the girl came as close as possible to Hassan and said that she had everything under control, and the subsequent fight can be considered a self-introduction ceremony. Then the boy noticed that the girl began to evaporate in lightning. Then, a moment later, she completely disappeared somewhere, and even when the boy looked around, he didn't see her anywhere. It was difficult to realize that Hassan's opponent was so powerful that he made himself disappear. Within a second, the boy felt the presence of a girl behind him. Because of the feeling of the girl's presence, the boy immediately tried to hit her with his hand. But the enemy turned out to be more agile, and Tabas easily managed to strike Hassan. It hit the boy's pain point, so he was immobilized for a while. And then Hassan tried to counterattack with his left fist, but the girl disappeared again. Then she moved behind the boy and said that he looked pretty cute for a beginner. Hassan could not get used to the fact that his opponent was always evaporating. Tabasa, on the contrary, tried to compensate for all her shortcomings with the help of the effect of surprise. But the boy shouted that he was never surprised by such abilities, and prepared to attack. He tried to throw a roundhouse kick at the girl, but she dodged. Then Hassan began to feel that the wound, which had already healed until that moment, began to bleed again. When the boy turned his gaze to the commander, he saw that he was smiling sarcastically. Then the girl approached him, and he complimented her, saying that she did a pretty good job of presenting herself. Then Tabasa advised the commander to be gentle with the newcomer, because such interesting personalities are not often found. The commander agreed with every word of Tabas, so he nodded. Hassan at this time was no laughing matter, as the blood was coming out of the wound more and more abundantly. The wound became wider and wider, and the blood did not stop flowing. Then the commander asked what the boy was feeling now, because it was obvious that he had not experienced anything like that. At the same time, he came closer to the enemy and asked if he was able to regenerate. Hassan realized that with such blood loss he would pass out very soon, but he still had strength, and decided to attack. A pile of knives appeared in the sky again, looking towards the commander. He was delighted with the boy's move and stability, so he said that it was quite fun to fight with him. After these words, the boy tried to strike the commander, but he quickly dodged, and then the knives that were flying in his direction sharply scattered in all directions, after the movement of the commander's hand. Hassan and the commander looked at each other, and the second said that he had not fought so well for a long time. After that, he suddenly struck with his legs, but since the boy was still conscious, he dodged. The commander was surprised, to put it mildly, because he wanted to fight with this technique. But the commander still decided to carry out another attack with his foot, which Hassan dodged. But standing up to his full height, the boy noticed that the commander still had an ace up his sleeve. While standing on one leg, the commander managed to hit Hassan in the stomach, pushing him into the concrete. At the moment of flying towards the wall, the boy lost faith in victory, and long ago lost his strength. The commander raised his hand and swirled the essence of Han Song in it. He told his opponent that he was very surprised that he was not exhausted, and then he straightened his hand, which released the essence that levitated above it. When the boy looked towards the commander, he noticed a not bright glow. He was surprised again, and tried to somehow explain it. Unsuccessfully, he saw a large blood essence flying towards him at high speed, and a moment later there was an incredible explosion, which was accompanied by a loud sound. The commander said that it was better for Hassan to think in a quiet place about a way to survive here. When Hassan opened his eyes to look at the enemy, he saw in front of him several drops of blood that were carried in the air. Then they all exploded at the same time, which caused another portion of irreparable damage to the boy. The commander, in turn, stood unshakably and watched all this for the last minute. He was pleased with himself, because he was able to show everyone present that he was capable of many things. But he was even more pleased that today he got to fight with a worthy opponent. It was necessary to come up with a plan for where to send Hassan. The commander looked at the defeated boy, and he realized that he needed to be taken somewhere. Therefore, he rudely ordered the overweight boy to drag the newcomer to another place. The action moved to a cold corridor illuminated by blue light. This corridor was quite long, and from time to time there were rooms on both sides of the wall. This boy carried Hassan on his shoulders further and further along the corridor. After walking for a few minutes, Hassan began to wake up, his strength began to return and he was conscious. The boy who was carrying Hassan was very surprised at what had just happened. He wondered where he got his strength from, because he looked like an ordinary person. Feeling that he began to move, the boy advised Hassan not to waste his energy because of the wasted blood. Then Hassan asked to let him go, because he felt very uncomfortable in this position. He also said that the guy would not receive any damage, and he would leave immediately. The plump guy knew that Hassan didn't know where to go, and it was true. Then he asked if the boy knew where this place was. This place was the prison, and various strangers were imprisoned here, but no one had yet managed to get out. This thought was the most painful for Hassan because an unpleasant realization quickly came to him. He realized that probably all his friends had been looking for him for a long time. Then he asked a new acquaintance if this place had a way out, and he replied that he didn't know for sure, but it was logical to assume that it was somewhere. But he's not sure that even Hassan will be able to get out. This division was called Class 13. And even in the cheekbone this zone was despised by all other 12 classes. This is due to the fact that they were deeper than all other classes. Therefore, if Ha wants to escape, then he needs to break through all the other classes that will want to finish him off when they meet. In addition, there is another problem in the form of a commander who kills everyone who resists in any way. The boy advised Hassan to obey so that the commander would not suck all the blood from his body. But the boy did not agree to put up with this psycho, especially when he even gets rid of his comrades. These words raised doubts even in Jae-woon, and he began to think. But even despite his surprise, Jae-woon still continued to walk, and after a short time they arrived. And when the boy asked Jae what kind of place this was, he asked him not to ask anything. And he warned that if he continues to go against the commander, then in the end he will have to fight Jae-woon too. But he didn't want this, because he was definitely not sure that he would survive, and most likely would die like Jackie. Then Hassan asked the boy's name, and he introduced himself. After examining him from head to toe, the boy asked to apologize for the wound on Jae's leg. But he said that everything was fine, because the bleeding stopped flowing very quickly. And then Jae-woon said that he had to go, but the boy could call him if something happened. And he also warned that a newcomer should not talk to the guy opposite. Turning around, Hassan was very surprised by such a request. Obviously, talking to this person could bring danger to either Hassan or Jae-woon. Meanwhile, interesting things were happening in the hangar where the boy was originally brought. Tabesa walked around everyone else and said that she thought the new guy was cute. She then turned to Rita, asking her opinion about the new guy. But she didn't even have time to answer anything, because the hand of the commander named Damper grabbed her by the neck. Such action surprised and frightened absolutely everyone who was nearby. The commander leaned Rita against the wall, and at the same time lifted her up, asking if she knew that the newcomer was a human. Rita was silent for some time, as she could not say anything because of the commander's hand. Then Tabesa approached the commander, and said that he was wrong, because a person could not have gotten here. The commander took Rita by the head and ordered her to immediately reveal everything she knew, simultaneously hitting her on the floor. Immediately after the first blow, blood gushed out of her mouth. A second later she said that she knew that the newcomer was human, but she couldn't believe it. She argued this by saying that it seemed to her. But Dampier was furious. Tabesa said that the commander was given a clear answer and he needs to let Rita go, otherwise she will die. Then the House of the Feast, without making any special effort, threw her away from him. But this force was enough for the girl to fly into a concrete wall at full speed. She then got down on all fours as she could barely breathe due to her injury. The commander came closer and said that only one finger would be enough for him to finish off Rita instantly. Tabesa tried to change the conversation, asking the commander how he understood. He replied that he had tasted blood, but he still did not understand where a person got such strength. Damper decided that he needed to somehow contact Hua in order to understand what was on his mind. Then he turned to Rita again, saying that she was alive only because she was useful, and it is her ability to read the abilities of others that gives her the right to life. And Rita told the commander that she completely agreed with this. The Damper said that there would be no point in keeping her alive if she couldn't even catch a mosquito. Running his fingernail near her forehead, he created a shallow cut, as if reminding her. Then the commander said that Rita needs to remember that if she wants to live, then she needs to obey. Pulling her head by the hair, he ordered Rita to answer something, and the girl at that very second said that she understood everything. Let's move to the cell in which Hassan was now sitting. His movements were limited due to the fact that he was wearing heavy metal handcuffs. He remembered his uncle and the tiger, and did not know whether he would be able to see them at least once before the end of his life. Pessimistic mood set in, and the boy thought that hunger would kill him much faster. Suddenly, raising his head, the boy noticed a girl holding a bowl of stew in her hands. He happily asked if she brought him food, and a second later the girl hastily threw the bowl on the floor and began to leave. Then the dream asked to untie his hands, because otherwise he would not be able to eat with them. The girl stopped for a moment in the doorway, and then, turning around, she said that the boy needed his abilities just for this. And at first Hassan thought about it, and then an idea came to him. And this idea was quite interesting, against the background of boring days in prison. He used knives to move the stew closer to him. This was the first time he used such fine control. The cellmate who was sitting opposite said that the boy could easily remove his handcuffs with these knives. Hearing this, Hassan paid attention to him and lost all concentration. Because of this, the plate along with several knives fell to the floor along with the boy, and the situation really looked shameful, and Hassan was angry. Firstly, his cellmate laughed at him, and secondly, he was hungry, and after laughing he said that this time he came across a very stupid neighbor. Since Hassan became very interested, he immediately asked what his name was. Well, the neighbor only said in response that, apparently, the boy was very hungry. Hassan said that this was true, but unfortunately all the food fell on the floor. Then the neighbor switched to another topic, saying that it was obvious that the new guy had crossed the path of the Damper, and he said that they are similar in this regard, because he is not particularly different in this regard. Then Hassan asked how long his neighbor had been in the cell, and he answered that about a month. After this, the boy came up with the usual question about the neighbor's name, but he interrupted him, all because he felt the presence of a stranger nearby. Moreover, the neighbor was sure that this stranger was a girl. A moment after his remark, a purple glow appeared in the corridor. A second later, Tabesa appeared at a short distance from the neighbor. The girl immediately came even closer to her neighbor, and asked how he had been chewing all this time. But without thinking twice, he shouted that Tabesa had better shut his mouth quickly. Then the girl said that he still had the same cute face and sharp tongue, and if he continues to sit here in this position, his blades will become dull. At that moment, memories of previous battles surfaced in this same neighbor's head. He controlled the two blades as if he had been born with them in his hands. Leaning closer, the girl said that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to sweep away the 12th grade. But he replied that he fought solely for the sake of his family, and not for their sake. But the girl said that this was not true, because otherwise he would not have put his own life on the line to help him get out. Hassan was very attracted to the word get out, and he isolated it from the general dialogue. Well, his neighbor was still silent, and pondering the girl's words. Tabesa said that it was better for him to bring those who escaped back, and if he kills them in front of the commander, then they will be able to work together again. At that moment, the neighbor smiled and was ready to say something. He informed the girl that this idea was very suitable for someone who has no pride. Tabesa warned that the commander wants to execute his neighbor, so she quite seriously offers him a solution. The neighbor screamed again and told the girl to leave immediately. Tabesa did not understand why he did not want to agree, and in response she was silent for a short time and looked at her neighbor. Finally, she said that it would be a pity if the well-known Chok Chun Kyung ends his life like this. A moment later, it evaporated and in its place only purple light remained. Hassan looked at his neighbor in surprise. It was difficult for him to believe that in front of him was Chok Chun Kyung himself. Hassan quickly remembered that Chakchun Jiang was the military commander of the Goryeo dynasty, a great warrior of his time, and having put the puzzle together, the boy asked if he knew how to escape from this school. But in response, Chakchun only showed him a smile, explaining that he meant escape outside the 13th form, and not outside the school. And then the neighbor said that the commander ordered him to finish off those two, arguing this by saying that he doesn't need those on his team who can't fight. Then the boy asked what Chakchun did. The neighbor replied that he could not kill those who did not even know how to fight, because pride must remain in any case. Hassan realized at that moment that his neighbor was much better than he thought. In the evening of the same day, Hassan asked his neighbor if the two were alive, and he replied that most likely yes. After all, he killed everyone when the wars from the 12th zone burst into them. However, they are still in school and they cannot get out. Hassan admired his neighbor's response. Among all the others, he seemed to be the most noble after Jae-woon. Then she said that he did everything he could and now he's paying for it sitting here. At that moment, Rita came into the room and said that Jeff and Tammy, whose savior had been caught by the search group. This alerted the neighbor and seriously frightened the boy. Then the girl said that in an hour they would be executed in the assembly hall right in front of Chakchun. Nothing surprised Hassan anymore, but he still couldn't understand how a damper could be so crazy. The neighbor swore that one day he would destroy this traveler. When leaving, Rita said that this is impossible in the state they are in now. The door closed behind Rita and at the same time all the hopes of Hassan and Chakchun disappeared. Well, the neighbor really didn't like that Rita didn't help them at all. Suddenly they heard the clink of metal, and turning their heads they saw the girl throw the keys through the hole in the door. The boy felt that he was not alone in this world and that there were those who would help. By moving the dagger, he forged a bunch of keys and sent it straight into his hands. The boy understood that now he and Chun Kyung could get out of here, but as soon as the keys got close enough, a familiar purple flash appeared. A moment later, the girl's hand grabbed this bundle. Tabesa asked what the bunch of keys is doing here anyway. Feeling the advantage, Tabesa said that she came here to persuade Chakchun for the last time, but ended up escaping. Chakchun was very angry because Tabesa ruined all his plans, but after disappearing, the girl said that she would give the keys to the commander, and they would see each other at the place of execution. Then Hassan's neighbor started shouting for the girl to stay here and talk, but she left, and Chakchun blamed himself for the fact that those two would die because of him. The boy saw that there was nobility in his neighbor, and he could feel pity. A few minutes later everyone was already at the execution site. The commander said that today they will judge the traitors, and will start with those who abandoned their class and ran away. It was Jeff and Tammy. Until this moment everyone thought they were on the run, and after them two more will follow, who contributed to the escape of the first. The commander said that they would end with the one who dared to mock the damper, and after that, Tabesa grabbed Rita and said that such a bold trick was unnecessary. And when they brought Rita closer, the commander hit her in the back of the head with his hand, causing her to fall. Jae-woong looked at all this, and even he was horrified. Rita was lying on the floor and blood was coming out of her mouth again. It looked like she had lost consciousness. Then the commander said that it was necessary to begin the execution and start with the old man and the young girl. Then one of the commander's assistants swung his sword and prepared to execute the old man. A moment later the knife moved, and the old man prepared himself for the fact that right now he would die. But then someone screamed at the top of their lungs that the execution needed to be stopped. This man fell to his knees and asked the commander for everything to stop. It was Chakchun, and he said that if the commander kept them alive, he would do whatever he wanted. And then the damper said that kneeling would not be enough. He slowly approached Cho Chun, who was kneeling, and kicked him. The commander dealt several more blows to the warrior's body so that he could not move. During the beatings, he asked Chiak Chun over and over again whether he would really do absolutely everything. And when he stopped striking, he took the warrior's chest with his hand and began to lift him up. Then Chak Chun said that he would do anything if he did not touch them. The commander let him go and laughed quietly. It seemed that he already knew what to ask. "I'll throw it away in Chak Chun." He said that he agreed with his proposal. The warrior was barely conscious after all these beatings, but he believed that he had made the right decision. Meanwhile, Kason ran closer to Rita, and despite his tied hands, tried to help her. The commander said that since everyone was happy with his decision, then it was time for him to have fun. Once again he asked Chak Chun what he was ready for. After the warrior did not answer, The damper ordered to finish off those two with his own hands. And then the warrior began to scream and tell the commander that he would not do this. The damper turned his head to him, and said that it was strange that he suddenly began to resist. They looked at the warrior for a short time and silently, he turned around and plunged his hand straight into the old man's body. Hassan and Jae-woon were shocked when they saw this. And before his death, the old man began to glow blue and said that Chak-chun must save Tammy. Then he took hold of the hand that was sticking out of his body, and the blue energy stopped more and more abundantly. The commander understood what this old man wanted to do, and he didn't like it. The old man said that even the weak have their own way of resistance. The energy turned into a sphere which in a few seconds should have turned into a powerful explosion. Chak-chun started shouting to that old man, calling him uncle. He saw that even through the energy that his body was instantly drying up, because all the energy was moving outward. Then an explosion occurred, and all the energy contained in the sphere spread throughout the hangar. Everyone ran to a safe distance because they did not want to be killed by the explosion. The old man's body turned into a burnt skeleton and went out in a moment. The commander said that it was for this reason that he kept his subordinates nearby. After all, if he had not used the old man as a shield, he would have died on the spot. Then the damper said that we need to move on to the small one. Chak-chun was really angry. He didn't like what was happening in this hangar at all. He shouted that no matter what, in the future he would kill the commander someday. But the most terrible picture was for Tammy, who was looking at the charred corpse of the old man. She just looked at everything that was left of him, and repeated the name Jeff over and over again. Incredibly, Jae-woon's pity at that moment turned into anger. The energy in his hand began to accumulate and change, after which he said that this act was dirty and low. A second later, both his hands were covered with stones, and the boy shouted that he would no longer forgive the commander. And this behavior on the part of Jae-woon surprised absolutely everyone, because before that he agreed with everything. And then Jae hit with all his strength the structure that limited the movement of the Chak-chun. This structure was so strong that it practically managed to stand. Then Jae-woon said that the warrior needs to take revenge on the commander for everything he did. War turned to face the enemy and thanked Jae for the liberation. Dapper laughed and said that he didn't expect the fat guy to cope with the castle. Then Chak-chun began to use a technique that distinguished him from the rest. Shifting his hands, a katana began to appear from his palms. Within a few seconds it turned into a full-fledged sword that radiated energy. The warrior said that the commander would receive punishment for all his cruelty. But this did not impress the damper. The battle began, and Chun Jiang directed a stream of energy from the sword towards the enemy. Hassan turned to Jae-woon and said that he didn't know that Chak-chun could summon swords. Then Jae-woon struck Hassan's handcuffs with his stone hands several times. Meanwhile, Cho-chun constantly struck at the commander, but he quickly dodged. The warrior shouted that the damper only knows how to run away endlessly. Then he lunged and delivered an unexpected blow to the commander with his sword. At this moment, a brighter blue glow appeared around the sword, and it meant something. Within a moment, blood gushed from the commander's chest. He stopped and covered the wound with his hand, realizing that the battle this time would not be easy. Then Chak-chun asked the commander how long ago he tasted his blood. But then Damper said that his blood did not interest him at all. Within a second, Tabesa appeared in the air behind Chak-chun. The warrior was not expecting her, so all that remained for the girl was to approach his back and strike. And as I got closer, she picked up speed more and more. But when she flew as close as possible, the warrior moved to the side. Then his eyes lit up, and he said that it was a base, and he should come up with something new. After that, he hit her in the face with his elbow, and the girl did not have time to dodge. She began to fly to the side, but Chak-chun also stabbed her with his sword. The warrior tensed since he struck the last blow when the girl had already begun to evaporate. The girl moved to another part of the room and said that she was close to death. Chak-chun, in turn, was surprised, because he clearly felt that he ran his sword over her. Then, a moment later, a cut appeared on the girl's body from which blood began to flow like a fountain. After that, the girl fell to the floor and lost all strength to fight. The commander said that he thought that the girl would be stronger. But if this were the case, he would have to figure everything out himself. But while he was saying this, Chak-chun had already pushed off the ground to jump with his sword in his direction. But since he was far away, the commander still had time for his techniques. He began to suck the blood from the girl's body, who was lying exhausted on the floor. She felt that she was losing too much blood and would not last long. Since Talbus's body lay in front of the commander, he made a net from her blood. This net quickly came off her body and flew towards Chak-chun. The sword could not cut it, so the net completely hampered the warrior's movement. The commander said that it was simply ridiculous that a warrior could not cut that network. The girl raised her bloody hand and addressed her commander. She also raised her head a little and asked the damper for mercy, but the commander only kicked her in the head and told her to shut up. And then the damper immediately moved towards the warrior and said that he had not tasted his blood yet. He straightened his arm and prepared to pierce through Cho-chun's body. But at the last moment this was prevented by Jaeun, who stood against the trajectory of the hand. At first, the commander was embittered because he was unable to finish off the warrior so quickly, and then he noticed that several of his fingers were broken due to such a strong blow to the stone. Then some kind of dagger began to fly through the air and approach the Chak-chun. It was a Hassan dagger, and with impressive speed it cut the network of blood that held the warrior. After a couple of seconds, the net completely turned into a pool of blood on the floor. The boy shouted, "What about Chak-chun Kyung now? He can move freely." Then the warriors again took out their sword and said that it was time to finish off the commander. But then Rita approached him and asked him to stand still. When she placed her hand on his shoulder, the warrior's body began to emit much bluer energy. At the same time, Rita's eye began to glow bright blue. Chak-chun did not understand at all what was happening, and even expected a blow from Rita, but she only said that his true strength had surpassed once, and should surpass again. The warrior did not understand the meaning of these words at all, but he trusted Rita. When he turned his head and looked at his sword, he noticed that a blue aura had thickened around him. When he asked Rita why she did this, the girl said that she would tell him later. At that moment, the commander ran up to Jaeun and kicked him with all his might. Looking at the lying guy, he said that today he would send everyone to the old man. But it seems that Chun wanted to ruin his plans, who hit the damper in the face with his hand. He then struck the commander's chest with his sword. Seeing that the damper was writhing in pain and could not defend himself, the warrior realized that it was time to end this. At that moment, the commander got down on one knee and blood began to flow from his mouth again. Then the warrior accelerated and prepared to strike the final blow, or rather, several blows, since he struck the commander with his sword several dozen times. And the damper could not defend himself from this, which is why he received injuries incompatible with life. He fell to the floor and his body flew to one side and part of his right arm to the other. Everyone who stood and watched from the side all this time was surprised by the result of the attack. The commander hastily picked up his hand and could not understand how this happened, and the warrior tried to understand how he managed to cut off his hand, because he didn't even strain. But then I remembered that he who has surpassed once, surpasses again. What interested Chak-chun the most was Rita's ability to awaken other strangers. The commander held on to his hand, and at the same time experienced incredible pain. Rita asked the warrior why he waited and didn't finish off the damper, but the commander said that everyone around was behaving like rats. Then Chak-chun pointed the sword at him and said that he had heard that on the surface he was called the Duke of Blood, and so he hopes that the commander will not beg for mercy with such a reputation. Damper said that he should not be killed, because only he can become the commander of the entire class. And moreover, if he is killed, there will be no one to communicate with the guards. No one knew the guards, but Dampier said that 100% lawlessness could not reign in this school. In other words, there are those who control what happens throughout the school. Rita asked the commander how this had anything to do with him. Damper said that they will not accept the fact that they got rid of the class commander, so he needs to be saved. The warrior thought about it, and this very fact pleased the Damper very much. He screamed and said that everything was obvious, and he should be left alive anyway. Then Chak-chun asked why the guards did not intervene in any way when the 12th grade burst in here. Then Dampier said that he was almost turned inside out while he was settling the whole situation with the guards. Everyone around, and especially Chak-chun, had very little faith in this. Then the warrior swung his sword again, and the commander realized that he was outnumbered. But to the surprise of everyone else, Chak-chun did not strike the opponent's torso or head. The blow fell on the place that subsequently brought the commander a lot of pain. The Damper tried to jump away, but the sword still reached him and cut the tendon. But still, the commander was pleased that this blow did not kill him, and a grin even appeared on his face. When suddenly something kicked him from the side, and he immediately fell to the ground. Turning around, the commander saw a son in front of him, who approached him with incredible speed. The damper also noticed this, because it was surprising that the boy was very fast for a human, but Hassan only smiled, which caused misunderstanding on the part of the damper. Then the boy swung his hand to strike the enemy, but the commander smiled and said that they would have to postpone this battle until later. Black bloody bats began to fly out of his head. There were more and more of them, and they absorbed more and more of the commander's body. Realizing what had happened, Chak Chun cut as many bats as he could with his sword, although he managed to shoot down quite a large number of them. But still, a large mass of them was able to fly a long distance from the damper's body. Jae-woon noticed that it turns out that he had such an ability all this time, and then looked at Rita. She said that she knew about this ability, but did not suspect that it was used to escape. And when the warrior cut another bat with his sword, he said that everything would be different now. He raised his sword and said that since the damper was no more, Class 13 was now free. Everyone who was in the hangar was sincerely happy, because now there was no need to worry about their lives. The entire crowd was very happy about this news and the overthrow of the dictatorship. Well, then Jae-woon said that not all things are finished yet, after which he ran up to Tabesa and said that under no circumstances should one forgive this girl. By this moment it was generated and lay on the floor. All and sundry ran up to her and wished for death. Well, pushing aside the onlookers, Hassan came up to her and said what needed to be done differently. He told the onlookers that he understood their feelings, but this time he needed to restrain himself. Chak Chun asked why Tabas should be left alive. The boy replied that they would still need her to communicate with the guards. In addition to the hangars, this school also had a sewer system. It was not the best place, but nevertheless strangers could somehow live here, and it even had its own hierarchy, a whole society. Suddenly, one of those who was here was very surprised by what he saw. It was the corpse of a withered old man who was lying in the water of this sewer. A man with a beard approached his master and said that this was done by a damper's subordinate. Assuming that this was due to the fact that graders appeared during the capture of the fugitives, who tried to hide in the sewer. Without thinking for a second, the man whose name was Gunther asked to connect him with Eve. But the subordinate did not quite understand his commander, so he was confused. But Gunther ignored him and began to walk in an unknown direction. On the way, he told Robert, that was the name of his subordinate, to follow him. He also said that they should prepare for the worst, which means war. At this time, a commotion occurred at the school headquarters, and specifically in the control and management office. There were many computers with surveillance cameras, and someone was constantly looking into them. The girl who was looking at one of the monitors admired that they managed to drive away the damper. She watched as the previous commander crawled down the corridor with his hand in his left hand. For her it was like a show, and she said that the Duke of Blood was a little unlucky this time. When suddenly the doors behind this girl opened and someone began to enter. It was Hwatua along with Takabe. Looks like the scientist had a task. Hwatua noticed that they had not seen Euphemia for a very long time, but the girl said that he should just call her Eve. Then the scientist said that no matter how much he looked at Eve, she always seemed brave and reliable. But Eva assured the doctor that all this happened thanks to his mercy. Hwatua was sure that she was exaggerating and wanted to compliment her. But nevertheless, he agreed that it is truly a real masterpiece among all the works. At this time, another boy ran into the room, and because of this, the corresponding light on the panel lit up. I asked you what was the matter, and the guy said that Gunther from the 11th grade wants to talk to Eva. When Eva asked what this was all about, the guy said that he was requesting permission to go to war with the 13th grade. Hearing this, Hwatu laughed sincerely, and it sounded a little creepy. After that, he asked the guy if Hassan was still in that class, and having received a positive answer, he turned to Eve. The scientist said that this situation is similar to when a drop of ink falls into clean water. Eve agreed, and after that the scientist gave permission for war, arguing this by saying that this is exactly what this school exists for. Meanwhile, the action moved to the main office of one stranger. This stranger was a demon, and after completing all the tasks, she relaxed with a glass of whiskey. Just leaning back on the chair, she dozed off and at that moment thought about her future plans. Suddenly a security guard ran into the office because he had very important news. He notified Demon that Kyung's 6th office was attacked, and Demon noticed that the guard was injured. She was embittered because she realized that the reason for this was most likely her acquaintance. It became clear to everyone that this was the 5th time. The attacker said that he was looking for a guy named Hassan. The demon didn't like the fact that this psycho had wandered all over the world in search of the boy. The guard said that some measures need to be taken, otherwise he will kill everyone. But the demon only wanted one thing, for her master to help her solve the problem. But the Amugi was still in no condition, and was recovering from the battle. All the demon needed, as the boss of the clan, was for the master to return to working order. At this time, a dialogue also took place in the safe house of the National Intelligence Agency. Chaser was surprised by what her subordinate told her. He said that the office of the Iksha clan was destroyed again, for the umpteenth time this week. She asked if the subordinate was sure that it was a tiger. He replied that he had a photograph. Taking a photograph out of his pocket, he said that he was 100% sure that the tiger was to blame. Chaser liked this information, and did not like it at the same time. She, of course, understood that the tiger most of all wanted to find Hassan, but his methods only complicated everything. And suddenly everyone heard someone nearby approaching the door to this room. It was the Nine-Tails, who already looked like a real policeman. Chaser looked at him hopefully, and asked if he managed to find out something. But he immediately, and with a sad face, replied that no. To put it mildly, the Chaser was not happy that the fox did not find any information at all. But the Nine-Tails assured that there could be no information here. After all, the Amugi, something Takabe, evaporated at that moment as one. The fox has already gone around all his comrades from Korea, but they still won't be able to find out anything. Then the Chaser assumed that Hassan was sent abroad. The fox turned to the boss and asked permission to fight the demon at least once. Well, what if she said that at this moment she cannot give permission for this? The Nine-Tails was very disappointed in this information, and the Chaser, in turn, said that in order to attack such a big shot, you need a big reason. Suddenly, another subordinate entered the room and notified the Chaser that someone wanted to meet with her. The boss was very surprised to hear this, since she was not expecting any guests. A girl wearing sunglasses and holding a small dog in her right hand came into the room. She immediately sat down at the common table and everyone was waiting for her to start telling something. Chaser first asked why she came to this place. The girl apologized for not being able to contact us in advance, and said that she had come to help the team. This information completely confused Chaser, because she could not find any reason to help. The girl said that she knows that the police are pursuing the Iksha clan, and most likely knows the clan's connection with the Amugi organization. Of course, the police knew about this, but the Chaser had no idea that anyone else knew about it. The girl said that despite all the denunciations, they still cannot determine in which direction to move. But the whole point is that there are crooked forces that hinder the police and try to neutralize them. Taking out a flash drive, she said that Amugi has influential connections in the media, and all the other information is in it. Both the fox and the Chaser did not know what to think after the information received. Meanwhile, Tabesa regained consciousness in her room, which was in the 13th grade. She still felt powerless, but was already in an adequate state. Hassan approached her bed and asked how they could contact the guards. The girl said that theoretically this is impossible, since only the class commander has such powers. Realizing that they now had no commander, the boy proposed to elect a new one. Chok Chun thought about it, and came up with an action plan to solve this problem. He threw his hand on Hassan's shoulder, and said the following. The warrior told the boy that now he is the new commander of the 13th class. But Hassan said that the commander must be the strongest, and that is Chok Chun. The warrior replied that with such a character, he would never become a commander. The boy believed in himself less and less, because he understood that he was a person and not a stranger. Rita looked at the confused Hassan, and at first wanted to say something, but still remained silent. Tabesa at that moment said that since the team left her alive, she should say something. Whatever the reason, after such a mess in the classroom, the guards will not sit idly by. Everyone turned to the girl and asked what she meant. Tabesa said that perhaps they themselves would not act, but they could send someone from other classes. Then someone asked who was in the other classes, because the 13th class was at the very bottom. Tabesa reassured me by saying that the higher-ranked ones are strangers with similar abilities, and any weaklings are thrown into the 13th grade. This greatly offended Chok Chun, who until that moment had been confident in his superiority. He summoned the sword again and said that it was unfair that the management called him a weakling. Suddenly, he and everyone else sensed a presence outside the room. Chok Chun quickly realized that most likely enemies from other classes had already arrived. An explosion occurred, due to which the concrete wall along with the doors collapsed. Gunther entered the room along with Robert, and the rest of his subordinates from that class. Chok Chun looked at them and tried to understand what class these guests were from. He settled on the assumption that they were all members of the 11th class. When Gunther walked inside, he addressed all the members of his class. He said that now is the best time to take revenge for everything. He directed his hand towards the 13th class and ordered him to enjoy revenge to the fullest. The huge thugs immediately attacked the weakest strangers, throwing their bodies in different directions. They struck helpless and frightened strangers, mocking them. For the most part, absolutely all the enemies were of enormous size. Moreover, they were angry with the 13th grade and wanted to kill them all. One of the thugs knocked the helpless stranger to the floor, and was about to finish him off with his foot. But then he felt a very sharp pain in that same leg, and was speechless. He saw his leg flying to the side, and a sword shining in front of his face. Chok Chun said that organizing a show on someone else's territory is not a good idea. Then all the members of the 11th class looked at him, and prepared for battle. One of the commander's subordinates said that he would completely figure it out. His name was Lucas, and before each fight he turned into an animal. His body changed almost instantly, and his legs turned into hooves. Gunther ordered Lucas, that was the name of the warrior, to kill the pitiful creatures immediately. When the 13th grade group looked at this transformation, they became seriously tense. Hassan at that moment understood a lot about the hierarchy of the prison. After all, it has now become clear what the 11th grade prisoners were like all this time. Lucas was able to transform into a humanoid boar with red eyes in just a few seconds. Chok Chun turned to the boy, calling him a commander, and asked for some command. At first, Chun Kyung wanted to take on the problem himself, but Jae Woong suddenly stepped forward voluntarily, and his hands were already completely covered with stones, and he said that he would go after this Lucas himself. As soon as he got a little closer to the boar, Lucas immediately pushed away from the place where he was standing. Robert, who was standing next to the commander, said that you have to be stupid in order to take a frontal blow from Lucas. The boar reached its target very quickly, and it was very difficult for Jae Woon to restrain it. But ordinary warriors would have flown away from such an attack, and the stone boy only moved a few centimeters. It could already be considered a small victory that Jae Woon managed to hold back the boar running towards him, and in order to add stability, he also turned his legs into stones. Now all of Jae Woon's limbs were made of stone, and because of this, there was no point in the boar pressing further. The boar raised its head to look straight into the eyes of its opponent, but at that moment, Jae Woon released one hand and grabbed directly one of the boar horns. He was very angry at the attackers, so he had no energy to spare. A moment later he tore off this horn and threw it away. From such an attack, the boar immediately retreated several meters back. Blood began to flow from the place where the fang grew, and the boar became even more angry. The stone warrior concluded that the damage was considerable, because the boar didn't even move. Then Lucas shouted that he would only fight the damper, but Jae Woon said that first let him defeat him, and then he will look for the commander. The boar became even more angry and accelerated again in order to ram the stone warrior. Jae Woon prepared himself, and thought that he would definitely win this battle. Holding Lucas by the head, he shouted that he was glad that he was at least of some use. The boar laughed, after which he turned his head slightly, revealing his tusk. Within a second, he pierced Jae Woon's body right through with this same fang. Blood began to flow from the stone warrior's mouth, as he did not expect this. Hassan and the other observers were also scared and surprised. After that, the boar threw Jaeun away, and at that moment it seemed to the stone warrior that time had stopped. Then he fell to the floor and only now felt all the damage he received in the battle. He tried to get up, but still early from the fang was quite significant. The stone warrior really didn't like that his limit was so low and he looked pathetic. But he just wanted to sincerely help all his comrades. Everything began to darken in his eyes, but suddenly he saw someone's hand. Then he realized that Rita was near him, and she asked the warrior not to give up, and she advised him to believe in himself just as everyone around him believed in him. At that moment, hope appeared in the eyes of the stone warrior. He did not understand where the surge of strength came from, but then he realized that he had overcome his boundaries and became a transcendent. Rita, who turned around at that moment, saw that Lucas was running towards her to finish her off. But as soon as the boar ran very close, he immediately received an uppercut from a stone fist. Now Jae Woon could throw stone fists, and he took advantage of it now. After the blow, this fist made a circle around the room and headed towards the stone warrior. Flying close enough, he flew straight into Jae-woon's hand. The warrior's entire body became stone, and even his head and face were covered with stones. As soon as the hand landed, Jae-woon immediately struck again, this time hitting the ground. These same fists passed along the ground with great speed and then approached the enemy's feet. Lucas didn't even have time to understand anything, but only lowered his head and saw stone fists. Within a second they grabbed Lucas by the legs and he could not move. At that moment, Jae-woon shouted Chok Chun-kyung's name, hinting that he was worth helping. At that same second, he pushed away from the place where he stood and his faithful sword was already in his hands. He pushed off from the back of the stone warrior in order to gain greater speed. Within a moment, he came straight to Lucas' head and swung his sword. But the sword went only a short distance, after which something solid stopped it. Chok Chun could not understand why the blade did not pass further along the enemy's body, and he noticed that in front of him was Robert, who used his shoulder to protect Lucas. And it seems that Robert didn't like the way the boar fought before. The blade was only a short distance away from Lucas' head, but he still asked why Robert got in. The old man turned around and said that he couldn't let the boar die just like that. He then slashed his chest directly at Cho Chun. His clothes began to tear due to his muscles, which were growing larger every second. Claws began to appear from his fingers and his skin became whiter. I transformed further. Robert said that it would be interesting to fight with the one who destroyed the 12th grade. Finally, Robert turned into a huge cave snow bear. Chok Chun, in turn, picked up the sword that was lying on the floor and prepared. Looking Robert straight in the eye, he said that he once caught a couple of these bears high in the winter mountains. At this time, the old teen was waiting for someone in the parking lot of the shopping center. Chaser sat alone in the passenger seat and yawned from the fact that she had been here for a long time. The Ninetails, who was sitting in the back seats, asked if the target was exactly here. Chaser said that's for sure, because they listened to the telephone conversation. A representative of the ruling party named Cho Young-tae is supposed to translate for the meeting. Amugi managed to turn a third-rate politician from a disintegrating family into a representative of an influential party. And now the Yiksha and this politician will appear here for the transfer of illegal capital. Chaser noticed that someone began to get out of the car they were watching. A representative of the Yiksha clan met with a politician who also had some kind of bodyguard standing next to him. The Ninetails suggested moving forward, but Chaser said that something else needed to be done first. She opened the car window and said that first she needed to film evidence of the transaction. She stuck her phone out of the car and took a few photos. But it seems that the bodyguard whose bodyguard was standing next to the politician didn't really like everything. He felt that somewhere nearby there were rats hiding, trying to keep an eye on him. Having begun to accumulate energy in his hand, he had already figured out how best to catch these rats. And then he sent his expanding arms straight towards the machine with the Ninetails and Chaser. The girl didn't even notice how this hand grabbed her phone. Then the bodyguard, having received this phone, pulled his hand closer to himself, and when his hand contracted to its usual size, he squeezed the phone with all his might, breaking it into small pieces. Then, looking towards the car, he said that the girl should forgive him, because he understands that there was a lot of important things there. Liz said that he never expected a politician to take a stranger with him. Then a representative of the Yiksha clan invited the politician to follow him into hiding. The guards, along with a representative of the Yiksha clan and a politician, began to run away inside the shopping center. The only one left in the parking lot was the bodyguard, who was looking around. Why did he swing his arm, which became longer in a second, and shouted something towards Chaser? The Ninetails did not even imagine that there are strangers whose arms lengthen. Chaser said that this was also the first time she had seen such a stranger. They, together with the fox, immediately got out of the car, as the enemy sent two hands at once at it. Hiding behind a concrete wall, the Ninetails noticed that a hand was moving towards him. Within a moment, the hand pierced through this wall as if through butter. Time seemed to slow down, and an idea came to the fox's head. He climbed onto this elongated arm and began to run along it towards the owner. Having reached the end, he kicked him right on the chin. This was quite a significant amount of damage, even for an outsider. After that, the Ninetails quickly landed at a short distance from the enemy. The bodyguard, in turn, pulled up his hand, and it decreased several times in size, until after some time it turned into an ordinary human hand. The man turned to the fox and said that he had already heard about the Ninetails. Kumi said that he also saw a bodyguard. His name was Un Ju Ho, who was a medalist at the Asian Judo tournament. The bodyguard replied that he became a judoka, because a long life quickly becomes boring. Then the fox asked why the stranger stopped at the silver medal. Did he really have a conscience? Unju practically laughed, because he believed that conscience only applies to people. After which, striking with his hand, he said that the one who took the gold gave him a bribe. He continued to strike with his elongated arms towards the fox. That agile one succeeded until Unju understood the tactics of the nine tails. Therefore, the bodyguard managed to grab the enemy right by the face. After that, he swung and slammed the fox into the concrete floor with all his might. And when he picked it up, he threw it at one of the cars, from which the fox bounced into the other two. After all this, he flew into a concrete wall that was not far from the last car. Visually, it turned out that Kumi had practically lost his condition, because he did not move for a long time. But when the bodyguard wanted to finish him off, the nine tails moved his head to the side. But the hand turned around, and Unju managed to place his elongated hand behind the opponent's back. But suddenly a fire explosion occurred and the bodyguard lost visibility. When the explosion passed, Unju saw only smoking remains of concrete in the place where the nine-tails was sitting. He began to look around, hoping that the enemy was behind him. Well, look to the left. He saw Kumi, who said that he almost died from such an attack. The nine-tails realized that with such an opponent it would be difficult to maintain a distance. Therefore, it was decided to end the entire battle with one blow. Having accumulated a sufficient amount of energy, he used the fox art of flame jet. The bodyguard was surprised that the fox used fire in this situation, all due to the fact that the fire instantly activated the fire extinguishing system that was in this parking lot. Water began to pour from all sides, covering almost the entire parking area. The bodyguard and the nine-tails looked at each other in silence, because the huge tongues of fire were no longer there. Kumi was lost because he did not expect that this could happen. The bodyguard laughed, and was glad for his life as the fire went out. The nine-tails could not understand how he did not take this factor into account before the battle. Meanwhile, the battle was still going on in the assembly hall of the 13th class hangar. Chok Chun fought bravely with the bear, and it seemed that he was even succeeding. But after he dealt many blows, he noticed that the bear did not particularly react to this. Once again dodging the obvious attack of the bear, he asked why he had not died yet. To which Robert said that the enemy's sword looked more like an ordinary toothpick. Chok Chun looked at their leader, Gunter, and realized that he would have to break the plan. After all, he wanted me to use this ability before the fight with him, but apparently I'll have to. He leaned his free hand against the sword, and it began to become covered in a blue aura. The eyes also glowed blue, and it seemed that this meant maximum concentration of energy. The warrior took a stance, and a blue aura appeared around him, especially around the sword. This was a surprise to everyone, both Lucas and Rita. At this moment, the warrior jumped back and prepared to attack the thug. The sword plunged straight into the bear's chest, and after several efforts it was able to get inside. After such a blow, the warrior immediately jumped away from the bear, and blood gushed out of him. Robert experienced unbearable pain at this moment, and understood that he had lost. He fell on all fours and tried to catch his breath for a few more seconds. But Chok Chun decided that it was time to cut off the head of this bear. Jumping once again towards Robert, he ran his sword straight across the bear's throat. Meanwhile, some girl was walking along the corridor to the assembly hall. It was Tabesa, and now she didn't feel very well since her strength had not yet returned. Walking to the door to the assembly hall, she realized that the whole battle was taking place there. But for herself, she decided that in such a situation the best solution would be to run away. Meanwhile, Chok Chun tried to strike the bear and cut off its head, but he was very surprised when he didn't succeed. Instead, the bear grabbed the warrior's sword with his teeth, and he could not move it. This bear then bit into the blade and it broke into many small pieces. When Tabesa went inside, the first thing she saw was the members of the 13th room, who were fighting with the animals. This was very different from an ordinary battle, because a huge number of strangers were fighting among themselves. Several of them did not even notice how they killed their opponents, and moved on to others. Then Tabesa realized that it was not a battle taking place here, but a real massacre. While Hassan was knocking one of the opponents away with his fist, he noticed something. Looking to the side, he saw Tabas, and wondered why she forgot there. Well, then he heard the roar of an enemy who tried to attack him from behind and turned around. By striking again with his fist, he managed to eliminate him, but the other animals did not wait either. At this time, Gunther came up with tactics, because he thought to finish off the leader, and the matter would be decided. Hassan did not notice how one of the bears approached him again from behind and had already opened its mouth. Then he realized that he could use Tabesa to repel this attack. The girl looked at him and did not understand what exactly the boy wanted from her. But after a few seconds, Hassan disappeared from under the paws of that bear. This greatly alerted all the animals around, and they turned their gaze to the leader. Gunther wondered why the damper had not yet appeared, since his class was on the verge of extinction. This aroused suspicion among the 11th class commander, and he was waiting for a setup. Suddenly he heard a boar without a tusk shouting his name. Turning around, he saw that Tabesa appeared in the sky behind him, holding someone in her hands. She overpowered Hassan, who was preparing to strike the 11th grade commander on the back of the head with his fist. All that Gunther saw at that moment was a fist that looked like a mace, and was approaching his forehead. Due to the fact that the commander's reaction was rather weak, he simply closed his eyes and squinted. He hit him on the head with all his strength, causing the commander to lose his balance. When he fell, the boy ran close to the commander, and several knives appeared in the air near him. All the subordinate animals looked at the head of the clan, and did not have time to do anything. Shanson picked up one of the levitating knives and told everyone present to listen to him. He brought the dagger to the commander's head and said that if everyone didn't stop now, the commander would die. At that same second, all the 11th class warriors stopped moving. The bodyguards who stood near the commander could not believe that this happened. Gunther said that Hassan can safely strike right now. The boy did not understand at all what he meant, and he was confused. Turning his head, Hassan noticed that the clothes on the commander's hand began to tear, and then the clothes tore on his chest, and blue lightning began to travel through his body. The boy ordered to stop, but it seemed that the commander was not going to listen. Gunther's face also changed and became more animal-like. At this moment, the dream pressed on the knife, which was located right next to the enemy's forehead. But when he did this, there was an explosion of lightning that threw the boy to the side. After Hassan looked at the commander again, a humanoid wolf was already standing in his place, and Gunther, taking one of the knives, said that it was just funny when a boy tried to kill him with such a weapon. He threw it at Hassan's feet and said that he praised her for such an idea. At that moment, the boy realized how huge the commander was in disguise, and indeed, standing next to him, Hassan felt like a bug. But the fight between the bodyguard and the Nine-Tails still continued. Unju managed to grab Fox from time to time and throw him against the concrete structure. And it seems that Kumi didn't quite like it, since he was exhausted over time. And so, once holding the Nine-Tails, the bodyguard figured out what to do. He took the enemy by the neck and lifted him a short distance from the floor. Then he screamed like a madman, and the force in his hands became more and more harsh. After that, he threw Kumi into the concrete wall with incredible force, and the Nine-Tails did not have the strength to jump back and not fly into her. A smile appeared on the bodyguard's face, and he said that we needed to wrap up. Feeling victory, he looked at the fire sensor and said that even the water in it had already run out. He then kicked Kumi's leg to draw attention to himself. After this, he jokingly said that it would be better for him to cause a little fire, since he was getting hot. Well, in response, the Nine-Tails only laughed. The smile on the bodyguard's face still hadn't disappeared. He concluded that Kumi simply went crazy before his death. But having risen a little, the Nine-Tails said that the bodyguard needed to beware of cars. When Unju looked back, he saw a car a meter away from him, driving at all speeds. Since he was not ready for this, his reaction was accordingly not enough to evade. The car kept getting closer and closer, and at that moment it seemed to him that it would continue to drive for a long time. Chaser, who was driving this car, said that now it would be very painful. A moment later, the car flew into the bodyguard's body, and blood gushed from his mouth. Having carried his body several tens of meters across the parking lot, the car crashed into a concrete wall. Smoke and dust flew in all directions after this contact. Chaser didn't get out of the car in very good condition, as she still crashed the car into a wall. But she found the strength to take out a pistol and, pointing it at the bodyguard, ordered him not to move. But for some reason, Unju's body began to glow with red energy. Raising his gaze, he asked if the girl was a cop, because not everyone could be so self-willed. Chaser was definitely not in the mood for a long conversation, so she said that scum like him were subject to an exception. After these words, she fired almost the entire clip from her pistol into the bodyguard's body. Although the enemy managed to shield himself from some of the bullets with his hands, the bulk still hit the body. But it didn't seem to do him much damage since he was smiling. Realizing his superiority, he shouted, asking who the girl took him for. At this moment, Chaser could not understand why she could not move, seeing the danger. Her gun was still in her hands, and she couldn't even fire more shots, much less run away. And the opponent again extended his hand and directed it towards the girl. But suddenly Knizer felt that someone's hands were trying to pull her to the side. A second later, she saw that the Ninetales managed to pick her up and jump to the side. Having run to a safe distance, the fox apologized to his boss. He said that although the fire would go out from the water, a backup option appeared. After all, right under the bodyguard there was a huge puddle of fuel that poured out of the car that washed him away. And suddenly, the realization came to the enemy's head that he was standing on this puddle. At that very moment, the Ninetales used the fire technique and shot flames at the gasoline. The huge puddle instantly ignited, and for some time there was even a small explosion. The politician's bodyguard was completely on fire and could not help but regenerate and not move. In a short time, his body was very badly burned, and he was in hellish pain. He constantly shouted, and at that moment the fox realized that the enemy was powerless. He then looked straight into the bodyguard's eyes and decided to use the curved flame sword technique. He jumped up and aimed this technique right at the enemy's face. This sword flew straight to the place where the Ninetales was pointing it. The fox and Chaser looked at the body of the defeated enemy and thought about what to do next. Meanwhile, in the 13th grade, and specifically in the assembly hall, the battle continued. It was very difficult for Hassan to take Gunter's punches and he often dodged. During this, he could not understand how the enemy could be so fast. Jae-woon and everyone else watched this battle from the side and thought how they could help. Sometimes the boy missed blows, so his body was covered in bleeding wounds. The largest one was on the shoulder, which Hassan easily removed with the help of regeneration. Then the wolf asked how he could have this gift, suggesting that his opponent was improved by Hua to himself. After all, Gunther had never seen so many incompatible abilities in the body of a stranger. Hassan shouted that the wolf was talking too much, and they should go back to fighting. But at that moment Gunther was only thinking about why Hua threw this boy here. Chok Chun watched this confrontation from the side, and understood that the boy did the right thing by attacking the leader. But he also knew that Gunther was not a weakling, so he needed to help his commander. Using the technique again, another sword began to appear from his palms. He pushed off the ground and began to move towards the bear, which he needed to deal with before attacking the Gunter. Having made a tackle under his feet, he thought that big guys like him weren't usually very agile. Sliding his entire body, he prepared to strike straight at the bear's back. But at that moment Robert bent his leg, and in this way struck Chok Chun directly on the body. The blow was not strong, but it disoriented the enemy, and now the bear was ready to deliver the decisive blow. Robert hit Chok Chun with his huge paw, sending him flying into the concrete floor with enormous force. The warrior with the ball lost her strength and did not know what to do next to counterattack. Not holding back this blow was a huge mistake, since he lost a lot of strength after that. But who was not going to give up was Jae-woon. He was always eager to fight and fight back. He struck several opponents with his stone fists at once, which is why he managed to fight off the crowd. Having fought off several animals, he looked towards Hassan and realized that he needed to be rescued. Well, then he saw that a huge crowd of animals rushed straight towards him. Hassan, meanwhile, tried to fight off the wolf using his club-shaped fists, but by delivering blows, Gunter was able to dodge them over and over again without receiving damage. Hassan was surprised at his opponent's strength, and compared his strength to that of a tiger during the fight. But then he felt that Gunter had pointed his huge paw right at his neck. The wolf lifted him a short distance, and said that the boy seemed to be exhausted. Rita was standing a short distance from Hassan at that moment, and, out of fear, did not know what to do. But she understood that the boys could not cope with such a powerful opponent in such a state. With the last of his strength, Hassan managed to tell Rita that she should awaken his power too. Rita began to use this technique, because the boy also had a powerful and sincere desire to become stronger. But the equipment did not want to work, most likely due to the fact that Hassan was a person. Gunther said that it was all over and Hassan lost in this battle, which was his last. After that, he struck with his sharp claws directly along the body of Hassan. Blood began to flow from the boy's mouth and he immediately fell to the floor, exhausted. He just lay there, and the wolf looked at the defeated enemy, feeling the joy of victory. The boy could not speak. Recovery will take a lot of time, but he needs to find the strength to get up. Coming closer, the wolf said that even though the boy has the gift of regeneration, if his head is torn off, he still won't get up. Gunther laughed and asked Hassan what would happen in this case. Meanwhile, the entire team watched what was happening from the control room of the school headquarters. Eva stood near the computer with Hua Toy and silently watched what was happening. Then Hua laughed and said that he was delighted to watch everyone try their best. Eve replied that each of the warriors was in a desperate situation, and the battle really looked interesting. The doctor thought that in this way they killed 2 birds with 1 stone, conducted research and raised the mood. But I was still interested in one fact, because she didn't know why the doctor blocked the boy's ability to absorb. He replied that only a leader like Amugi could have such an ability. Others do not need this gift. Now Eva understood why the doctor did this, and she seemed wise to her. Hua then looked at the bloody body of Hassan and laughed loudly. Looking at the monitor, he asked the boy what he would do now, in such a difficult situation. But things were very bad for Hassan. And of course he didn't have a specific plan. While the wolf was approaching him, the boy hastily tried to restore his entire body through regeneration. But she became less and less quality with every step Gunther took towards him. A few seconds later, the wolf came close to the boy, and then Hassan practically stopped the regeneration. Gunther said that most likely Hassan obviously feels pain during regeneration. Well, then the boy suddenly turned around and released a small number of knives towards the enemy. The wolf was able to easily repel them, and he said that this attempt was rather weak. All the knives were successfully knocked off and scattered in different directions of the assembly hall. Gunther was tired of this game and said that it was time to end it and finally kill Hassan. He invited the boy to show him everything he could do, but at that moment Hassan could no longer even move. It was very unpleasant to realize that the boy would die like this in a prison that is not clear where it is located. But he noticed that the knives did not fall to the floor after repelling the attack. And looking in the other direction, he also felt the presence of Chak Chun, who was fighting with the animals. He dealt a horizontal blow towards all the circles at once in order to throw them back for a while. After that, he shouted Hassan to ask if he was okay, but the boy could not answer, but only replayed the name Chak Chun in his head several times. And then the realization came to Hassan. He combined the fallen knives and Chun Kyung's sword in his head. Having scrolled through this idea in his head, he realized that this was his only chance for victory. He shouted to the swordsman, asking if he remembered how Hassan ate in the cell. At first Chak Chun did not understand anything and tried to ask the boy again. Well, then a memory appeared in his head, and he understood what he was driving at. Because of this, the swordsman laughed, and the aura around his sword became even brighter. He pointed the sword towards the boy and asked if this was what Hassan wanted. With the last of his strength, the boy shouted positively, agreeing with Chak Chun's words. The swordsman threw his sword towards the boy with all his strength, but he initially began to lose speed. Having gathered all his strength, Hassan realized that if he could not attack now, he would die. The knives that had been levitating aimlessly in the air all this time also rose from the floor and moved below to the side. They united in one group together with the ball, which had almost fallen, and began to carry it. The knives, along with this sword, flew past the wolf and tried to fly towards Hassan. When they got as close as possible, the boy grabbed the sword by the hilt and got ready. The wolf said that these tricks are simply absurd, because with the speed of the boy he will not be able to attack normally. But then Hassan took the sword in both hands, and although he looked half dead, his stance still remained firm. Slowly, Hassan pushed off from the ground and was already in the air, preparing to strike the wolf's head with his sword. Then Gunther realized that this was the moment of execution, because the jump was slow and predictable. But suddenly he felt that the earth under his feet began to diverge. Half a second later he felt that something very hard was trying to hold his leg. Then I realized that the fist of the stone warrior most likely reached right under the ground and grabbed him. Because of this, Gunther was unable to swing his hand normally, and Hassan approached his head with the ball. At the very last moment, the wolf looked at the blade of the sword, which glowed blue, and approached his eyes. Then there was a blow of such force that a small explosion even appeared near the wolf's forehead. Gunther could not understand how the boy managed to make such an unexpected combined attack. His body began to fall, and although he was still conscious, his strength was disappearing every second. He tried to stay on his feet a little longer, but in the end he fell firmly onto the cold concrete. Hassan said that since he was close to others, it was worth taking into account the likelihood of his death. The animals were distracted from the battle and began to run to their commander. A smile was visible on Gunter's face, despite the fact that blood was flowing in a stream from that same mouth. Then he asked the boy if he really thought that he would be able to survive in this school. Then Hassan replied that Gunter himself knew that he couldn't, so he decided to come here and carry out a massacre. The wolf at that moment realized that all this time he had been acting blindly, not knowing the truthful information. Then the boy said that perhaps he would sit here for several years, but even after this time he still would not stop losing hope. After all, he has a team, and people you can rely on if anything happens. After that, Gunther lost consciousness, and the bear and the boar ran up to him trying to help. Robert turned back into a human, and was confused due to not knowing what to do next. It was this loss that brought tears to even such a brave warrior's eyes. At that moment, all the animals came to the realization that their commander was dead, fallen in battle. Lucas at that moment gained unprecedented fury, and looking towards the boy said that he would disembowel everyone. But suddenly he felt Robert put his hand on his shoulder, stopping him. He told Lucas that they should retreat, because they had already lost. But the boar asked if Robert really wanted to let the commander's killer get away just like that. Then Robert said that Lucas needed to look at his body, because it was all covered in wounds from the swordsman. Therefore, it makes no sense for them to die just like that, because if Robert dies, then the others will definitely have no chance of survival. Although the boar was incredibly furious, there was still a drop of doubt in his actions, so he agreed, and because of this, Robert began to walk at a low speed towards Hassan. Having asked whether he was the commander, he said that they were giving up and admitting defeat. In a trembling voice, the boy said that he agreed, and they all needed to go back to the 11th grade. Robert turned around and said that he would do it, and promised never to break into the 13th grade again. Hassan said that no matter what happened before, it was not they who did it, but the previous commander named Damper. Robert asked if he had killed him, but the boy replied that the Damper was still alive, as he had fled somewhere. Meanwhile, at the control headquarters, Huatoa walked around, because he really didn't like such a bland ending. Then Eve noticed that her assistant began to say that they had an intruder. By pressing a few buttons, she was able to display the broadcast from the surveillance cameras on the screen. On this screen was Damper, on his knees, holding his severed arm, begging for help. I understand how to behave in such situations. Eva said that she would deal with this goon, but the master had an idea, and he asked Eva to stay here. Then he smiled and said in a low voice that she should let the Damper in. After all, he came up with an experiment that could finally correct his bad mood. Meanwhile, the chaser was driving home through Seoul to her main office. But suddenly, while changing lanes, she noticed something ahead, and she slowed down. She had to do this because the car that was driving behind began to pick up speed and overtook her. Then she was squeezed from all sides by several more cars from which people began to get out. In an instant, they surrounded the chaser car and looked straight at it through the windows. A demon began to emerge from one of these cars, and she headed towards the chaser car. Coming close from the hood, she waved to the girl through the glass. Then the chaser screamed, asking what she was doing and what she wanted from her. The demon said that she was in a hurry, so the chaser had better quickly say that she knows about the tiger's whereabouts. The girl screamed that she knew absolutely nothing about this, and was just going home. The demon put one foot on the hood of the chaser and said that the police, according to the law, should not let such an important person go. But the girl sincerely could not understand what she had to do with it, because she was weakly connected with that tiger. Then the demon said that the chaser needed to follow her to clarify the circumstances. The girl began to pull out her pistol and said that perhaps she would refuse such an offer. At that same second, the demon kicked the hood of the car with all her might, which deformed the engine. It seems that now the girl is unlikely to be able to go anywhere in this car. Then the demon said that this was an order, and Chaser would either die or join them. The girl didn't know what to do, so it looks like she'll have to agree to save her life. Meanwhile, the action moved to the headquarters of the all-aliens school. In the hall where guests were usually received, someone was sitting and it looked like he was waiting. It was none other than Amugi, and he was doing pretty well right now. Huatoa sat opposite him and said that the gentleman had very amazing regeneration. As soon as he finished with this remark, he heard the doorbell ring. Then Huatoa was very happy and said that it looks like the guest he called has arrived. The door slowly opened and the stranger began to enter this room. It was grandfather, who was dressed in green outerwear and was very concentrated. Hua Tuo immediately ran up to him and greeted the elderly man, calling him Master Chan. Running up to Amugi, the doctor said that this old man, Chan, who was the top of the school and the head of the first class. Amugi introduced himself and said that he asked Hua Tuo to recommend the best hand-to-hand combat master. The elderly man said that he is overpraised, because he only tries to practice every day to become better. Then Amugi said that he knew that he had reached a perfect level, and asked to demonstrate the techniques. Chan said that if this is the master's desire, then they better move on to the duel right now. Amugi said that because of many matters, he agrees with the older man. Within a moment, he pushed away from the chair he was sitting on and rushed towards Chan. He threw a punch that should have landed right at his neck, but the old man blocked it. Chan said that Amugi is very fast, but he doesn't have enough strength to hit a block. Then the gentleman replied that he was in a hurry, so he wanted to take an accelerated course of study. After that, he turned around and punched the elderly man straight into the heart. This action plunged Hua and Eva into a real shock. Hua was the most angry and he started shouting at the Amugi, asking what he was doing. Chan missed this blow, and it seems that for him it was fatal and the last. A through hole was formed in his body, which could in no way be compared with later life. Within a second, the grandfather fell to the floor, and Amugi stood proudly near his body, and he laughed sincerely when the soul from the body of the defeated Chan passed into him. The Amugi turned to the scientist, and said that since the transplant was successful, he would no longer yield to the tiger in close combat. Hua tried to restrain his fury for some time, but he failed. He shouted very loudly because Master Chan was his best masterpiece, and he put incredible effort into it. Then Amugi explained that this is what the school was originally created for. All knowledge depends on how useful power is, but Hua was truly ashamed from the efforts that were spent on this elderly man. Therefore, he ordered Eve to show how she is an outstanding creation who is stronger than everyone else in the school. The girl ran up with incredible speed and was almost sure of her victory, and Amugi just stood still and thought that now he would test his strength. The girl approached her opponent as close as possible, and prepared her sharpened legs. So she kicked straight at the master's neck, but he dodged. The blade flashed just a short distance from his throat, but what Hua saw next changed his perception of Eve. The girl and the scientist noticed that the gentleman managed to bend this blade with incredible speed. While the girl was distracted by this, the enemy's hand reached for her neck. He began to strangle Eva, at the same time saying that she should not have confused her master. Being on the verge of death, Eve tried to pronounce the name of her creator, Hua Tuo. After a few seconds she began to roll her eyes as death was very close. Hua Tuo fell to the floor and he repeated Eve's name. She was very close to him, and he did not want to lose her. And many, finishing off the girl, said that Hua should not worry about anything, but only because his role is not finished yet and the master still needs him. In the end, Amugi lifted the girl to an even greater distance in order to make it easier to choke her. After that, Amugi turned his gaze to the doctor and said that in his new world, Hua would have much more work. After a few seconds, the gentleman released the girl's throat, and she began to fall rapidly. When her lifeless body fell to the floor, it became the strongest blow to Hua Tuo's body. From the suffocation, her face turned blue and blood began to flow from her mouth. This sight caused the doctor to vomit. Hua Tuo instantly became ill right on the carpet that was in this guest room. In response, Amugi only smiled. Of course, he did not have a drop of empathy for this girl. Hua Tuo, in turn, began to cry bitterly, because he did not even want to try to come to terms with reality. The Amugi left him alone with Eva's corpse and ordered him to watch the school as expected. Meanwhile, together with Robert, we entered 9th grade. The commander of this class placed them in the reception area because the boy asked for negotiations. The commander had just returned from the training room, so he was constantly wiping away the sweat that had accumulated on his face. He started the conversation by saying that now he knew what Robert wanted to report to him. The 9th class commander said that he was slightly disappointed in Robert from now on. He thought that he was a man for a long time, but now he sees that he has teamed up with the killer of his commander. Robert only said that this time he did not intend to make excuses to Alejandro, but he only wanted to look into the future. But if you look at Alejandro, it's as if he lived in Groundhog Day. And it turns out that the commander of the 9th class allowed another person to control his fate. And then Alejandro said that Robert shouldn't turn up his nose. He hit the table with both hands and said that it was better for him not to teach the commander what and how to do. Together they prepared to attack Robert as a class. But suddenly Hassan had his say. He explained that he came here not to fight, but to conclude an alliance. Then Alejandro asked, if he refuses, he will blow his head off like Gunther. The boy replied that he was in no way forcing him, because he still has comrades. All he needs is to be allowed into the 8th grade, because they want to find people who share their thoughts. Then Alejandro finally realized that the boy understood absolutely nothing about the hierarchy of the prison. After all, it has existed for a long time, and once upon a time there were opponents like the boy, and they gathered around themselves a very huge army, which had a chance to achieve their goals. Then Hassan asked how it all ended, and the answer did not please him very much. After all, each of them was torn into a bunch of scraps. The Dr. Hua has many warriors capable of destroying anyone you want. Moreover, the doctor executed all the commanders who took part in the conspiracy as a good example. Then Alejandro asked the boy if he had ever wondered why there are number 10 5th and 2nd grades. All this happened precisely because of the initiator of that point. Then Alejandro asked Hassan to leave with Robert, adding that if the doctor asks them, he will tell everything. In response, Hassan remained silent, and Robert only sighed, realizing hopelessness. Then, suddenly, one of Alejandro's wards came up to him and whispered something in his ear. Alejandro said that Mentor-chan was dead. The boy did not understand anything. For that, Robert was very surprised. The 9th class commander said that he had no idea who did it, but when he came to the reception, all that was left of him was a corpse. Hassan quietly asked Robert who Master-chan was, and he replied that he was the head of the 1st class. Moreover, he was a warrior who was the strongest in the school, whom no one could defeat. The realization of this fact frightened the boy along with everyone who was in the room. But Alejandro was most frightened, because he did not understand at all what was happening and what it could lead to. Meanwhile, something was happening at the mountain house of the Amugi company, which was located in the forest. Formerly it was a villa, but in reality it was the underground residence of the Yaksha clan. A short distance from this residence was the Nine Tails. He watched and tried to find which side would be better to enter. At that moment, a memory of him from the police station came to him. Then he negotiated with one of the workers about bugs. But when he communicated with him, the fox could not understand where this bug was on the worker's body. Then he pointed to the worker's earlobe and said that bugs are always located at this point. It was very unpleasant for the Ninetails to understand that people were putting some kind of surveillance chip in their ears. After all, a stranger like him had the innate ability to eavesdrop on something from a great distance. And trying to point his ears at one of the rooms in the residence, he heard a familiar song. He quickly realized that this song that his grandfather with totems constantly sang. It seems that this track is very popular. When suddenly Liz felt someone's hand on his shoulder, and he was seriously scared. When he jumped back, he saw that in front of him was the same totem who had listened to this song. The fox immediately asked him what he was doing here, and why he came. Then Chan Sung said that Kong Wu contacted him, and at that moment he was just with the tiger. The fox was very surprised when he saw the tiger come out of the shadows towards them. Approaching the fox, he asked if he understood correctly that Chief Che was in this residence, and after Weren's tail and gave him a positive answer, he pushed away from his place. He pushed off from several rocks that were nearby and landed at the very bottom. The guards who were standing near the main entrance to the residence felt a presence. Having taken out their weapons, they were very surprised to see the enemy in front of them who appeared so quickly. But they didn't even have time to point a gun at the tiger, as it immediately eliminated them. It took him less than a second to deal with these guards, after which he ran on. The fox was angry that the tiger had spoiled the whole secret operation, but the grandfather, in turn, said that he needed to catch up with him. The demon was in the residence at that time and watched from the window as everyone approached her. From here there was a very good view, and she noticed that the fox, the grandfather with totems, and the tiger were getting closer. And using the phone, she called Amugi and said that it was better to fly by helicopter. After that, she notified the gentleman that she had one request for him. Namely, the demon asked this time to finish off the Ninetails once and for all. Meanwhile, Huatoa was busy working in his laboratory and worked day and night. He placed Damper in a capsule and conducted various experiments on him to improve his body. He saw in Damper his chance to show the master what he was capable of. Oh, evil doctor had a plan. He wanted to create a stranger whom history had not yet seen, and with the help of this very stranger, ultimately destroy the Amugi himself. Constantly working on damper, he motivated his actions only by hatred of his master. He was truly embittered, and was confident that his skills would be enough to overthrow the Amugi. The warrior with the bat constantly did not leave a single step from Hua, and often guarded him from behind. Meanwhile, the entire guard of the residence began to run towards the enemy. Stopping halfway, they opened fire with their pistols. The tiger stood a short distance from them and moved very quickly. After they all fired warning shots, they turned their attention to his fist. After all, when the tiger opened it, all the bullets they fired were between his finger. Then he smiled and threw all 3 bullets directly onto the floor. The guards were scared after seeing this as they realized the uselessness of firearms. But they had no choice, so they lined up to fire another volley. But the chairman of the bodyguards who stood behind said that this work was in his hands. A smile appeared on his face, and he said that strangers should stick together and fight accordingly. But while he was saying this, he noticed that a mysterious blue trace appeared in front of him. A moment later, he saw that the tiger was right in front of him and was preparing to strike. The tiger did not use all his strength, but even this was enough to eliminate the leader without any problems. The blow was so strong that he flew up several meters. After that, he flew a huge distance in the direction from which the tiger came running. The lifeless body of this stranger flew straight into Chan Sung's arms, and the grandfather with the totems at that moment did not understand at all what this could mean. Therefore, he shouted after the tiger. What does this mean, and why did he throw the corpse of a stranger to him? Since the tiger did not answer anything, the grandfather did not come up with anything better than sending this body with totems directly into the sky. By this time, the bodyguards had run into the house, expecting a tiger attack. They all lined up near the front door and pointed their pistols at her. They didn't watch closely, but looking at each other with peripheral vision, they noticed fear on everyone's face. Literally a few seconds after they ran in, an explosion occurred right next to the doors. This explosion scattered all the bodyguards away from the doors, and after that a tiger entered the room. He looked around to find at least one surviving enemy. Suddenly he heard a woman's voice asking if this was enough. Turning his head, he saw a demon who was standing on the stairs and had almost completely turned into a devil. She said that it was quite low to show off one's strength in front of ordinary people. Tiger ignored her and asked where Hassan was now. The demon laughed and said that the tiger definitely wouldn't want to end up in the place where he was now. After all, the boy was used as a test subject for the Hua Tuo experiment. The demon even said that perhaps it had already been thrown into a landfill after that. The energy around the tiger's body began to circulate more and more brightly, because he became angrier. Well, suddenly he felt someone tap him on the shoulder, and obviously it was not an enemy. This man said that the tiger should not get excited in this situation. It was the fox, and he told the demon that it was strange that she was transformed into a devil from the very beginning. Then he whispered in the tiger's ear that he should save his strength and leave the demon to him. The girl at that moment told the fox that they had not seen each other for a long time. Komi, who said that he was damn popular, while at the same time turning into the fiery Ninetails. And because of his popularity, he needs to be more careful. Before the battle, Kumi realized that if he hesitated during the battle, he would regret it. The demon prepared for battle, because she had been waiting for this fight for a very long time. Striking the air with her hand, she created a stream of energy that rushed towards the enemy. But the fox reacted instantly, and already came up with a plan. Pushing off from the place where he had been standing all this time, he flew into the ceiling, with such speed that he pierced right through it. Moreover, he flew several more floors after breaking through the ceiling and then stopped in the air. The fox then turned around and landed a short distance from the residence. The demon came out of the main doors and said that the fox should not be afraid that the house would burn down or people would get hurt. But the Ninetails said that he was not so hypocritical to run away, and at the same time he took out 2 daggers. Meanwhile, everyone made their way to the first class, and specifically into the corridor. The corpses of members of this class were scattered throughout the corridor. Robert walked next to Hassan and told him that after passing along this corridor they would immediately go to the laboratory. But Hassan just looked at their new acquaintances, who were a Shaolin monk and a first-class swordsman. After walking a few more meters, the Shaolin monk said that in front of them was the entrance to the laboratory. This was the same laboratory that was at the complete disposal of Hua Tuo. It seems that the door was closed with a cunning lock, so Robert wondered how to open it. At this time, the Shaolin monk began to accumulate the internal energy of his body, after which he directed it all to one point, and redirected it directly to the doors. This created a very powerful stream of flame that pierced right through the doors. This dashboard, which was not far from the doors, began to sparkle. Then the fencer came up and delivered a vertical blow to this very dashboard. This blow completely destroyed her, and extinguished the fire that the monk created. From this, the doors opened in different directions almost instantly. Robert said that he himself could have opened this door with brute force, he just wanted to come up with a different way. The group of 4 warriors continued their movement along the corridor into the laboratory. Behind the armored doors there were also ordinary ones, so the group continued to move towards them. Coming closer, these doors automatically opened and everyone present saw the main secret. What they saw in front of them worsened their attitude towards Huatua several thousand times. After all, in front of them there was a huge room with capsules, in each of which there was a person who was connected to the device. The fencer could not understand what it was and what it was intended for, but Robert answered her that this is their fate, their future if they stop fighting. But suddenly they noticed that the Shaolin monk had found something and began to cry quietly. He found the corpse of his master, who at that time was lying on one of the chairs. The group came closer and was now 100% sure that the greatest of the first class had been eliminated. The fencer burst into tears and promised to take revenge on the one who did this. Hassan was not prepared for the fact that he would meet with the head of the first class in this way. At that moment, the fencer felt that some metal object began to move across the floor of the laboratory. He did not move quickly, so she did not even turn in his direction. Then these metal tentacles filled the entire room and approached the monk. A moment later, the tentacles began to move much faster, and one of them pierced the Shaolin monk. Since the warrior was covered in grief, he completely did not notice the danger approaching him. All the warriors turned around and in horror saw in front of them the already familiar damper. Now he looked completely different, and even Hassan initially could not recognize him. He was half cyborg, controlled by iron tentacles, and he was still missing one arm and one leg. Robert immediately transformed into his true snow bear form. The damper turned to the group and said that he would kill them all and tear them to pieces. The fencer was preparing for battle all this time, but at the same time she was looking at the monk. After all, she understood that he left without even leaving any will or saying goodbye. Then she said that the damper needed to answer the question she posed. She asked if he killed the master, or if it was someone else. He replied that even if this is so, it does not affect anything at all. Then the fencer said that she would take revenge for the monk and everyone who was close to her, while simultaneously jumping on damper. The damper and the fencer grappled in battle, but the ex-commander managed to repel the attack with one of the tentacles. Because of this, a whole series of explosions occurred around, so the attack had to be stopped. The swordswoman sighed and landed on earth with her sword. She silently looked at the enemy and at that moment thought that the fact that he blocked her sword was very incredible. Then Hassan decided to carry out his attack together with the swarm of knives. At the same time, he told Robert that he needed to attack, and the bear rushed towards the damper. They fought in battle, but the damper, due to the large number of tentacles, was able to repel attacks. The enemy also said that it was strange that the bear, having always behaved arrogantly, now obeyed the snot. And then he asked him if he knew that Hassan was actually a person and not a stranger. This information confused the bear, and he looked towards the boy. Hassan noticed that his brother-in-arms had stopped the attack and therefore once again ordered an attack right now. Seeing that the enemy was open, the fencer pushed off the ground again and took aim at the enemy's head. Then the damper said that he would now demonstrate to everyone what he had recently learned. He then raised one of his tentacles and pointed it straight towards the swordswoman. Within a moment, energy began to appear from this tentacle, which was soon converted into a stream. This stream instantly turned into a directed beam of fire, which looked towards the fencer. A second before he hit her, she realized that this technique was a monk whose name was Yukon. Why did the beam reach his body, causing it to fly several meters into the distance? But having landed, she was able to get to her feet. Not all her strength had been spent yet. Part of her leg was damaged, and so the damper said that now they are in the same position. Then the house of the feast turned to Hassan, and said that his skills were very useful and helped him a lot. The ex-commander found out why the man turned out to be so strong, because he was able to absorb the powers of other strangers. Meanwhile, Huatu watched everything that was happening through the camera that stood in this laboratory room. Not so long ago, he decided to do some manipulations with the damper. After all, he had stored up a supply of Hassan blood, which he planned to use in case of emergency. Plus, the doctor had a good relationship with the damper, who also has a way of sucking blood, which helps. Meanwhile, the battle in the laboratory was still not over, and each side was confident of victory. The ex-commander attacked everyone with his tentacles every now and then, and no one knew what to do about it. During one of his attacks, he sent sharp tentacles towards the fencer to taste her blood. But suddenly a polar bear appeared on the trajectory of this tentacle spreading into the forest. Then the damper said that he was not interested in the blood of such a strong guy like him. Well, at the same time, the tentacle continued to go deeper and deeper into the bear's body. This brought great pain to Robert, but nevertheless he was ready to endure it. He felt blood leaving his body through the metal channels of the tentacles, after which he grabbed them with his paws and began to pull them away from the body. Throwing them aside, he said that the damper needed to taste his strength, not his blood. Taking this opportunity, the fencer threw her ball directly towards the enemy, and he hit one of the tentacles, right behind the hose that was holding him. Then she realized that in this way she could get rid of each tentacle one at a time. But the damper assured her that there were still 3 tentacles left, which was enough to kill everyone. Rita, Jae-woon and of course Chok Chun-kyung came into the room, who said that he couldn't find the commander for a long time, so he came himself. Hassan looked at how his comrades were walking and a sincere smile appeared on his face. And when Damper saw this, he said that he would drink the blood of absolutely all the disgusting traitors. Meanwhile, the battle was still taking place near the Amugi group's hideout. The demon was very successful from time to time in delivering blows that the fox did not block. The Ninetails blocked some of them with his daggers, but it still caused him damage. He was only able to attack the demon's legs, and this is very inconvenient, especially if things go like this. During one of the attacks, the demon asked why the fox was fighting for people. The Ninetails replied that everything changed in the year of the blue snake. People may be weak creatures, but Kumi always wondered why they were like this from birth. And one day, when he was wounded and was walking through the forest, he decided to trust one of the people. Then he believed in their warm hearts, as the boy he met shared his food with him. And when Kumi chewed the food that the man gave him, he cried from the realization that all this time he had been living in a lie. During these stories to the demon, he decided to use the Salt Valley sword technique. The attack was strong, so the girls managed to block it with great difficulty and were injured. After Kumi carried out this attack, he pushed off from the ground and rose upward in a fiery stream. Having gained sufficient height, he hovered in the air and looked at the enemy from above. Then he invited the demon to end their enmity and fight right this second. A new sun seemed to form around him, and he used a defensive completion technique. He moved one of the daggers in his hand to the side, causing the fire aura to become wider. Then he performed the same action with another dagger in order to expand the aura. The fire became brighter and much brighter. Even the demon could not see the enemy in this fiery mess. She just watched everything that was happening in horror and could not move. When suddenly she noticed someone's eye in the fire, which was looking at her. Taking a closer look, she realized that among the hellish flames there was a fiery yin-yang fox. The fire was constantly spreading and nothing was noticeable from Kumi's physical body. Charred pieces of stone scattered in all directions, and some of them flew towards the demon. The grandfather, who stood at an impressive distance from what was happening, also felt the power of the fire, and saw the stones. At that moment, the tiger felt and understood what the true power of the Ninetails was. The demon was still standing below, and trying to maneuver so that the stones did not fall on her. She was surprised that Kumi really thought that she could be eliminated only with their help. But when she looked up, she saw a ghostly fox that was in the center of the flame. The fire around her grew and grew, but the fox remained motionless. Then the fire turned into a road, and the fox began to run straight towards the demon. The demon struck several blows along the fiery road, and then turned her gaze to the fox. And when I saw that it was approaching, I realized that I was most likely doomed. Then she shook off the dust and small sparks and got ready. Looking at the impending danger, she could not sit idly by. Purple energy began to circulate around her, and she tried to concentrate all the power. She rose up and was ready to repel anyone's attack. Energy began to radiate from her mouth, which quickly turned into a beam-like stream. This beam instantly met the fiery fox, and the confrontation began. Several explosions occurred, due to which nothing was visible. The demon jumped up and said that now it was her turn to show her strength in front of the enemy. But the fire leaf only smiled, since he knew a little more than a demon. Shouting something else, the demon merged in a power duel with the Nine Tails, and an explosion was created. And this explosion was so powerful that it reached Grandfather and the tiger. After it, all the dust that was created as a result of the explosion began to fall to the floor. The demon lay on the floor and did not feel anything at all below her neck. Lying on the cold floor, she could not understand how the battle could end this way. Then Kumi said that he was pleased with this fight, and was glad that he had found a worthy opponent. The Nine Tails turned back into human form and began to walk towards the demon. But the demon said that the battle is not over yet, and the fox can talk nonsense to me. But when she tried to move, she realized that she had lost her arm in the battle. Seeing this with her own eyes, she writhed in pain. Only now did it dawn on her. Kumi said that it was only a matter of time. To delay, he would look like a demon even for a second. At this point, the grandfather ran to the Nine Tails because he saw that he could barely stand on his feet. The demon could not believe that she had lost. Tears began to flow from her eyes, either from pain or from disappointment. Suddenly she heard a familiar voice that said that she looked disgusting. It was an Amugi who slowly approached closer and closer to the battlefield. His face was confident, and he acted according to the plan that he himself had come up with. The tiger prepared for a fight, and the grandfather angrily looked straight into his face. But the battle was still far away, since Amugi began to approach not the tiger but his right hand, the demon. The girl began to ask him for help, but then realized that she had not heard the roar of the helicopter. The Amugi said that he thought that the demon could defeat the tiger, but looking at her now he is disappointed. The girl wanted to say that she could still fight, but suddenly blood gushed out of her mouth, due to the fact that Amugi pierced her body with his hand at that moment. The gentleman then said that he did not think that the girl would have a chance to fight further. The girl could no longer speak, but in her head she tried to answer the question of why her master did this. Amugi said that everything is going according to their plan, and everything is happening as it should happen. But the girl could no longer answer him at all because of the constant pain and injuries she had received. The master said about his subordinate that he needed her fighting skills, and only then would he be able to meet the tiger himself. The girl at that moment lost all her faith, and simply looked straight into the eyes of her master, who told her that from now on he has a Hua that will help him, so the girl's function is simply to give her strength. The demon couldn't believe that she had been fighting for such a scoundrel all this time. With the last of her strength, she said that apparently Amugi still doesn't know something important. After all, in her opinion, Huatoa has been dead for a long time, and he got angry and started asking the girl what kind of nonsense she was talking about. At this time, something interesting was happening in the school control room. Hua then watched as a huge team of warriors tried to defeat the damper. As I watched the fight, he clapped his hands as if he were a child. He loved that the warriors couldn't even get close to his greatest masterpiece. And returning to the side of his bodyguard, he boasted of his new work. Turning back, he said that the strength of the biomechanical tentacles is entirely his merit, and this is all his skill. But the warrior with the bat only put his weapon on his shoulder and silently looked into the scientist's eyes. He did not react at all to these remarks. Then Huatoa once again remembered Eve, because she would definitely be happy for him and support him. On the other hand, he designed Takabe this way, but it was still unpleasant that he didn't say a word and looked silently. Turning back, Hua heard the Takabe asked him if he was happy. The scientist turned around. The warrior with the bat had not said anything before this video. In front of him, he saw a warrior who came even closer and whose bat lay on his shoulder. The downed warrior again asked the scientist if he was happy now. After all, everything looks very cheerful. He frolics with strangers as he pleases. Hua then began to stutter and asked Takabe what he had just said. In response, the warrior with the bat swung his weapon and prepared to hit the scientist directly on the head. He struck, and after it, pieces of concrete scattered throughout the laboratory. When he raised his bat, he saw that a crack had appeared at the point of contact. At the last moment, the scientist managed to jump half a meter to the side, and now he was right next to the crack. Takabe turned his gaze to Huatoa and saw that he looked like a frightened rat.